Hello, hello. Should I done put the loose one, we grab the whole box.
There's no loose. Very nice. That's why I wish I could finish it.
Raj, call Ish, no? Raj. Raj, call Ish. Ishwar. Call it. Come in.
What's your head there?
Wicket.
Yes.
Middle off stump. Force them to go across the line if they got it. come on.
अच्छा जी पहले 1 मिनट इन्हों ला लीए सानू
लगा लो
फिर चाहिए क्योंकि इस नाल एक ही लगना है
ਉਹਦੇ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ
हाँ
ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਹੈ
सही एक इधर ला देना
ਹਾਂ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਇੱਧਰ ਲਗਾਓ
चलो
ਅੱਛਾ ਜੀ ਮੈਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਔਨ ਕਰਦਾ
मैं रखना भी सारा सी जमीन पे है मैं तो आप पाऊंगा ना
वो कुर्सी रख दो ना दूसरी वाली
चीज़ों तो फायदा कोई नहीं सारा कुछ थल्ले आया
बड़ा लगा ना
ਜ਼ਮੀਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਆਇਆ ਨਹੀਂ
जी
ਜ਼ਮੀਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਪੂਰਾ
पहुंच गया तो बस ठीक है पहुंच गया अच्छा जी ऐसा हम पर लगाइए लगेगा इधर आएगी एक ही पल बाद चलेगी
ਇਹ ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਲੱਗੇਗਾ ਨਾ ਇਹਨੇ ਲੱਗਣਾ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਲੱਗੇਗਾ ਨਾ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ
अच्छा ਇਹਦੇ ਚ ਲੱਗੇਗਾ ਠੀਕ
ਇਹਦੇ
ਹੈ
ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਹੁਣ ਇਹ ਲੱਗਣਾ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਸੀ
ਇਹਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੱਧਰ ਲਗਾਉਣਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ
ਇਹ ਲੱਗੇਗਾ ਨਾ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਭਾਈ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੇਖੋ ਇਹ ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ
ਕਰ ਦੋ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਟਾਈਟ ਫਿਰ
ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਰੋ ਜ਼ਰਾ ਟਾਈਟ ਲੇਕਿਨ
ये गलत
ਇਹ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ
गलत है
ਜੀ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਹੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੁਣ ਇਹ ਲੱਗੇਗੀ ਉਧਰ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ
चलो
ਇਹ ਹੁਣ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ
ना ਉਹਦੇ ਚੋਂ ਨਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ मतलब
ਲੇਕਿਨ
ਇੱਧਰ ਲੱਗਣਾ
ਇਹ
ਚਾਹੀਦਾ
ਲੱਗਣਾ ਇੰਜ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ
नहीं ये गलत है पहले ਇਹਨੂੰ ਉੱਤੇ ਲਗਾਈਏ ਫਿਰ ਕਰ ओके ਇੱਧਰ लगेगा
ਆ ਤੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਲੱਗਣਾ
है टाइट ओके ओके टाइट
ਇਹਦੇ ਜੀ
ਇਹ ਤੇ ਇੱਧਰ ਹੀ ਆ
ਇੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਆ ਸਕਦਾ ਇੱਧਰ ਜੀ ਨਾ
ਹਾਂ ਇੱਧਰ ਲੱਗੇਗਾ
ਹਾਂਜੀ
ਉਧਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਏਗਾ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸਾਡਾ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਹੀਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਹੀ ਇਹਦਾ ਮਸਲਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਲੂਜ਼ ਬੜਾ ਹੈ ਕੀ ਕਰੀਏ
ਹਾਂ ਜਰਾ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਸਹੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਟਾਈਟ ਕਰ ਲੈਣ ਲੂਜ਼ ਸਹੀ ਟਾਈਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣਾ
ਲੱਗੇ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਅੰਦਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਗਿਆ ਕੀ ਚੱਕਰ ਹੈ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਉਤਾਰਨਾ ਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਲੱਗਾ ਆ ਕੇ ਨਾ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਕਰ ਦੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਜਾ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਿਹਾ ਨਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਿਹਾ
ਇਹਦਾ ਹੈ ਵੀ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ
ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਇਹਦਾ ਹੀ
ਲਾ ਲਓ ਬਦਲ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ
ਲਗਾਇਆ ਸੀ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਹੈ
ਇੱਧਰ ਵੀ ਆ ਜਿੱਲਾ ਦੋਸਤੋ
ਚਲੋ ਜਿੱਧਰ ਵੀ ਹੈ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਲੱਗਣਾ ਤਾਂ ਇੱਧਰ ਵੀ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਸੀ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗ ਰਿਹਾ ਇੱਧਰ ਵੀ ਲੱਗਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਉਹਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਤੁੱਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਨਾ ਬੰਦੀ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅੱਛਾ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਰਿਕਾਰਡਰ ਵੀ ਹੈ ਪਤਾ
ਹਾਂਜੀ
ਰਿਕਾਰਡਿੰਗ ਵੀ ਕਰਦਾ ਇਹ ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਕੈਮਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਲਗਾ ਕੇ ਨਾ ਸੈਟਿੰਗ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ
ਬਾਜਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ
ਬੜੀ ਬਗੈਰਤੀ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਇਹਦੀ
ਇੱਧਰ ਲਾ ਹਦਰਾ
ਇਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਾਣਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਉੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਲਾਣਾ
ਨਹੀਂ ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਸਹੀ ਹੈ ਲੇਕਿਨ
ਉਹਦੀ ਵਜ੍ਹਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਨਪੁਟ ਦੇਣੀ ਨਾ
ਲੇਕਿਨ ਲੱਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਸਹੀ ਨਾ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਰੱਖ ਕੇ ਪੂਰਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਨਾ
ਹੈ
ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੂਰਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈਲੋ
ਹੋ ਗਿਆ
ਹਾਂਜੀ
ਸ਼ੋਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ
ਨਹੀਂ
ਇਹ ਡਰਾਮਾ ਹੈ ਸਾਰਾ
ਇਹ ਡਰਾਮਾ ਇਹ ਕੋਈ ਐਕਸਟਰਾ ਚੀਜ਼ ਵਿੱਚ ਡਰਾਮਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੋਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਅੱਗੇ ਵੀ ਤਾਂ ਲਾਈਦਾ ਸੀ ਨਾ
ਹਾਂ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਵੀ ਲਾਈਦਾ ਸੀ ਪਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਬਗੈਰਤੀ ਤੋਂ ਉਤਰਿਆ ਹੈ ਇਹਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਡਾਟ ਨੇ ਨਾ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਇਹ ਅੰਦਰ ਜਾਣੇ ਇਹ ਵਾਲੇ
ਅੱਛਾ
ਫਿਰ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਅਦ ਇਹਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਹੈ
ਆਪਣੀ ਆਣਾ का
इधर तो कह रहे हैं कि इंज लगेगा फिर डॉट जाएगा फिर जाएगा
अच्छा
लेकिन मसला है कि ऐसे इन्हें मूव किस तरह करांगे अगर मैं
इंज लगेगा ऐसे बिल्कुल ऐसे ही
नहीं लेकिन ये डॉट इस तरह आ रहे हैं ना डॉट इधर है
अच्छा
डॉट
ਇਹਨੂੰ मूव कर लेना
अंदर करना है किस तरह करेंगे ये तो फिक्स नहीं फिक्स है ना ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਖੋਲ ਕੋਈ ਕਿਸੇ ਸਕਰੂ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਏਗਾ
ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਖੁੱਲੇਗਾ
ਹਾਂ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ
ਇਹ ਖੁੱਲੇਗਾ ਜੀ
ਚਲੇ ਆਓ ਫਿਰ ਹੁਣ ਤੇ ਕਰੀਏ ਨਾ ਆਪਣਾ ਕੰਮ ਕੀ ਕਰੀਏ ਹੁਣ ਅਗਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇੱਥੇ ਲਾਣਾ ਹੈ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਤੇ
ਇਹਦੇ ਡਾਟ ਚਲੇ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਵਿੱਚ
ਇੱਥੇ ਤੇ ਚਲੇ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਲੇਕਿਨ
ਇੱਥੇ ਉਲਟਾ ਆਏਗਾ
ਲਗਾਣਾ ਨਾ ਅਸੀਂ
ਇਹ ਡਾਟ ਆਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਨੇ ਉਧਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਐਂਡ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਫਰੰਟ ਤੇ ਆਏਗਾ ਨਾ
ਉਹ ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਨਾ ਇਹ ਕਿਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਵੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੰਮ ਦਾ
ਨਹੀਂ ਇੰਜੀਨੀਅਰ ਸਾਈਡ ਤੇ ਲੱਗਣਾ ਹੈ सर साइड पे लगेगा
साइड पे लगना है लेकिन एक डॉट भी जरा प्रॉब्लम हो रही है डॉट
एक मिनट डॉट एक मिनट खुल जरा डॉट
अच्छा काम करो एंज करो
हां जी हेलो
नहीं ते
हेलो डॉट आ गया ना
तो करो जरा इनो देखिए जरा टाइट करके ना
हां जी हुन हो गया
घूमदा कि नहीं घूमदा
देखो हुन आ गया ना सही साइंस ने हमें सानू पढ़ने पाता साइंस समझदी सी ओ तेज है हां
तो टाइट करना है टाइट
Good morning.
Could you, when you finish, come and see me in the broadcast, please?
Okay.
When you're done?
Okay.
Thank you, because I don't know about starting this thing off and so on, right?
No problem. Yeah, okay. You're welcome.
ठीक है ना की दिखाना है ना
अंदर एम्पायर है ना जरा के चक्कर ला लेना कि ऑन करना है की
करो जी नो ऑन
अच्छा जी इनू ऑन इधरों नहीं है
आ रहा है कि नहीं आ रहा है जी आ रहा है
ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇੱਕ ਚੀਜ਼ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਾ ਇਹ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਨਾ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਨਾ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਘੁਮਾ ਕੇ ਥੋੜਾ 1 ਮਿੰਟ ਵਾਪਸ ਨੂੰ ਲਾਵੋ ਜ਼ਰਾ। ਮੈਂ ਚਾਹਨਾ ਕਿ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਸਕਰੀਨ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਧਰ ਮੂਵ ਕਰਕੇ ਤਾਰਾ ਅੱਗੋਂ ਦੀ ਲਾ ਦਈਏ।
ਉਹ ਫਿਰ
ਕਿਉਂਕਿ
ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਸਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਉਹਦੀ ਵਜ੍ਹਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਫਿਰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਰਿਫਲੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਆਏਗਾ। ਕਰਕੇ ਦੇਖ ਲੈਂਦੇ।
ਨਹੀਂ, ਇੱਕ ਮਿੰਟ ਦੇਖ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਜ਼ਰਾ। ਉਹ ਦੂਜੀ ਵੀ ਲਾਓ ਜ਼ਰਾ।
ਚਲੋ
ਨਹੀਂ
ਕਿਹਾ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ
ਆਏਗੀ
ਗਿਆ
ਰਿਫਲੈਕਸ਼ਨ। ਹਾਂਜੀ
ਰਿਫਲੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਆਏਗੀ ਇਸ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਉਹ ਸਹੀ ਹੈ। ਵੈਸੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਇਹਦਾ ਦੇਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਸੀ ਸਹੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ।
ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹ ਤਾਰ ਅੱਗੇ ਕੈਮਰੇ ਦੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਆਏਗੀ ਨਾ।
ਨਹੀਂ ਆਏਗੀ ਨਾ।
ਨਹੀਂ ਇੱਧਰ ਦੀ ਕਰੋ ਤਾਰ ਨੂੰ।
ਇੱਥੋਂ ਕਰ ਲਓ ਨਾ। ਬੱਚਤ ਹੋ ਗਈ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ
ਡੀਸੀ ਇਨਪੁਟ ਚਲਾਓ ਜ਼ਰਾ। ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁਣ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਵੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਹੁਣ।
ਐਡਜਸਟਮੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਐਡਜਸਟਮੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਧਰ ਲਾਦੇ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਧਰ ਲਾਈਏ
ਉਹ ਲੱਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹੀ ਸੀ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਖੁੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ। ਅੱਛਾ ਚਲੋ 1 ਮਿੰਟ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ ਕਰ ਦੇਣੇ ਹੁਣ ਨਾ ਹਟਾਓ
ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹ ਕੈਮਰਾ ਸਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਨਜ਼ਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦਾ।
ਜਾਈ ਯਾਰ
ਤਾਂ ਲੱਗ ਜਾਏਗਾ ਨਾ।
ਖੋਲੋ
ਲਾ ਕੇ
ਮੈਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਇੰਜ ਕਰਕੇ ਖੋਲ ਲੈ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਉਹ
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਇੱਧਰ ਆਓ। ਹਾਂਜੀ ਇਸ ਪਾਸੇ
ਨਹੀਂ ਅਸੀਂ
ਨਹੀਂ ਇਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਲਿਆਓ। ਇਸ ਪਾਸੇ
ਜਿਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਵੀ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਵਾਂਗਾ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ
ਇਹ ਮੈਂ ਥੱਲੇ ਕਰਨਾ ਨਾ ਇਹਨੂੰ। ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ
1 ਮਿੰਟ।
ਇੱਕ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਟਾਈਟ ਕਰੋ और लगा के टाइट करवाने
ਉਹ ਵੇਖੋ
एडजस्ट करके ਹੁਣ
ਠੀਕ ਹੈ। ਹਾਂਜੀ
ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਰੋ ਥੱਲੇ
ਇੱਧਰ ਹੁਣ ਲੱਗੇਗਾ।
ਇਹ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਉਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ ਸਰ? ਮੈਂ
ਸਰ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਦੇਖਣਾ ਸਹੀ ਲਾਓ ਜ਼ਰਾ ਹੁਣ।
टाइट ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਾਲ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਇਹ 1 ਮਿੰਟ ਇਧਰੋਂ ਦੀ ਲਿਆ।
ਇਧਰੋਂ ਲਿਆਵਾ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਇਹ ਹੋ ਗਈ। ਅੱਛਾ ਜੀ ਦੂਸਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ
ਇਹ
ਹੈ
ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਲਟਕ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ
ਇਹਨੂੰ ਇਧਰੋਂ ਹੀ ਲਿਆਓ ਨਾ ਥੱਲੇ ਦੀ ਕੱਢ ਲਓ।
ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਇਧਰੋਂ ਕਰ ਦੇਈਏ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਾ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਕੈਮਰੇ ਦੇ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਸਹੀ ਹੈ।
ਉਹ ਕਰ ਦਾਂਗੇ ਯਾਦ ਫਿਰ ਕੁਝ ਚੀਜ਼
ਕਰ ਦੇ ਦੇਖੋ ਨਾ ਹੁਣ ਸਹੀ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ। ਇਹਨੂੰ ਔਨ ਕਰੋ।
आ रहा है ना डिस्प्ले? ठीक है
ये आ गया।
ठीक है जी हो गया।
हाँ जी
अच्छा जी क्या
है
टाइट है
उधर लूज करना पैंदा है हर वक्त। एक हथ इत्थे हुंदा मेरा ਇਹਨੂੰ ਹਰ ਵਕਤ ਲੂਜ਼ ਕਰਕੇ।
ਲੇਕਿਨ ਹੁਣ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਨਾ ਜ਼ੂਮ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਨਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਹੀ ਕਰਨਾ।
ਜ਼ੂਮ ਇੱਥੇ ਕਰੀਦਾ। ਹਾਂਜੀ
ਇਹ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਕੰਟਰੋਲ ਅੱਛਾ ਹੋਗਾ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਕਟਿਸ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ।
ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੇਨ ਆਊਟਪੁੱਟ ਸੀ ਮੇਰਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਨਾ ਉਹ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ।
ਸਹੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ
ਇਹਨੂੰ ਬੰਦ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਨਾ ਅਗਰ मतलब लॉक कर देना तो ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਤੱਕ ਬੈਟਰੀ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਔਨ ਕਰਕੇ ਰਿਫਰੈਸ਼ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਨਾ ਇਹਨੂੰ। ਹਾਂਜੀ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਰਿਫਰੈਸ਼ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਦਿਖਾਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦੇਗਾ। ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਕਾਲ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਨਹੀਂ।
ਚਲੋ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ
ਸਮਝ ਆ ਗਈ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ
ਇਹ ਪਿਆ ਇੱਥੇ
ਮੈਂ ਪ੍ਰੈਕਟਿਸ ਨਾਲ ਦਿਖਾ ਦਈਏ ਕਿ ਰਹਿਣ ਦੀ ਹੈ।
ਉਹ ਫਿਕਸਡ ਕੈਮ ਕੋਲ ਲਗਾ ਦਾਂਗਾ ਮੈਂ ਫਿਕਰ ਨਹੀਂ।
ਹਾਂ ਇਹ ਫਿਕਸ ਇੱਥੇ ਕਰ ਦਿਆਂ ਜੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਫਿਲਹਾਲ
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਰ ਲਓ। ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਚਾਰਜਿੰਗ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਉੱਧਰ ਲਗਾ ਦੇਣਾ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਮੈਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਲਾ ਲਾਂਗਾ।
Ali, one problem I have with the camera work.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what I have. See when you watch a game, you're supposed to see above that. Above this, the boundary.
Above this boundary.
You're supposed to see above. Go up, let me show you something. That's how you're supposed to look at it. That means when people take the phone and look at it, they don't just barely see the boundary. They see above everybody. That's how it's supposed to work.
Okay, so but we need zoom. So zoom, look here.
Yeah, but you bring it. You don't have to bring it so close.
Okay. So now.
Look, me used to have one, you know. When me used to play, me set up my camera and
Facing that way? This way you make your move and just so we'll combine it now. Alright guys, let's do one combine. Come, alternate. Yeah, just alternate. Just alternate. Fill in the gap. I'm coming this side.
I got a blue bar here. Let's not go there. Right, call your wife. Sandra, Kit,
come on, Ishwar. Everybody?
Okay, hold on. And
Now turn around, now take it out. So you got face out to the name. Turn around. Ready?
Just turn around, boy.
Hands come with the cocoa. Hands come with the cocoa.
Who have coffee? Come crafty.
wait, don't move.
Crafty.
What are you doing? I'm trying to move.
All the best, boys.
She is good. Great.
Hey, Raj, what are you getting, man?
Bien o bien.
Good morning from the Moosa Cricket Club. Today is the final of the over 50 tournament. In this Masters competition, it's West Indies over 50s versus USA over 50s. The two captains, USA captain Parak Anantha, the West Indies captain Zamin Amin. Parak Anantha, the USA captain, elected to bat first after winning the toss. Very bright conditions here at the Moosa Cricket Club. Very nice conditions. And that's the first ball from Kenny. Rafe, the man facing Shahid, the non-striker. Remember, we're going for 45 overs. Spunked out the extra cover. And so the runs start to flow immediately. My name is Colin Croft. Today I'll be nicely assisted by an over 60s player, Mr. Keith Lawrence, who plays all the way up in Connecticut, which is cold right now.
Yes, it's a pleasure to be here with you.
Good morning, Mr. Keith. How are you doing?
I'm fine. It's a pleasure to be here with you, Mr. Croft. I've been close follower of your career.
You had nothing else to do, but we'll get past that.
And so it's a real honor and privilege to be sitting here next to you and talking cricket.
The ground is nice. It really is a nice ground. And you've played here a couple of times since you've been in this tournament, I'm sure. So I would expect that you could tell us about the pitch itself.
Well, it's a great batting wicket. It's there isn't a blade of grass on it. It's got that sheen that you're accustomed to seeing on the wickets that I grew up playing on in Guyana.
Correct. And Sabina Park, the man in charge of the stadium here, is from Jamaica. A long history. So this is the first over being completed. 3 runs from that first over. Not a bad start from the West Indies over 50s. Kenny the man doing the first over. So it means that the USA will have to start very quickly. They've had 1 over so far, 3 for no loss. Things are going to warm up. The wind has changed around. The wind normally comes across from the west. Today it's coming from the east. So it has changed around a little bit. It's a little bit chilly, but it's not entirely cold. It's just about maybe 18, 20 degrees, but a nice quartering wind coming from the east.
Yes, we've had some really windy days during this tournament. So this wind is mild by comparison.
Right, so we've had 1 over. Yes, the Moosa Cricket Stadium, a very nice venue. So Rafi is the man scoring all the runs so far. But when you play a game like this, it's a 45 over game with 2 intervals, 15, 30, and then at the end 45. You try to bat out at least the first 15 overs for the first 2 or 3 batsmen. Get your singles, get your twos. That one goes down to long on. And you're kind of feeling your way because you're not altogether sure what the pitch is going to play like. You're not altogether sure what the outfield is going to be. The outfield is very flat, but it might have some dew. So the bowling team might be at a little bit of an advantage. Vijay, the bowler, bowls off breaks. White called. So both batsmen off the mark now. Rafi has got 4, Shahid 1, 5 for no loss. Now 6 for no loss with that extra. This is going to be very important. They're running between the wickets. The returns from the outfield. All of these teams have played several matches in this competition already. Remember, they're all over 50s. So some creaks would be here and there, Keith.
I'm very keen to see how Shahid is going to do today. I know him very well from Masters Cricket in Connecticut. And he's a very destructive batsman when he gets going.
Slow start so far, though. They've had 2 overs. Just 1 wide. At the end of 2, 7 for no loss. Yes, I expect that most of these guys, they've got Pakistani, Bangladeshi, perhaps Indian, Sri Lankan, West Indian, of all denominations from Guyana all the way to the Bahamas, some born here. So they would definitely be looking to implement their own status and stature onto the game and the playing. Seven for no loss. This is over number 3. Is Kenny going to be continuing? Oh. bad miscommunication. Really bad miscommunication. Man with number 10 in his back. Rafi almost getting there non-striker's end. Oh, and that one just missed the stump too. This is turning out to be a very good over so far for Kenny. 2 deliveries, 1 nearly a run out, 1 nearly a bowled.
Yeah, the bowling looks really disciplined so far. I know that there was a lot of planning and strategizing and discussion about bowling straight lines, and I can see already that it's being implemented.
Good, because it means that they not only planned, but they listened. I'm sure they've been thinking about that V between, say, extra cover to mid-wicket. If you bowl over full length and straight, the batsman will have to go across the line to do something special. Like that. That was offline. That's going to be flicked down to square leg, or maybe a wide fine leg. That's the first boundary of this innings. There's a loose delivery from Kenny, and that's spanked down to the, what you could say, just backwards square leg position for 4. And you were mentioning Rafi immediately. He's got 9 from 11. It's quick. 11, the score is 11 for no loss. He's got 9 of them. They've been 1 wide. This is a good pitch. It's a massively good pitch, and I think this is a pitch that you could get in 45 overs, maybe 220, 230, 250.
Certainly. It's got lots of runs in it.
Outside edge down to third man. They're not pushing for 2. Disappointingly so. They should have been pushing. The man at third man had to go to his right. So you run the first run quickly and then hope that either misfield happens. Like that. Now he's ambling. He should be sprinting to get to that first run, so that if something happens out on towards in the outfield, then you get a second run. Well bowled. Of a full length offside. So we've had 3 overs. After 3 overs, we've had 12 for no loss. So not a bad start from both teams. 12 for no loss after 3 overs. Might be a little bit slow, but they look confident enough, except for one little mix-up with a run-out. And from a bowling perspective, 3 overs for 12 runs, not bad.
Yeah, definitely a decent start for both teams. I think both teams are going to have a bit of a challenge today with fitness. I mean,
and a massive outfield.
There are a lot of sore bodies out there, I know.
Of course. Remember, all of these guys are over 50. This is a big outfield here at the Moosa Cricket Stadium. Magnificent stadium. Will be used for the ICC World T20 2024 in the United States. I also understand that they're going to have some games coming up in the next month or 2. United Arab Emirates, UAE. USA. That's a lovely shot. Absolutely magnificently played through that extra cover region. Timing and hitting 4.
Lovely shot. Off the back foot, he just punched it through the extra cover area. You know, what I've observed in Masters cricket is the batting skills are still, you know, pretty good for most of the players. The thing that tends to go, I think, as you get older,
the fitness,
are of course your, you know,
reflexes,
athleticism.
Correct.
You know, nobody can bowl express pace anymore.
Well, it depends. In the express pace at 50 or 60 as opposed to express pace at 16 or 26. The different speed. Yeah. But you're right. I think the batting skills remain.
The batting
mostly.
skills remain.
The outfield is going to be drying out. There was some dew here. Now here we go again. The wind is swirling around again. A little bit of a change now in the outfield. The extra cover has gone to the boundary. This is an interesting situation. And they've brought everybody else inside the circle. No fine leg on the boundary. Third man is just outside of the circle. He's short. And there's a man just outside the circle too at, I suppose you could say long on. That's going to be 4 more.
That's another good shot.
Absolutely well played again. Short of a length outside off stump, spanked through this time the cover point boundary. That is a very good shot.
Yeah, there's very little margin for error here for the bowlers. I mean, if you bowl short of a good length, and batsmen are able to play off the back foot, they're going to get value for their shots.
That was a nice shot. And he did get value for that. He got 4. But look at the balance when he hits it. You're right. Now, he didn't even worry about running because he recognized it was gone. This time he's only going to get one to that man posted right now on the long off boundary, the protection. So a good start here by the USA. This is the 4th over. Already 21 for no loss.
It looks like the plan here is to bowl outside the off stump line, looking at the way the field is set. But that one was badly lined down the leg side, even as I said that. And it's gone down to fine leg for 4.
Well, this is the problem. You got to be either attacking the off stump or the leg stump. That's a free hit. And anybody of the caliber of Rafi is going to destroy that. That was a free hit.
Yeah, I think that was Shahid.
That was Shahid. Okay, he's the bigger of the 2 guys for the USA over 50s. But yes, that was a free hit, that last delivery. You can't be bowling 2 sides of the wicket. You can't defend 2 sides of the wicket. 2 outside off, 2 outside leg. So Kenny has had 2 overs for 8. But Vijay has been quite expensive. He's had, I think, 3 boundaries hit off his bowling. As it is, Rafi has got 19. Shahid has got 5. There's been 1 wide, 25 for no loss. We've had 4 overs. So the West Indies will have to start to regrouping here. 4 for 25 for no loss. They can be looking for singles. The pitch is a good one, really a good one. The ball comes on nicely. No detrimental deviation. The ball might swing a little bit because there is a nice breeze. But once it hits the ground, it kind of goes on its way.
That's a lovely straight drive there from Shahid. As I said before, he can be a very destructive batsman. So the West Indies team really need to try to contain him, bowl good lines to him, and not allow him to get going.
The confidence is high here for these batsmen. Shahid, the man facing 2 boundaries in the last over, including this one. Hit the ball very hard back past the bowler. He's a good foil for Rafi. Rafi is the aggressor. He's going to play all the shots in the book. Mahela, Jaya Warden alike. The way he bats, that's Rafi. Shahid a little bit taller, a little bit bigger. Good bounce here from Kenny.
Yeah, that one got a bit of bounce.
Yes, but this is the kind of pitch that you get in the olden days in Sabina Park. Sometimes Sabina Park, of course, in Jamaica, Kensington Oval in Barbados. The Antigua Recreation Ground in Antigua and Barbuda. That's one was a little bit offline, spanked, but the man at cover point saved that. So if you bowl a little bit offline, you have this tendency to be spanked in that area. That's better bowled. Off stump of a fuller length, maybe held back a little bit. So we've had 5 overs, 30 for no loss. Your take so far, sir, on how things have gone, Mr. Keith Lawrence?
Well, again, I think both sides are doing what they set out to do in the early overs. The U.S. team is off to a decent start. 30 runs in 5 overs, 6 runs per over. That's probably a little better than they had hoped. But the West Indies team, I know they are really trying to bowl straight lines, as I said earlier, and keep the scoring under control. And I think they're doing a good job so far. There's a long, long way to go in this game. So let's see. Looks like there's going to be a bowling change. It looks like the captain is going to come on, examine the bowler's left arm orthodox spin.
Zamin Amin, I think he's decided, well, look, this guy has been too expensive, Vijay, so he's going to come in as the number 3 bowler. Left arm orthodox, bowling around the wicket to the right-hander. That's an arm ball, came back in. Then everybody have on their hats. First time I saw somebody bowl, I didn't see him bowl, but I've seen him in photographs. Sonny Ramadan bowled with his hat on.
Yeah, I think some of the umpires are still not taking the hats. We're still in the COVID, period.
Yeah, some of the umpires do, some of them don't. I think the proclamation is that you don't give the umpires your hats. You put it tuck it into your waistband behind your back, which allows you to operate at least 99% efficiency. Here we go again, slow delivery, a little bit of flight. And again, the wind is flowing around.
I just wonder if that's something that's here to stay. Umpires are not taking hats and sweaters and, like the old days.
Well, the old days are long gone. There's so many things now about the cricket that is different, A lot of stuff that I did when I was a kid, you can't do anymore. You can't use saliva on the ball anymore. Now you could only use your own sweat, or maybe, if you put your hand down into the ground, you might get a little bit of moisture if you come to the ground relatively early in your bowling. But normally, especially like a spinner like Zamin Amin, as he completes his first over for 1 run, excellently bowled. What the spinners normally will do is put their hands in the ground to get rid of the sweat. They will put their hands down into the sand so their hands become less sweaty, dry, so they could grip. So you got to find other ways of doing things. As in the olden days, well, things were different. When I started playing, I think you used to bowl 10 to 12 overs an hour. I think there were 10 overs an hour then. Then, as the West Indies started being successful with the faster bowlers, it became 12, and then it became 15. So right now it's stuck at about 15. I suppose if you're bowling 15 overs per hour with the fast bowlers, you give every fast bowler perhaps 3 to 4 minutes to bowl an over. That's a relatively long time. You need to get, what they do is they give you a certain amount of time to get the overs in.
Is it fair to say, Crofty, that there's much more pressure on teams these days to get their overs in?
Yes, especially, I think it's more about getting the bowlers back to their mark. You could still get those overs in with 4 fast bowlers, but the bowlers got to get back to their mark a little bit quicker. You got to be ready. You got to get back to your fielding position. 30, 40 years ago, that's going to be at least 2 down to third man. Actually stopped there now by number 69. Sahadio. Yes, but in those days, it was kind of like a semi-picnic, meandering from one end to the next. Now you got to get on with things. Remember, everything is based around showing and entertainment on television. You want to get the game going. Nobody wants to see people meandering up and down. Get to your mark. Get back to bowl quickly. And you've seen it. The fast bowlers if you notice, the fast bowlers, their run-ups have become shorter.
Yes, they have.
Because I think that has got something to do with it. This could be another run out again. Again, a little bit of miscalculation in non-striker. He is keen to get to the striker's end, Shahid. But that call, if the ball, now this is basic cricket, if the ball goes behind the non-striker, then the guy striking the ball is the one who calls, is in front of him. The non-striker has to trust his striker. They're not doing that. This is the 7th over, 33 for no loss. A good platform being built here by the USA over 50s. Shahid is keen to get down, to get runs. So, Kenya's had 4 overs, none for 15. Score after 7 overs, 33 for no loss. Yes, in the olden days, you used to get back to the mark and hang out and stuff. You can't do that anymore, Even the water breaks. The water breaks are not, it's not a picnic. They get over it very quickly. A minute, 2, 3 minutes, the water vehicle, or if it comes on with a person, then they have to get off the field. What they've also done recently, which I like, is that if you're a fast bowler like me, who used to sweat profusely, then you take out a set of containers and you put it in the boundary area with your water, your Gatorade, whatever you want to drink. That was legal, of course. And, this is going to be this 1 run. I only drank water, or maybe with a little bit of lemon in it. Just played outside of that circle. Might have even been a catch. Might have been something of a chance for Lashley there at that short extra cover position. That might just have been a chance. So yes, and so I like the idea of having maybe a cooler with your water and stuff on the boundary. I'm talking about maybe a 50 over game or a test match. So you don't have to be interrupting anybody to get anything. You're just out there. That's not a bad idea at all. This cricket ground is owned by Mrs. Saki Mohammed. Came over from Pakistan. Did a very nice interview with him a couple of days ago. Now this could be a run out. This could definitely be a run out. He's been giving out run out. Well, they have been threatening to do that a long, long time here. Shahid is the man hitting the ball. He decides that he's going to run without recognizing that the guy is just in front of him. He starts running without looking. His non-striker sends him back. By then the return has come back in. And again, it is Lashley. Just a good return to the wicketkeeper. And the first wicket falls for the USA over 50s. It's 35 for 1 in over number 8.
Well, the old saying that it takes 2 to make a run is still is still true. Clearly, they were not communicating there. Saheed drove the ball and just took off without really getting a response, it looks like, from his partner. And so he was stranded mid-pitch. Or perhaps it was one of those yes-no calls.
Interesting. Very, very interesting dismissal. There he goes. Now he hits this. He's looking at the ball going to the fieldsman. And still he advances. You got to wait to see what happens before you could go. He's already committed to the run. The throw comes in nicely. Well, the stump was disturbed by the wicketkeeper's pads before the stump was disturbed by the wicketkeeper's gloves and the ball. But what he ought to have done there, and that might have been a question, is once the stump is disturbed, the bail did not come off. So because the bail did not come off, it means that the bail could be used. If the bail had come off, then you would have had to pull the stump out of the ground. So because the bail did not come off, I think that that's a legal dismissal. Had the bail come off, then you would have had to pull the stump out the ground for that to be a run out.
I don't think I've seen that happen before.
I've seen it happen a few times recently in club cricket in the
people
Caribbean.
disturb the stumps and the bails
Didn't come
are
off.
not dislodged.
That's right. Interesting dismissal. Over number 8, 35 for 1. Remember, you're looking at the final of the over 50 competition. Now 8 overs completed. 35 for 1. The West Indies over 50s versus the USA over 50s. This is the big final. I played yesterday in a game that was, I guess, a third place playoff. West Indies over 60s versus USA over 60s. And I will tell you, if you want a full medical report, I could give it to you. I'm in pain everywhere. That's good enough for me.
Well, I watch you bowl, Crafty. You bowl 9 overs on the trot.
Right, because if I had stopped, I probably would not have been able to come back. So it was good fun for a 69-year-old. But I will say, a man must know his limitations. Here they go again. There is no communication between these batsmen. They're just running. You got to know where the ball is, where the fieldsman is. Think about where the ball is going, and then see if you could get a run or two. They're just running. I actually think that Rafi and Shahid, they were in a situation where they were looking for a run out. The same thing has started here again. The new batsman is Mohammed. And he is running without even looking to see where the ball is. 8.1 overs, he had 36 for 1.
It's so much more important to call when you're not accustomed to batting with someone.
Well,
these guys,
but that's part of the batting structure. You have to know what's happening with the ball and tell your partner what's going on. There they go again. There they go again. There's no call. All they do is running. It's madness. No, and now they're going to admonish each other from 22 meters. Talk about it. They are not talking. All they're doing is running. Mohammed Majid, just running. They're not saying a thing. One of the basics of being a batsman is when you hit the ball, it doesn't matter where it goes, you make up your mind instantly, run or no run. If no run, you say no. If is the run or a possibility of a run, you say yes. Somebody has to say something. There they go again.
And it's
There they
another
go
run out.
again.
It's another run out.
Another run out. Not surprised. They're destroying themselves, USA over 50s. Destroying themselves. Another good return coming from the outfield. There is no communication. So this becomes 36 for 2. Really poor cricket by the USA over 50s. You gotta talk. You gotta communicate with your partner. You don't just run because the ball hits the bat.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of nervous running out there. Maybe the occasion has gotten to them. It's a final, and they're all keyed up, and they're forgetting to do the basics.
So Mohammed Majid played the shot, and Rafi K, the man, was run out. There we go. Majid is going to hit this. And now look at it. There's a whole set of hesitation. He hits the stump now. He's way out of his line. That's gone. Two excellent pieces of fielding. Two very, very good pieces of fielding by the USA over 50s. Two batsmen run out. That is ridiculous. After the first one, at least you should think, well, okay, let's settle down here and run properly. Look at that, down to fine leg, right? This guy is moving without, the fieldsman is right in front of him. This is not bunk to run. Once you hit the ball, you have to run. This is, you have to play proper cricket. 45 overs of proper cricket is a good result for the West Indies over 50s. But this is bad cricket by USA over 50s. 2 runouts, ridiculous.
What's the game that we played when we were kids?
Bunk to run.
1 tip, 2 tip?
1 tip, 2 tip. 1 tip and run in Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago. Once you hit the ball, bunk to run, you got to go. That's what he was playing then. So there are 2 fresh batsmen at the crease for USA over 50s. Kashif is the man facing.
He's number 91.
And the man in the non-strikers end right now is Mohammed. But there is no communication. It's bad cricket. 36 for 2.
Well, the West Indies guys are probably saying to themselves, "We're doing something right. We're building pressure. We're walking in with the bowler, and we are partially responsible for these."
They might be. I agree. I also think that it's Christmas time. They've been given 2 gifts. Whenever a batsman is run out, that's a gift to the fielding team. Well, they've had 2 gifts. But hold on, we're in March, going into April. And if it were the 1st of April, you might even say it's April Fool's Day. But it's not the 1st of April. Today's the 31st of March, I think, isn't it?
I think you're right.
Or is it?
Oh, no, actually, no. It's
Today's the 1st of April. So it might be an April Fool's joke. It is the 1st of April, correct. So maybe they're giving them gifts for the April Fool's game, but the score is not a joke. And it's nothing foolish about it being 36 for 2 with 2 runouts. That's reality. So you are right. Today is the 1st of April. There they go again. Both batsmen are starting without saying anything, and the non-striker is looking back to see where the ball is. That is not his responsibility. His responsibility is to get into the crease. Forget about where the ball is. You got to run as fast as you possibly can as a non-striker to get to the striker's end. See, one of the things about this kind of age group is that, for want of a better word, everybody knows everything. When you're 40, 50s, and 60s, you have the tendency to think you know everything. And you see so many faults, and you say to them, but your running is poor. I know what I'm doing. That's normally the answer. Well, you know what you're doing. You get run out. Good luck to you.
You might be surprised, but there are still some guys who think you don't really need to call when a run is obvious. You just sort of make eye contact and take off. I've heard this so many times from guys who you would think would know better.
What? Eye contact? I can't even see your eyes from 22 meters away. Anyway. So, the West Indies have had a good start. It started well for the USA over 50s. They were at one stage 35 for no loss. And suddenly, they're 37 for 2 after 10.
Yeah, I think this is the start that the West Indies guys were hoping for. They've kept the scoring rate down, and they're getting wickets.
Wickets are being presented to them. And you get 2 runouts. You're saying to yourself, this is a bonus. Now, there are 2 brand new batsmen at the crease, Kashif and Mohammed. One has faced 7 deliveries for yet to score. The other one 6 deliveries with 1 run. They now have to retool. They've had 2 bad runouts. So 2 brand new batsmen at the crease. A couple of things they've got to do: retool, restart, but then they also got to score runs because we're now heading to the first break after 15 overs. We'll have a break.
And it's important that they not panic. They still have lots of time and lots of batsmen to come. So
this one was just a push back past the bowler. Good timing. Hit the middle of the bat. Ran all the way down to the long on boundary.
For 3 runs.
Yes, because the timing was so good. There is 1 man down, the same guy who chased it down to the long on boundary. He's now down. He's flexing his leg as if he's either got cramp or one of those fetlocks have definitely just decided to conk out at over 50s. As you mentioned earlier, Keith, a lot of players have played a lot of cricket in this tournament. It's been a long tournament, 3-4 games, rotating, but still 3-4 games for some of these cricketers. So you got to be extremely careful.
Yes, for a lot of us, ice and anti-inflammatories have been our best friends.
The 2 eyes, eh? Ice and anti. Well, it's A for anti, but they use the I at the end. Anti-inflammatories. I like that. The 2 eyes. Yes, at this age group, or as Clint Eastwood would say, you must know your limitations. No sprinting. Don't try to get there. The ball is going to beat you to the boundary. Let it go. I think the fuse one is up. There was a little bit of concern.
And to be fair about it, most of us do not play 45 over cricket. I mean, 45 overs are a lot of overs.
I agree with that. There are a lot of overs in 45. There's 270 deliveries. I was thinking about it last night. I bowled 9 overs in a row. I bowled a couple of wides. So that's at least 55 deliveries I bowled yesterday. I would have thought 60 because I bowled a couple of wides. I think I bowled 3 or 4 wides. Let's say I was supposed to have bowled 54 deliveries, and I give myself a leeway, 6 wides. I don't think I bowled 6 wides, but let's say that's 6 deliveries in a row. I'm surprised I'm walking this morning. I'll be honest. I mean, I run and I exercise and I ride, but I haven't played cricket since 2019. I skip a lot, and that helped my shoulders. My shoulder didn't hurt, but certainly my left leg is throbbing.
Well, you've got to keep up the momentum now that you've made this start and come back and keep playing.
I am not going to do that. Another run out nearly happened again. Good piece of feeling by the captain from the West Indies over 50s. That one was slammed through the cover point region. He stopped it. The striker seemed to think the ball will pass him, so he's halfway down. I don't know. Maybe that's me. These guys, you're right. They're running as if they never heard about the word calling. You're supposed to say something. No. Yeah, as soon as the ball hits the bat. And you're right. You said that most of these guys learn their cricket by looking at the quote-unquote professionals on television or listening to it on radio. Even when before they had television, you used to hear the people saying no from Australia. I'm listening to it at 3 o'clock in the morning in Guyana. That's a white ball. Yes, the first time I heard cricket commentary was 1959-60 when the West Indies were playing, or 1960-61, that very historic tour. The West Indies lost, but the West Indies team had all the parades coming out of Australia. And I've heard people like Alan McGilvray, tremendous broadcaster from Australia. And you could hear the batsmen shouting without microphones like we have nowadays on the screens. Yay! No! And yet at this level, nobody's learning it? No. That's ridiculous. You got to say something. 43 for 2. This is the 11th over. I think we just finished that over. So 43 for 2. I think that's 44 for 2 after 11. The scorecard is going to catch up.
Well, it looks like another casualty out there. One of the West Indies fielders
You make a very good point.
being treated.
The point you make is that, remember, these guys are over 50. They have played a lot of cricket in this last week to 10 days. Some of them have played 4 games, alternating days, and then a final. So it's a very difficult competition. A very difficult competition. 11 overs, 43 for 2. Zamin, not bowled too badly, the captain. He's had 3 overs, none for 4. Again, a couple of guys on the ground trying to get themselves massaged, the cold spray and everything else. It is warm. It is not cold. It's about 20, 22 degrees centigrade. It's a nice arcing breeze now coming over across from the west. When we started this morning, it was coming from the east. And now it's swirling around to that same easterly to westerly circumstance. But yes, it's nice environment here at Houston.
How did you fare with injuries in your playing career, Crofty? Were you injury prone? Or
No. I missed one test match in 1980. I had gone to a restaurant and it affected my whole equilibrium. Dehydration non-stop because stuff was coming out to me after that. So I couldn't play in the first test match, the test match at Lord's. The first test match I missed. Actually, I missed that test match. First test match was at Trent Bridge. And that's the game that the West Indies won. There you go. Look at that.
Yes.
Now, the guy at the striker's end is calling the non-striker. But the non-striker should be shouting at him. Because he's coming back to the danger end.
There's 2 runs there.
They got 2,
man.
but the whole thing is confused, the way they call. You're right, maybe these guys never heard about that. I didn't get injured too often. Well, as a kid, under 16 and playing for Central High School in the morning and in the afternoon, you had this tendency, when you get home, your legs are tired. But that's the building from a boy to a man. So next day, the exuberance of youth took over. You weren't tired, not anymore. But in the latter part of my career, 1982, I did have a problem with one of my discs, I think it was called L5 or L6 down on the left side, that was registering the pain into my knee. And that was probably 50 to 60% of the reason I decided, look, I'm going to try to do something else, and not be a professional cricketer. But I never had real great injuries, no. But that was a massive injury I had. And it happens to fast bowlers, especially to fast bowlers who had my kind of action.
Now, that's pretty amazing because you had some incredible workloads. I remember you
Yes.
bowling, in Guyana at Border, bowling for an entire session.
I used to bowl, and one time I remember bowling 2 sessions, but that's why they pick you to bowl. The more you bowl, the more you get wickets. It's like batting. The more you bat, if the longer you bat, and the more you bat, the more runs you're going to get. Nothing wrong with that. But you have to prepare yourself to do exactly that. So I didn't have a problem with that at all. And I like the hard work. Now we've had 12 overs, 46 for 2. Very slowly here now, the USA over 50s are going along. At one stage, it was 35 for no loss in over number 8. And then they had that run out of Shahid. And then 36 for 2 in over number 9. Now 46 for 2 in 12.
Well, it's still pretty much honors even, right? They've only lost 2 wickets, and the goal is to not lose more than 2 wickets in the first 15 overs. So I'm thinking that both teams are probably happy with the way where things are. The U.S. team probably less so.
Less so. I would have thought right at this exact juncture, after 12 overs, probably the West Indies over 50s would be a little bit better pleased. 12 overs for 46. Less than 4 runs per over. This is the first 15 overs where the restrictions are a little bit more tight. You're only allowed, I think, 2 men outside of the circle.
Yeah, that's correct.
And then for the second 15 overs, I think an extra man could then be put outside of the circle. So in the first couple of overs, I think that the West Indies will be very pleased with this. This is Kenny coming in his 7th over, none for 22. Not gotten a wicket, but that's relatively frugal. Just about 3 runs, or just over 3 runs per over. He should be very pleased.
What do you think about the field placing? They're giving up that single. Well, they just moved somebody to mid wicket.
Yes, you see the field
single.
placing on a big field like this is tricky. Because you've got to be sure that you got the angles correct, not so much the singles. There's a man at extra cover who fields now inside the circle. There's a man at cover point inside the circle. A man at backward point. The mid wicket, the standard orthodox mid wicket, and the standard orthodox short extra cover are the guys who are supposed to be pouncing in to stop that single when it's played forward in the leg side or offside. There you go again. A good return, and that would have been another run out.
He would have been in trouble.
The guy who hits the ball doesn't listen. He starts running right away. At least one thing happened. The non-striker shouted. We heard it. Wait, wait, wait. But a good return might have had him run out again. Where is he going? There you go again.
There you go again.
What is wrong with these guys? This is not about bad cricket. This is just not knowing what their role is as a batsman. You gotta be able to call.
This is what the late Shane Warne used to call willy-nilly running.
It's madness. He has hit the ball to a fieldsman and starts running. So what is he saying? The guy doesn't stand there? He doesn't exist? Anyway, their running has been very, very ordinary. 47 for 2. This is over number 13. I think there's going to be a little bit of a repair job to the bat because I suppose pushing the bat in, he might have taken off some of the skin on top of the bat. But it is so confusing the way they're going on here. There you go. There he goes. He's running. But the ball has gone straight to a fieldsman, not left or right. But he's running before the ball is misfielded. Wow. A little bit of a break here because they're going to fix that bat. 47 for 2. From
Kenny's bowled a good spell. 6.5, 6 overs, 7 overs, 23 runs. Is that 7 overs?
That is correct. He's got one more ball to complete this 7th over for him and the 13th over of this innings. So, let's talk about the cricket up in Connecticut. What levels or what age groups do they have? Since we have a break here.
Well, there's still first of all, there's a lot of cricket in Connecticut.
A lot.
Yes, I always call it one of the better kept secrets.
Yes, because I didn't know. I know New York has a lot of cricket, New Jersey.
Yes.
A lot of cricket is played in places like Atlanta and California. That is Georgia and California and Florida. I did not know that Connecticut has such an extensive
There's a lot
array of cricket.
The centers of cricket used to be Hartford and Bridgeport.
Yes, I know both
because of the
cities.
West Indian immigrants who came to those cities.
Okay.
But in the past couple of decades, there have been a lot of South Asian immigrants who, were really passionate about the game, and so there's been a growth of leagues.
Oh,
There's so
good.
many leagues now in Connecticut.
Good. That's very good. We've had 13 overs, 48 for 2.
The two main leagues are the Hartford League, or I guess they call it the Connecticut League, and the Southern Connecticut Cricket Association. And each of those leagues has about between 12 and 15 teams.
Oh, good, good.
And they play 40 over cricket, and they play T20 cricket. And then there are a number of other sort of informal leagues that play softball and.
Cricket is going to take off properly in the United States when I think somehow or other, hopefully in the nearer future than the furthest future, they have it in schools. If you could get it into the schools, then it should be a little bit better. Of course, it's going to take some time to get into the schools because cricket is one of those games. It's got a lot of injuries, and you got to be very careful with the schools.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they have American football, there's soccer, lacrosse, those kinds of games being played where there's injuries, especially soccer, I would expect, or maybe American football too.
Yes, getting it into the schools is the key, because that would bring more school facilities, more school grounds.
Correct.
Into cricket.
The thing about cricket, though, is that it requires specific type outfields. You could play soccer anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
You might even play lacrosse anywhere. Cricket is a little different, especially if you want to do it organizingly properly. You have to have proper fields, like we have had here in the Houston area. At Prairie, the cricket ground that we've been using for some of the games here. There's a plan, I think, to put 18 fields down there.
There are very few dedicated cricket fields in Connecticut. The Hartford area has Keeney Park, which has a lot of dedicated cricket grounds.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That is why sometimes it's difficult. We all grew up playing cricket in the backyard or in the school yards. But if you want proper games, you have to have a space. Then you can be able to play the game properly with the demarcations, maybe for kids of maybe 30 or 40 meters away and something like that. And then we come to a cricket ground like this where the boundaries probably, I think he's going to say they didn't play a shot, so he's going to ask them to return to their respective creases. That's the umpire. But yes, then you will think that you got to get space, and that's the problem with cricket. It's a very unique, particular game. You have to have proper space and proper facilities, dressing rooms, the management of the outfield, the management of the fields, etc.
Yeah.
Right. So now we've had 14 overs complete. They're not yet at 50. We are going to have a little bit of a break in the 15th over, and then at the 30th over, and then at the close of this innings at 45 overs. A little bit of a recovery here for the USA over 50s, 49 for 2 after 14.
Yeah, it looks like the two batsmen are settling down. There's less of the crazy running and lack of calling. So it looks like these two are, calming down and gearing themselves up for a long inning, a long partnership. But I'm really impressed with Kenny's bowling. He's been very steady, keeping the ball outside the off stump, bowling good lines and good lengths.
He didn't get a wicket, but that's good. This is his 8th over. And he's bowling exactly as planned. He's got a short third man, a man at, I guess you could say, a very short cover point, maybe even a gully, a short backward point. Then there's a cover point, extra cover mid off, and then on the boundary is an extra cover, badly lined on the leg side. So just tuck around the corner for a single. Yeah, Kenny's not bowled badly. This is his 8th over, none for 25. Sometimes you don't have to get wickets, I know yesterday when we played, you got 3 wickets. What was it, 3 for 21 from your 8th?
Yes, I was very lucky.
Oh, no, you weren't. You were bowling straight enough for the over 60s. 3 for 21 from 8. Mr. Keith Lawrence. And I have to say, Mr. Lawrence, 3 for 21 from 8. Yeah, I myself didn't get a wicket, but I think I bowled relatively well. 9 overs, none for 27, I think it was. That's all right.
You bowled very well.
Sometimes you don't have to get a wicket or 2. It's okay if you're a bowler, you're bowling, you hope you get wickets. You want to get wickets. Doesn't always work. I think that hit the ground first before it went back to the bowler.
Spectators catch.
Correct. 50 comes up with that last run. 50 for 2. That one just stuck to the leg side. 50 for 2 in that last run. That was the 3rd ball of this over. I thought that was the over.
That was a wide.
So that's a wide. That's why. 51 now for 2. So that's 15 overs gone. 51 for 2 now. The USA over 50s. Having won the toss, USA over 50s, and elected to bat first. They were motoring along nicely. 35 for no loss in over number 8. Then there was a bad run out of Shahid. He was run out for 10. And then, as if to not believe that had happened, it then went on to another run out when Rafiq was run out for 25. That was 36 for 2 in over number 9. Well, a little bit of a recovery now from over number 9 at 36 for 2. These two, Kashif has got 4. Mohammed has got 9. The USA over 50s after 15 overs, 51 for 2. We'll take a short break. We should be back shortly. This is the first break of this final being played between USA over 50s and the West Indies over 50s. After 15 overs, 51 for 2. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the final of this Masters tournament. West Indies over 50 versus USA over 50. USA over 50 won the toss, elected to bat first. They've had two very poor judgment calls and had two run-outs. The two men run out are Shahid. He was run out for 10. That was 35 for 1 in over number 8. And then Rafi run out for 25. That was 36 for 2 in over number 9. So far, Kashif with 4, Mohammed with 9. They've repaired it a little bit from 36 for 2. They've gotten it now to 51 for 2. We are now after our first break. 15 overs gone. Good afternoon. My name is Colin Croft. And with me today is another over 60s stalwart, Mr. Keith Lawrence. Give me your take on the first 15 overs, Keith.
Well, I think it's fair to say that the highlight of the highlight of the U.S. innings so far has been the poor running between the wickets. There's no question about it.
That one might just go down to the boundary for 4. No, nicely done. Some good footwork with the man in the boundary. So he stops that. They probably run a ring for about. They got 2. Farid is a leg spinner, but he bowls a top spin sometimes and googlies. But he is something of a leg spinner. There you go. Very Samuel Battery-like. A lot of top spin. Pushes the ball through. Not a lot of turn, but he does push the ball through appreciably. So it's very difficult to score from him once he bowls straight. There you go. Top spin again. Yes, a little bit of shift, but straight enough. And that's what you need as a leg spinner. The batsman will make the mistakes. 53 for 2. There you go. The runners are running again. That ball is spanked into the backward point position. And the guy hitting the ball is already moving. This is the 16th over. Yes, so you think that the first 15 overs, honors even?
I'd say honors even. This is certainly the game certainly hasn't gotten away from the West Indies.
And they've got a couple of gifts.
15 overs, and they got a couple of gifts.
16 overs gone, 53 for 2.
Is there another bowling change, or is it still Kenny?
I think this is going to be Kenny's last over.
Last over, yes.
He's had 8 overs so far, none for 26. That's not bad. Anything under 4 is acceptable. That's not bad at all. But it is a long innings. It's 45 overs. Only 16 have been completed. Still 29 to go. So you know it's a long afternoon. He's going to bowl out now. Then they're going to have to find somebody bowling from that northern end. And again, he's right on the mark. Mohammed and Kashif have got to do some repair work. 53 for 2. Spanked into the offside again. No run. Very, very well directed has been Kenny. He's got protection, a short third man, cover point, extra cover, mid-off. The mid-off is a little bit deep, and in the boundary is a deep extra cover. That's a slow delivery. It goes out to the deep extra cover, the same man I was talking about. But if that was intended plan, it didn't. Went back to the man that's relatively short inside the circle.
Good bowling from Kenny in a pretty well set field as well. Captain Zamin certainly knows his game.
On the leg side, he's got a man at fine leg on the boundary, short, backward square leg, mid wicket and mid on.
bowling.
Again.
Kenny's bowling, just short of a full length.
Very difficult to
And
play.
it's very difficult to
They
play
hit the ball
big
off
shots.
that mark. That's correct. Badly lined.
Well, that was the commentator's curse on him there because that was a long hop.
Long hop, badly lined. Could well be tiredness. That was the last ball of his spell. Spoiled it with a 4. He's going to be very disappointed with that. Very disappointed because it ought to have been just one going down the leg side perhaps to get away with it. Short of a length and pulled across the line. It was probably on the off stump but short enough to be pulled through backward square leg for 4. So Kenny ends his 10. His 10 overs gave his 9 overs. Maximum 9 you could bowl for any one bowler. And he's had 9, none for 30. So he's done. Farid will continue. $57 now for 2. This is over number 18 coming up. Farid, the leg spinner, top spinner. Doesn't turn the ball that much away or into the batsman, but what his strength is he bowls of a good length, and the batsman sometimes gets outfoxed. That one was way short and spanked through square leg for 4. The man at backward square leg had no chance. That was actually forward of square leg, maybe more a mid-wicket position. A real bad ball,
Yeah, that's
and
another
destroyed.
Another poor first ball there. Long hop, pulled through mid-wicket. It got the treatment it deserved. 4 runs.
A little bit of acceleration happening here now for the USA. They've weathered that storm of the 2 run-outs, the last run-out of the 2, coming at 36 for 2, now 62 for 2.
Yes, they're certainly looking a little busier now. The game plan probably is to accelerate a little bit in the second, third.
Yeah, the second, third, I like that because there's 3 thirds, each of 15 overs.
And the field is a little more spread, so there are singles on offer.
Just 1 at least, but they skedaddle for 2, at least trying to look for 2. They ran the first run very quickly. So this is the settling in period, this second 15 over period. The bowling team tries to consolidate while the batting team tries to score and settle down. So you're correct. They're moving along nicely now, 64 for 2. This is over number 18. Run rate right now is 3.59. They would like to get that over 4 and then go to 5 maybe even 6. But they've got to do that with, that should have been 2 runs. You don't run and amble a first run. That's just poor cricket. That's a batsman, I think, who just wants to hit the ball in the bat. He knows it's the last ball. He ambles the first run.
It was a very long single out to deep extra cover.
That's right. The ball is going to the right of the fieldsman with extra cover. There ought to have been at least an attempt. Look at him. He's just ambling. And the reason he's ambling, there's the other guy saying, well, why aren't you coming back? Because he wants to play the next ball over. That's poor cricket. Very poor. Look at that. Look at the amble. Look at the other guy. He's now looking for the second run. Come on, you got to do better than that. Okay, William Lashley will be the bowler number 5. son of Peter Lashley of Barbados and West Indies fame. Peter Lashley played for Barbados and the West Indies. I think he played two or three test matches. Opening batsman, middle order batsman, excellent fieldsman, close to the bat. Remember seeing him in 1968, Barbados playing a border against the Guyanese. Peter Lashley made 204. Couldn't miss him. I think Garfield Sobers made 157. The scores in that game I'll never forget. Guyana 625, I think, for 6. Basil Butcher and all of those guys playing, Clive Lloyd. And Barbados 558.
Yes, in those days, regional matches were like test matches.
Yeah, of course. Everything was sold out. And, you know, one of the guys I remember playing in that game who ought to probably have played for the West Indies had he come at the right time was Winston English. He got Garfield Sobers out with a beauty of a delivery, got in from outside off stump and hit his stump. Made 165, but even Sobers mentioned afterwards as one of the best deliveries he's faced, especially when he's so well set. Winston English, good fast bowler, didn't get a chance to play for the West Indies, as was the case with so many in those days. 19 overs. We are in now, 67 for 2. You know, we've talked about so many people who may have been able to play for the West Indies had they come at a different time.
Well, you and your compatriots were responsible for keeping a lot of them out, Crofty. You guys were just too good.
Well, no. It was a situation, if once you're in the team, you don't want to get out. You know, we were talking this morning, I was talking to the curator of this ground, Mr. Samurai Plummer, who is Jamaican. He was born in Jamaica. And that could be bias. I think the wicketkeeper had some problems there. He either was unsighted or something, but he didn't. I don't even know what happened. He looked like if he didn't see the ball, the wicketkeeper.
Yes, he just missed it.
Just missed it altogether. Anyway, we've had 19 overs. It's 68 for 2. And this morning, we were talking about Basil Williams. Now, Basil Williams did play for the West Indies. Made a lot of runs for Jamaica. Played against him. Shell Shield at Jarrett Park in Montego Bay. He and Richard Austin put on about, I think, 300 runs for the first wicket. Richard Austin opened the batting with Basil Williams. They each got 100. Jamaica probably made 4 something. I know I got 5 or 6 wickets, but probably for 100 or something, because I must have bowled 34, 35 overs in it as I remember it. Jarrett Park was a very difficult place to bowl. But Basil Williams, they used to call him Shotgun Williams. Because I don't think the guy played forward with any deliveries at all. A fantastic opening batsman. There was another guy like him who never played Test cricket too, who took up umpiring. A guy called Luther Kelly from the Leeward Islands. Hit the ball like if they want to burst the thing. But in those days, I mean, Basil Williams did play for the West Indies when in 1978 there was a kind of 2 teams played against Australia. First the Clive Lloyd-led team and then the Alvin Kallicharran-led team. We played the first 2 test matches and the Kallicharran-led team played the second 3 of those 5 tests. And then they toured India at the end of 1978 while we went to World Series cricket. But Basil Williams got 100, I think, in his first test match. But again, when it came back together in 1979, he couldn't get in because Gordon Greenwich was playing, Desmond Haynes was playing, you know. So it was difficult. But those guys, it's not for want of trying or production. It was just simply, they just couldn't get in. 19 overs completed. This is the 20th, 68 for 2. Fareed is twirling his top spinners, leg breaks. Pitched a leg stump of a full length on driven to mid-on. Good run. Very good run. That's the way you ought to be running as the batsman. Played that very well.
Yes, Fareed is definitely trying to pitch the ball up a little more after getting pulled a couple of times.
Correct. Not a top spinner. That's the end of the 20th over. So 20 overs gone, 69 for 2. Not a bad comeback here by Mohammed and Kashif. That sounds like a wine maker or something, Mohammed and Kashif. I think they got something to do with sport in Guyana too. Mohammed and Kashif, they're a combination of two guys who put a lot of effort and money and wherewithal into getting sport done in Guyana, and they sponsor a lot of sporting events. But no, these two have done a good job for the USA over 50s. They've taken the score to 69 for 2 from 36 for 2. So it's a good comeback. A very, very good comeback. 33 runs already put on for this partnership. Yes, I mean, I'm sure in the 70s and 80s I could call at least 10 people who ought to have played Test cricket for the West Indies who couldn't get in. And I'm sure in England they had the same things, you know.
Yes.
And Australia. Because in the 70s, Australia probably had a stronger cricket team than the West Indies, the early 70s. And they showed it in 1975-76 when they obliterated the West Indies 5-1 in a 6-test series. After the West Indies won the first test match at Perth.
Yeah, that's a series that all West Indian cricketers
remember. Yep.
Of a certain vintage, of course. Remember and talk about.
Yep. I suppose if you're Brian Lara's and Carl Hooper's vintage, you probably talk about the West Indies beating Australia at the Kensington Oval when Brian Lara made superlative 153. Probably the best test innings I've ever seen in my life. I will say that. He's made 400 runs. He's made 376. That 153 at Barbados was unbelievably good. Shane Warne, Glenn McGrath at the top of their game, you know, and a couple of other bowlers. Lara played especially well in that innings. They're going to run 2 here. It's the final, so everybody's going to be running. You did make the point, though, that you've got to be very careful about running in the outfield. These guys have done at least 3-4 games, and they have to, you know, some of them have injuries.
Yes, and the keeper Roy Singh, he's probably played more games than anybody else because he's played in the over 60s as well.
Yeah, it was interesting that he's been selected for this game. Suppose he's selected more for his batsmanship. I don't think he's probably the best keeper of the over 50s.
Well, I think their first choice keeper got injured, didn't he?
He was injured.
So.
But this morning he was saying that he's fit enough to be playing.
Maybe he couldn't pass the fitness test this morning.
I don't think so. He was saying that he's okay. He was disappointed not to have played.
Yeah, we're talking about Faz, right? That's the first choice keeper.
Yep. Yes. Faz was very disappointed this morning that he didn't get selected. They elected to go with Roy. This is over number 22 being bowled here. We've had the last over by William Lashley. This one is Fareed operating. This is his 4th over, none for 11. So this partnership is now taking on very, very important considerations. They've removed their shadow at 36 for 2. They're now unblinkered. They're going forward at 72 for 2.
Yes, Fareed, though, has definitely tightened up his line and length. after a couple of short pitch balls earlier on. He's looking really good here.
But
that one
still
turned a
less
little
than
bit.
4 runs per over, which is not bad for a fielding team. So we've had 22 overs, 72 for 2. But I would suggest that 22 overs, 72 for 2. We are going to have another break at the 30 over mark. They're going at 3 runs per over, call it 3.5 maybe. Even if I give them 4, let's say at 30 overs, they should have maybe somewhere between 100 and 130 runs. And then it would be just about 4 runs per over. And then you still have another 15 overs after that. So you add another 15 fours or 60 plus 120, you could end up minimum 180. You should be thinking minimum 180. Remember, you start with 45 overs, which is 277 deliveries. You're going to get a couple of wides and so on. So you should be thinking even that. William Lashley bowling his off breaks. That was an arm ball. He's bowled 4 overs so far. Correction, 2 overs so far for 5, which is not so bad.
Yeah, he's bowled well in the previous games.
That is a good shot. It is a sweep from outside off stump. There is no protection on that square leg position. Look at this. See? But I think the batsman played it correctly because it was given so much generous flight. Should have been a little bit quicker. Now he's going to make a change and ask for somebody to be in the offside, or he's probably going to make the man from straightish mid-on go to a wideish mid-on, maybe a straight mid-wicket. And that's the speed he should be bowling at, Mr. Lashley. I think the ball before was just a little bit too slow. Pulled across the line, 4. Nicely hit, 76 for 2 now. We're in over number 23. And now this one is too short, but he gets away with it.
Yeah, I think Lashley's bowling the right line. That boundary was definitely pulled from way outside the off stump. I don't think you can blame him for that.
Oh, that's a wipe. Another one. It's outside off stump, and I think he's just decided this is the ball I'm going to hit. It's the inside edge or the inner part of the bat and goes out to a wideish long on. Gets 1. Lashley is 3rd over. This is the last ball.
That's a very
that's
good,
brilliantly fielded.
very good piece of
Brilliantly done. Because that really was a bad ball.
It was a bad ball. It was a long hop. It was pulled hard down to
short fine
leg.
Fine leg.
And a very athletic piece of fielding there.
Correct. Looks like Zaman.
Not sure who it is. It looks like.
But he did good work. Did really good work, stopping 4. So Lashley has had 3 for 10. Farid comes back, he's already had 4 for 11.
As a bowler, you're very happy when you get bailed out like that, when you bowl a bad
Correct.
ball and your fielders step up.
That's a good point to make. Now, a lot of people talk about the West Indies and how dominant the bowlers were. Yes, we were very dominant, perhaps. Our catching was unbelievably good. Splendid for us, if that word exists. I played 27 test matches. I could only remember 2 drop catches in my 27 matches.
That is amazing.
I'm telling you. And I could even tell you who they were. Graham Gooch dropped by Viv Richards at second slip, 1981 at the Queen's Park Oval. I actually told them that they was feeling a little bit too close, the slips. And afterwards, Viv did come to me and apologize because I had told them before that they were a little bit too close. Mm-hmm. He was, I think, at second slip, and he's a tiger, he catches everything. But the ball got him too quickly. And the second one was Joel Garner dropping a catch at gully, and that's actually the same game of Chris Old. with a second new ball. That is the only 2 catches I could remember dropped by the West Indies in my 27 tests. We used to catch everything. I saw Clive Lloyd dive forward to catch 2 men at the Antigua Recreation Ground. I'm bowling from a northern end. I don't need to bowl from a southern end normally. One was Bilati, and I think the other one might have been Ian Botham. Diving forward because the ball is dying. I'm bowling about 90 miles per hour. And a man at first slip diving forward, you know the ball's not going to get there. That is spectacular catching. We didn't drop too many.
So what did you attribute that great catching to? Was it just practice? Was it just
practice, elasticity, alacrity, movement, good hands, good eyes, coordination, brilliant catching. So, everybody talks about the West Indies were good, made a lot of runs, got the wickets. The catching was unbelievably good. And even the late Australian team with people like Mark Taylor's captain, even the Australian team now, you look, very seldom do they drop. That is a very big part of what allows a team to be good. This could be 1, this could be 2. It's going to run out to the mid-wicket region. They're going to be running 2. They might even try for a 3. This is over number 24 just completed. 81 for 2. Fareed is bowled his 5th, none for 15. Good going here by Kashif. He's got 23 from 41 deliveries. Mohammed 19 for 56. He's the anchor, but they're doing a good job repairing after 2 men had been run out. First 2 men run out. Shahid ran out for 10. It was 35 for 1 and over number 8. And then Rafi ran out for 25. That was over number 9. 36 for 2 it was then. Since then, these 2 have done a good repair job. 81 for 2.
Yeah, I think the second session so far definitely has been the USA's session. They've gotten the better of the play so far. But still, the game has not gotten away from West Indies.
Correct. It's only 3.38 runs per over. Not yet 4. If they could keep it to 4 to 5 runs per over, then we should end up at about 180, 200 in 45 overs. William Lashley continues. He's got a short third man, a backward point, an extra cover, deep extra cover on the boundary, and a long off on the boundary, a long on the boundary, a short mid-wicket, square leg on the boundary, and a short backward leg. They're going to run 2 here because the short backward leg had to come into play to get to that, which was played just backward of where the umpire would have gone, but the umpire is standing on the offside. Maybe just because that fieldsman is there. And so they came back to 2 very nicely run. Completed, 2 very nicely completed runs. 83 for 2 over number 25. This is a very good repair job by these 2 guys playing for the USA over 50s, Mohammed and Kashif.
And it looks like they're calling better they're communicating better between the wickets as well.
Interestingly, when they came off the field, they were standing out there remonstrating with each other. I suppose in their native languages, because I think they recognized they could have been run out at least 5 times. There we go again. Good fielding. The man at mid-wicket, well, he comes around, actually whitish, long on. Comes around to deep mid-wicket. They get 2. These guys are now starting to accelerate. William Lashley had 3 deliveries in this over. Already 4 runs scored. There's probably going to be another 2 they're going to be pushing for. There definitely was 1. That could have been 2, but they only just took 1. But then again, all of these guys are over 50s.
Yeah.
So
yeah, Mohammed definitely seems much more comfortable to the off spin, Lashley's off spin, than he is to Fareed. Farid's leg spin. He's looking to hit him over mid-wicket as much as possible.
Could be 2 again. Wrongly lined. Should be oh, just 1. Again, a little bit of a confusion between the batsmen. It is 7 for 2. They've caught up now.
Here he goes again.
There he goes. Again, down to mid-wicket. They're going to look for 2. Just 1. That comes to the end. That over, that is. The 4th over for Mr. Lashley. None for 17. So he's gone for more than 4 runs per over. The acceleration has started now for the USA over 50. 3.52 now they're scoring at. 25 overs completed. 88 for 2.
Yeah, I wonder if Skipper Zamin might want to bring himself on perhaps, or bring on somebody else to bowl to Mohammed. Somebody who takes the ball, keeps the ball straight, or takes the ball away from him. Because it looks like he favors anything coming into him, and he favors the onside.
Big outfield here. The wind is swirling. It started westerly. The wind seems to be going in a circle here because it's now coming, I think, from east to west. It has already got the flags stuck out almost straight. I'd say 10, 15 knots at least. Those flags are really unfurling. So it must be very windy out there, but it's also quite warm. Somewhere between 20 and 22 degrees, 23 degrees centigrade. Somewhere between 68 and say 75, 76. Farid is going to be completing again. There's going to be 2 more.
That's a good looking shot, cover drive.
Excellently played. And they've got some boundary riders, but the spaces are also there. This is a big outfield, a massive outfield. And because of that, once the ball goes outside of that 30-yard circle, it should be that you could be at least trying to get 2, sometimes even pushing for 3. Here we go again. He's going to be pushing for at least 2 here, because that's taking on the leg stump this time and push through the vacant deep mid-wicket position. There's a short mid-wicket. He couldn't run back. The man from deep square leg had to run around to his left. So easily taking 2. Yes, I think there's a little bit of a expansion, explosion here from these batsmen, trying to get 2s every ball they hit, every time they hit it. Now there's an effort by Mohammed perhaps to steal a run. USA sneakily, steadily have gotten to 92 for 2 without really playing any massive over big shots, just putting the ball in the right spaces. Excellently played so far. He's going to try to get a run there that was not existent, sent back.
Yes, it's very sensible batting by the U.S. so far in this second session.
Good ball. Very good ball. Just a top spin leg break even.
But again, I think Mohammed is a little less fluent to the leg spinner than he is to the off spinner.
He faces now, he's got 29 from 6 to 6 deliveries, and you're correct. He's not playing it the way probably he ought to. That's the end of that over anyway. That's the 6th over completed by Farid. None for 19, just over 3 runs per over. Overall, the USA over 50, they've got a run rate of 3.54. They're 92 for 2 from 26 overs. We are going to take a second break for that second of the thirds. The first third is 15 overs. The second third, 30 overs. And the third, 45 overs. So 92 for 2 after 26. So far, I would say the USA have controlled the second session. No wickets. And at the end of 15 overs, it was 53 for 2 after 15 overs. So at 30 overs, they would be looking perhaps to maybe not double it, but at least not lose any wickets. They can also double it. 53 by doubles or 106. So they should get there.
It looks like Captain Zamin heard me. He brought himself on to replace Lashley.
You're badly placed, you know. If you've got that kind of telepathic powers, perhaps you should be working at NASA. But yes, he's coming on from the northern end now. He came on the southern end initially. That's hitting airborne for a long way. It's going to be 4, I think. The man at mid-off is very, very wide. That was hitting over long on.
Hit it very straight.
That's right. So that's 4. Very poor first ball from Captain Zamin.
Bit of a loosener from Zamin there.
Slammed by Kashif down to the long on boundary for 4. He's going to cut at this. 96 for 2. We are in over number 27. Remember, we are going for 45 maximum in this innings. The USA over 50s won the toss, elected to bat first. Perfect pitch, good bounce. Not much pace, but good bounce. Carry. The curator here, Mr. Samurai Plummer, worked at Sabina Park, used to work at the stadium in Fort Lauderdale, came up here, and between him and the owner of this facility, Mr. Saki Mohammed, they have produced this Moosa cricket stadium, excellent stadium. Between the two of them, this is more a labor of love than just, you know, they both love cricket. And they're both trying to put their little inputs into developing the sport in the United States.
It's definitely a good wicket, definitely a batting wicket. And I think the West Indies are going to have the better of the conditions when it's their turn to bat, as the wicket dries out even more. Because it's not coming on as well. I mean, you know, it's playing evenly, but it's still not coming. It's not a fast track.
27 overs gone, 97 for 2. Yes, you're right. It's not what you would call a fast track. But while it's not a fast track, what it is, it's good for batting. Definitely good for batting.
Definitely good for batting, yes.
And all you got to do is wait. The West Indies have had 2 wickets, the West Indies over 50s, and both of them were run-outs. The 2 umpires, Mr. Bandula and Mr. Milroy. The umpires too have done a good job generally. No complaints. Just like the cricketers.
So is that a bad sign that both wickets have been run out?
Yes.
Is it a sign that the bowling has
has
not been threatening?
Well, I don't know if it's been threatening. I think it's been a little bit off. This is going to be swung around down to the mid-wicket region, just for 1. The bowling has not been sufficiently consistent, I would have thought. But it's a difficult pitch to get wickets on. Very difficult pitch to get wickets on. The 100 is soon here, 98 for 2. This is probably going to be the 99th run. They're going to be pushing for that 100th run. Had they run the first one quickly, there was a little bit of a misfield. They may have gotten there. We are in over number 28, 99 for 2. Kashif has got 30 from 49. He's more, definitely the quicker. Mohammed, he's got 30 from 68. That brings up the 100 now for the USA over 50s. 100 for 2, excellently done. 100 for 2.
It's always a good feeling to get to 3 figures, as a team or individually. So I'm sure the U.S. team will draw a lot of confidence from achieving the 100 milestone.
So now that they are 100 for 2 after 27.4, they're probably going to be thinking, well, look, in the last 15, we could accelerate. We've got wickets in hand.
Yes.
That one stayed a little bit low, outside off stump. That's where you need to be bowling, outside off stump, push the ball through. Well kept. The wicketkeeper has on masks, gloves, everything, helmets.
Yes, I think it's definitely a good development in cricket to have keepers wearing more protection, face masks.
Well, it's their
and the
choice.
helmets.
They could do it if they want to. You know, it's like a batsman. Quite a few batsmen did not wear helmets. Viv Richards is one of them.
I've
Tell
seen-
you a quick story about helmets. We were at World Series Cricket 1978, 78, 79, the first time I went to Australia. And we weren't batting with helmets. The helmets hadn't come in yet, but we had seen some people with them. The first person to actually use a helmet on a cricket field was Tony Gregg. It was
yes.
a white
Crash helmet.
motorcycle crash helmet. And but the new helmets had come. They were in the West Indies colors of maroon. They were in the box. So I'm going out to bat, and operating for Australia in World Series cricket were Jeff Thompson and Dennis Lilly. So I decided I'm going to take one of these helmets with the grill work in front, like the wicketkeeper has on today, and put it on.
Were those the plastic visors? Or
No. Let's see. Yes, the plastic visors.
I think the first generation were the plastic.
The first generation, that's right. Which I thought was smart because they were fiberglass, very hard to break. But for them to break, the ball had to hit directly in the middle. And fiberglass, if you hit it with a glancing blow, it then slid down to fine leg or third man. So the helmets were purposeful. They did exactly what they were supposed to have been used for. Anyway, I put on this helmet, adjusted it as I'm going out to the crease. First time anybody has used a helmet for the West Indies. They were just in the boxes, their very first time. And Dennis Lilly comes in, first ball, in the middle of the helmet it hits. Yes. That one is just down the leg side, 102, 103 for 2. I promise you, as I sit here, I genuinely believe that had I not had that helmet on, I probably would not have been sitting here. The ball came a bouncer, rearing to go. Talk about fast bowlers union. He had no union. He had no problems at all bowling a bouncer. And the first ball he bowled to me hit the middle of the helmet. Clatang it went.
That's something. So you've never been hit in the head before like that?
And never since. It was the very first and only time I've ever been hit in my head. I had on the helmet, the first ball I faced.
Well,
I think I was number 10 batsman. I remembered him. I peppered him afterward for that. But that's another story in itself, too.
I have to confess, getting hit in the face myself, batting. I was wearing a helmet, but stupidly I didn't have the grill on.
No, you have to have on the grill. Either the grill or the fiberglass. You have to have. I actually prefer the fiberglass because the grill work, it gives you a kind of a slight deviation looking up and down. The fiberglass had one view, and it was quite open. It looked a little bit cumbersome.
Yes, it did.
And it felt good to me. I prefer the one with the fiberglass, where you could screw in the things at the top. In any case, that helmet saved my life.
So,
at least saved my cricket career, I think.
So, Crofty, were you involved in the Graham Yallop injury? Was it you?
Oh, yeah, it was me. That's another story, playing for Guyana.
I remember sitting at board and seeing that happen.
Yeah. Now, it's 2 more, hit down to long off. What had happened is that both Graham Yallop and Bruce Yardley, Graham Yallop actually got 100 in that game, So if you get hit after making 100, that's gone up towards mid-off. That was a replay of the last delivery, but dropped well short of the man at long off. If you got 100 runs and you get hit in your helmet, something is wrong. Or the bowler must be bowling fantastically quick. I was just bowling normal, I think. My normal space. Nothing quicker. Oh, this is hit. This is hit hard. It's going backwards of square. That might just end up. Let's see what's the signal from the umpire. I actually think that was 6. But the umpire just says 4. It must have dropped just in front of the boundary. So Kashif is starting to expand now. He's gone to 37. Pulled across the line. Way too short by Amin. Destroyed for 4 down to backward square leg. 110 for 2. Acceleration on here.
Yeah, I think these are some troubling signs for West Indies. The bowling is definitely not threatening these batsmen. And they're playing with freedom.
This one is airborne again towards mid-wicket.
It's another boundary.
And again another boundary.
Yeah, there's no doubt that passing the 100 sort of gave the U.S. team a psychological boost here. They seem to be batting with a lot more freedom.
Correct. They've had...
And they know they have wickets in hand, so they're not waiting anymore, to go after the bowling. I think they're going to take it to the West Indies in the rest of this session. And if they don't lose any more wickets, we'll definitely see a full-out assault in the last session.
Yep. One more over to a second break. In the first break, it was 15 overs, 2 for 53, the USA. Now we're going to that 30th over, and they're still 2 wickets down, but 114, so they've accelerated a little bit. So anyway, we're playing Guyana versus Australia. This is 1978. And Graham Yallop did have on a helmet, but the problem with the helmets is that most batsmen, even though they have on a helmet, instinctively they turn their heads. And the helmet could not have protected him when you turn your head, because then you turn your neck and the lower part of your head and your neck towards the ball. And the ball hit him directly on behind his ear.
It broke his jaw, didn't it?
Okay, that was the broken jaw one. The one Bruce Charlie was hit behind his ear.
Okay.
Yes. The one with Yallop, he had a helmet without the grill.
The grill, yeah.
Hit his jaw. So you got that right. The jaw was broken. Croft was the perpetrator. But it's illegal. I'm playing cricket. That was my only weapon. Just a few of them, a couple more that I hit. That's things somebody, but there's 4 more.
Another pulled boundary.
Bad bowling. Very, very poor bowling. Too flat. Short of a length. Spanked through mid-wicket, 4. Long hop. Outside off stump, pulled across the line because it was so short. He's in his 8th over, is Fareed. None for 28, 119 for 2. This partnership is taking on tremendous proportions.
Yes, batting is definitely looking a lot easier.
They can be pushing for 2 here, and they are going to get 2. Very well run.
Batting is looking a lot easier. I don't know if it's because the wicket is drying out a little bit and
I don't
coming
think so.
on, or if the bowling is just
the bowling
enough
has
to
not
scratch.
been on point, and more particularly, I think the running, once they hit the ball, they are now going. I think Majid has done a little bit here to make sure that Kashif runs along a little bit more. Kashif is moves on to 48, I think it is.
48, yes.
Correct. Very, very well played so far by him. No chances, 56 deliveries. He's accelerated past Mohammed. Mohammed came in at number 3, Kashif at number 4. Mohammed is going to be pushing for 2 here. He's back. He's sharp, Look at him. He's halfway down already. Only when he is batting, which is a point he needs to be talked to about by his team. There he is. He's going to be running very quickly because he hits the ball. Well, no, you can't do that. In a team, you have to be unselfish that way. Yes, you could get 2 when you hit the ball, but when somebody else hits it, you also run for 2.
Yeah, it's pretty much a run-a-ball situation here for the past couple of overs.
49 now for Kashif. We've had 30 overs. 124 for 2 from 30. At 15 overs, it was 53 for 2. So they've easily doubled that 53, 124 for 2. Good partnership here between Mohammed. He's got 36 from 76 deliveries. Kashif, he's got 49 from 57 deliveries. The West Indies over 50s need a break. They've gotten 2 run-outs, but after 30 overs, USA over 50s have done exceptionally well. They've gone past that run rate now of 4, is now 4.13. After 30 overs, it's 124 for 2. The acceleration has started. We'll be right back for the last 15 overs of this. As it is, USA over 50s after 30 overs, 124 for 2. We'll be right back. So welcome back. This is the last third of this innings, the last 15 overs of the USA over 50s. This is the final being played at the Moosa Cricket Stadium. This stadium owned by Mr. Saki Mohammed, curator Mr. Sumarai Plummer. USA over 50s, they won the toss, elected to bat first, and after a stutter at 35 for 1 and then 36 for 2, they're now 124 for 2. Good recovery. 30 overs gone. This is the last of the 3 15-over segments just about to start. Good afternoon. My name is Colin Croft. With me today is another over 60 stalwart, Mr. Keith Lawrence, originally from Guyana, but now lives in Connecticut. So I'm sure he's enjoying the cold. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Croft.
Oh, nobody calls me that. Croft is fine.
We're definitely not only countrymen, but we're both from the East Coast. Plaisance and Unity.
I've played in Plaisance many a time. Yes, sir. Now, the USA have got 124 for 2, 30 overs and 1 ball. So now the West Indies have got to start getting some wickets. That's 50 runs now. 50 runs from Mr. Kashif. That comes up with that drive to mid-off. Played absolutely brilliantly. 50 from 59 deliveries. Just under 100%. He brings up his 50, 125 for 2.
Yeah, I think it's beginning to look a little ominous here for West Indies. The second session definitely belonged to the U.S., if you're going to judge it session by session. And I think they're threatening here now to take the game away, at least, at this stage, take the game away from West Indies. So West Indies really need to get some wickets to kind of, put a break on the momentum here.
The first 15 overs, the USA over 50s made 53 for 2. The second 15 overs took them to 124 for 2. That's 71 runs scored in that second 15 over session. 53 for 2 to 124 for 2. So we are now launching out on the last third, as you said, Mr. Lawrence. The first third, second third, this is the third third of 15 overs. And you're right. The West Indies over 50s need some wickets. They need to make some inroads. 4.13 now. The USA are scoring at 31 overs complete, 128 for 2. William Lashley, 5 overs for 21, a little bit expensive. Kashif, though, has really played well. 50 from 61. Mohammed, 39 from 78. Mohammed, who came in at number 3. But he's been the sheet anchor more than anything else. Kashif has been the agitator, just making sure that he runs as many runs as possible. A little bit of iffy, because there have been 2 run-outs.
So what do you think the U.S. should be trying to do here? Should they be trying to double the score here from here onwards? Or
no, I don't know if they could double the score, but 15 overs at maybe 4 or 5. 15 overs would put them at 75 from here. So maybe they could get just over 200. If they get for more than that, they could get 220. They've got batting in hand, you're right. Farid continues, his 9th over. Hit towards mid-on, airborne. No mid-on, so it goes down to long-on, where it is just a single. So yeah, they should be thinking acceleration and trying to get maybe to 5 runs per over, but at least 4.5 runs per over by the time this is done. Another leg break this time. The man at backward point stops well. This is Farid's last over. Any bowler could bowl up to 9, but you can't bowl more than 9 runs per over. That's going to be 2. Should have been 2 down to backward square leg. Just 1. Bad running again. Really should have been 2 runs. That was pulled across the line down to backward square leg. The man down there had to move to his right. Big outfield, should have been 2. 130 for 2, 31.4 overs. Again, that's an effort at hitting over the top, on the edge. Can certainly be 2 here because the man at backward square leg has to run into his right. So the acceleration here is started for the USA over 50s. 132 for 2 now. We are in over number 32. Kashif, an absolutely well-made 51 from 63. Muhammad a little bit less aggressive and productive. He's had 42 from 81. He's going to add another one to his score. 43 now is Muhammad at the end of over number 32. Hello. So yes, 133 for 2 over number 32. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Saki Mohammed. You are here looking at this final.
Yes.
You are the owner, of course, of this magnificent stadium, the Moosa Cricket Stadium. So you're looking around, walking around.
So now I'm actually happy USA is trying to start the game and trying to increase the run rate. 133 for 2 in 32 overs, last 13 over. I think Kashif is the key guy here.
So who are you supporting, the USA or the West Indies?
When USA is not playing, always West Indies, but when USA is playing, it's always USA.
So that's going to be hit down to long on again. They're going to be looking for 2. They're coming back. Good fielding, but the outfield is so big. So by the time the fieldsman moves around to his left at long on, 2 more runs. William Lashley is completing his 6th over. This is his 6th over.
That was a beautiful shot, but the fielder right there, it could be only a single. I think at this stage, both the batsmen realize that they have to go for the runs. And West Indies is a good side, and you got to put at least 230, 235 on the board. Otherwise, if West Indian batsmen kept going, especially in the beginning, they can easily get this one. So we're hoping USA goes 235.
Just missing that off stump. I think Kashif has decided I'm going to throw the bat in the kitchen sink and everything. 51 he's got from 64 deliveries. Mohammed a little bit less agile in the scoring. He's at 46 from 84, but he's been a good sheet anchor. Now in the 33rd over, 136 for 2.
I have to give credit to West Indian fielders, bowlers. They have done really good job containing them. And even though they got 2 wickets, but they kept them. And I think they are in good shape. Now it depends on Kashif and Majid and rest of the players to come and go from there. Well
That's
played.
Scooted down to the fine leg. That's going to be 4. Definitely going to be nicely played there by Kashif. Just on the edge. William Lashley again. Badly lined down the leg side. A free hit. Once you do that, even if the batsman doesn't get full purchase, once it's on the edge, he's sweeping. There you go. But he's trying to sweep that. That's flat. It's down the leg side, on the edge, down to the boundaries. 4 more. 140 for 2. The acceleration has started. Kashif has got 55. Mohammed 46. You're right. Right now, the United States fully in charge of this.
Right. I think they're looking to make at least 8 runs per over, because nothing less than 230 going to work. As far as I've seen, West Indian batsmen, they're pretty good. They can score. They can chase the total. Once again, if you look at that, Kashif is trying to be aggressive. He went for 1, coming back for second run.
That's going
to
be
might
4.
be gone for 4 runs. Beautiful shot. That was played really good on the square point position. So I think they have realized that it's time to go for it.
Yes, that's a nice shot too. Went down, probably didn't get to the pitch, but hit it with a short arm jab through backward point, a lot of energy. 4. And so William Lashley is not bowling that well. 6 overs. He's completed now. None for 32. 33 completed overall for the West Indies. 144 for 2.
So, Mr. Kraft, what I'm looking at that last 12 over left, if these batsmen keep on going and playing fluent shots, it will put extra pressure on the fielders and they will try to stop, and that's where you can get injured and you can get tired. The way it was going earlier, I don't think it was too much pressure on them, but I think the real test in last 12 overs where they can win or lose the game because of extra pressure from the batsman side. Very crucial for both the teams right now.
Agreed. 144 for 2, 33 overs gone. Kashif has got
I already see one of the fielders kind of limping. He's
well,
coming out.
everybody's limping. Remember, these guys have played 3 and 4 games, rotating around in this competition for 10 days, playing every other day. It's not easy.
Yeah.
Farid is limping, number 54. He's also probably saying a few words because he's upset. Mohammed has got 46. This partnership came together when it was 36 for 2. So Saki Mohammed is the owner of All We Survey here. Originally from Pakistan. He's come over to the United States, here in Houston.
I'm from close to Lahore. There's a city called Kamuki. I'm sure you have visited Lahore several times.
Many times, yes, sir.
So I'm very close. My mother is from Lahore originally, and even before Pakistan partition, her family was from Lahore. My father was from India, Alipur Patiala.
So thank you. This is a wonderful arena. Good vision, good forethought. A lot of development yet to go. You had been experiencing some great success here, and you've been explaining to us.
That was a beautiful ball, beaten completely. Majid didn't figure out, and it went through the keeper. No run, but it was a beautiful ball.
So yes, you were saying what you have planned here. Of course, you've got some cricket upcoming. UAE.
Yes, it's UAE, USA, and Scotland. Starting on May 27th. 6 ODI is going to happen as a part of Series 1. And I think that'll be the first time we'll have ODI series over here. And in fact, it'll be the second ODI venue in the United States. 6 ODIs.
6 of them.
Yes, sir. Score 146 for 2. Another beautiful ball. Defender back to the bowler. No run scored.
So yes, something to look forward to, of course, this year, and that's in May. And then, of course, in 2024, the ICC World T20 will be here. VJ's come back. This is his 3rd over.
I think I got to give him credit. He's bowling with a good liner length, not giving any chance to hit the ball. Especially at this stage, if you're trying to give them half volley, you're going to get killed.
That's
and
right.
That's where it's very important. A good bowler understand that what his job is, where he need to bowl. Another beautiful ball, but it was...
This one spooked around, though.
Yeah.
Down to the backward square leg boundary, a little bit off the line.
Yeah.
And because of that, that's going to be 4.
I think the way Kashif took this one, he went to the outside and make a room, and it was not a bad ball, but he used his stance to send for 4 runs. So another beautiful 4 runs.
Brings up the 150, 151 for 2 now from 33.5 overs over number 36. Excellently played.
So what do you think, what you expecting the score in your opinion?
220 maybe. If they could get to 220, 230, that'd be excellent. They've got another 11 overs after this one.
I think 220 West Indies can win. I'm going for 235.
Okay.
235. This extra 50 runs will be crucial for USA.
But of course, yes. Kashif has moved on to 63 from 68. He's been there.
And in my opinion, it more depends. If Kashif stays till the end, then we have a good chance to get to 235. But if he gets out, then new batsmen, it takes time to settle down, and the run rate can slow down.
34 overs gone, 151 for 2, that run rate that you talk about. Now 4.44. Kashif has got 63 from 69. Mohammed has got 49 from 88. A very good partnership. This partnership came together when it was 36 for 2. So now 151 for 2. That partnership has gone to what? 115, sorry. So 115 runs for this partnership so far, 36 for 2. It is now 151 for 2. 115 run partnership so far. 34 overs gone, still 11 overs to go. And those 11 overs, I would have thought that USA would be thinking, well, look, 11 overs at 7, at least another 70, 75 runs to be scored. That could put that to 225, 240, and that could be a big score.
Right. And it depends how tired the fielder get in this 11 overs. If they have to put a lot of pressure on them and they have to go quick runs to stop the ball, and I think that where it can affect when they come to bat.
New bowler, Adam M, bowling from the northern end.
I was hearing earlier that you said you did not play cricket since 2019.
Yes. Well, because of the COVID, of course, I have been skipping and running and riding and stuff, but I haven't actually played. In 2019, I played a lot of cricket in England.
So at this age, what's your normally routine to get fit, especially for cricket? What normally you do?
I don't do anything special for cricket. I just try to stay fit.
Do you run?
I run a lot.
How many days a week you run?
3, and I ride 2.
Okay.
So, anyway, just to celebrate Mohammed's 50, that double he just played there to square short mid wicket. He skittled it 2. There he goes, and that's his 50th run. He's now got 51 from 89. So Mohammed has got 51. Kashif has also got 50. He's got 63, 153 for 2. Yes, but normally I would run and walk for about 2 hours, 2 or 3 times a week. I will ride for about 2 hours, 2 times a week, and try to keep myself in some kind of shape for an old boy.
At least when you're playing cricket, it gives you another motivation to get more fit.
Well,
that was a beautiful shot.
I'm 69 years old. It's nothing to do with cricket at all. I don't need to be fit for cricket. I just need to be fit to live.
Absolutely, but it gives you extra motivation, right? Because when you're 50, you're looking for 60. When you're 60, look for 70. When you're 70, look for 80. It's up to you how you want to live your life. Do you want to live healthy and nice life, or you want to be just struggling? So I think cricket naturally is one of the way for us to look forward to play.
But I think you're missing the point. Cricket has nothing to do with my idea of running and
absolutely agree with you.
That was when I was 18, 19, 20. I used to run 15 miles a day.
You know,
I'm down to walking and running maybe 2 hours, which is about maybe 6 miles, if so much, 6, 7 miles. That's a nice, juicy edge. That's probably going to be 4 down to third man too.
Very valuable runs for USA. They need each and every run to get to the total, hopefully 235.
Kashif here is just
an
inside edge, wicketkeeper, just between the wicketkeeper and the stumps, down to fine leg, that's 4 more. Kashif is just motoring along now, close to that 100% production rate, 67 from 70 deliveries.
I'm calling Kashif to go score triple figures, so he can get there.
Good cricketer. He's hit the ball around. Oh, that
Another
one is hit
beautiful
in the air.
shot.
And he's again going to be pushing around for 2. So he's gone to 69 now.
Seemed like Majid a little tired. He didn't want to take the second run, but Kashif pushed him.
162 for 2 at the end of 35 overs. 10 overs to go. Those 10 overs, you're thinking 60,
80 runs.
80
runs.
Between 60 and 80 runs.
80 runs, and if there's no wicket, then we can get 80 runs. Otherwise, we're still looking at 70 runs, 60 to 70 runs easily. And I think we will get to 235. What do you think about yesterday's game, a partnership between Rohan and Mukesh?
I heard about that game. I was over the other stadium. I was actually playing yesterday. Bowled 9 overs, I think, for 27 or 28 runs on a trot. Now, I wouldn't call it bowling. I would say ambling up and getting my arm over. Because bowling 9 overs, 54. My shoulder doesn't feel too bad this morning. The parts of me that feel terrible are my lower half, my legs. But I live. I think I'm still alive so far, so I'm doing all right.
It's a blessing. It's a blessing if you can bowl 9 overs at
my,
age 69.
my ear is good. My breathing is excellent.
Awesome.
The extremes are not so excellent. What bowling is not running or riding. It's a different dynamic of the body. But I survived. First over from Azad, realized 11 runs. So now we have to get what's...
I will invite our fellow commentator.
Vijay is there now, coming back.
Okay.
Vijay has got 24 without getting a wicket. This is his 4th over. Yes, you're right though, Mr. Shaki Mohammed. You are correct. I think the West Indies over 50s here are struggling. They don't have a wicket yet. That was been taken by the ball. Both have been run outs. And you're right, it's getting a little bit more difficult and more...
Yeah, sometimes you can win and lose a game in last 5 over, last 10 over, even last 2 overs. The momentum can shift. And I believe West India has a good job. Oh, wow.
Well,
Kashif is gone.
Nicely caught. Very nicely caught by number 9 there, down on the boundary.
I think this is a very important wicket for West Indies. They can put a check on the scoring run rate the way they were going. Very important wicket. So this is the third wicket down for 163 runs, and we are in 36 over. New batsman is Fazal.
So it's a good wicket for the West Indies, just as you were suggesting it. If he goes, things could change. And the West Indies did get a wicket. Kashif made 69. And then when he was dismissed, 163 for 3. Try to go over the top. And instead hold out. Vijay is the man getting that.
It was very well judged catch because he didn't want to give any chance to USA. Crucial wicket to get. Once you get the wicket, then you never know how the new batsmen come in. Even though Fazal is an aggressive batsman, but he still has to go and perform out there.
The thing about Fazal coming in now, he has to continue the trend.
Right.
You can't come in and just push around, and you have to be expansive. You've got just on the 9 overs to go.
And
just 9 overs and 3 balls to go. So he has to try to hit the ball around the park.
Yeah, and it will take him a few balls to settle down, or maybe a couple of hours to settle down.
Well, maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe he might come in and just decide, I'm going to spank this around and see how we go.
And also depend on the bowler, where he pitches. If we can give him some gifts,
yes,
he will
sir.
take the gifts,
So 163 for 3. The West Indies will be very pleased to have seen the back of Kashif for 69. That's going to be off the mark immediately for Fazal. He's going to try to run for 2. Indecision again between the batsmen. Nobody's calling. All they're doing is looking to see if I'm running. You got to say something. 35.4 overs gone. 164 for 3. They would call this the happy hour. The last 15 overs of the 45 being bowled now. After this, there'll be 9 overs to go.
Again, a very good bowling. Okay, did not give any chance to Majid to play or go for square cut. Played back, fielded well. No score. This is a time for West Indians to put some pressure on batsmen, try to control the run rate. Another beautiful ball.
Mohammed Majid again trying to pull across the line. That ends the over. At the over end, 36 gone. It's 164 for 3. Before you go, sir, just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
I may not see you again in this trip. Maybe when
are you not coming to the reception
and USA
today? You'll be there today at reception?
Probably.
Yes, I'll be there. So
Probably
hopefully
no, but I was at the ground here.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I would say that when the UAE and USA play against Scotland in May, I might be here. But in the meantime, thank you for your accommodation, allowing us to use your very nice facility, but more particularly, it's a nice facility. And I'm sure the United States Cricket fraternity are very pleased that this exists, and you had the foresight to build it and for it to be used the way it ought to have been used. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. That was Mr. Saki Mohammed, the owner of this facility, the Moosa Cricket Stadium, just giving us some information on what's coming. The curator is Mr. Samurai Plummer of Kingston, Jamaica. Well, I'm not even sure it's Kingston, he's Jamaican. But he's also worked at the stadium in Fort Lauderdale that we all know, that has been made famous by the West Indies and T20s and everything else. So, now that we've had him, we could talk a little bit more about the cricket again. 166 for 3. Mohammed, 55. Fazal has got 1. The West Indies have managed to get a wicket without it being a run out. We're in over number 37. What do you think? As I welcome back Mr. Keith Lawrence. What do you think, sir?
Yeah, well, the U.S. lost a wicket, but they haven't lost momentum. Fazal has come in, and as you were suggesting, he's immediately gone on the offensive. You know, he's not taking a whole lot of time to get his eye in. He's just trying to take advantage of the situation, as he should. And as you say, this is the happy hour, so to speak.
I don't know if it's going to be happy for the fielding team.
They've got wickets in hand. Bowling is not threatening. Field is spread. So they're certainly making hay. It's very ominous for the West Indies team, I think.
After this over, it should be 8 more overs. So that should add at least another 50 runs. That should put it to 210, 220. Spunk through backward point, no run. So I figure 210, 220 from here on in. Outfield is big. After this over, 8 to go. 5 runs per over. With the slugging in last set. This is gone to third man.
I think he's out caught.
And caught. Short third man and caught. So Azad gets his man. Fazal has gone for 3.
So Fazal didn't hang around for too long.
168 for 4 it is.
He's looking to play an expansive square drive, and he just top-edged the ball to short third man. And he's on his way back.
So that's a good double blow, if you will, for the West Indies over 50s. Kashif going for 69. That was 163 for 3. And now Fazal, his replacement at the crease, going for 3. 168 for 4. The new batsman is going to be Humayun.
Yes, Humayun, who reminded you that he's not from Bangladesh, he's from Pakistan.
No, what he did, you mean Humayun?
Humayun, yes.
Yes. Well, no, he's not from Bangladesh. What he explained, I think, is that he's had associations from the Pakistanis. You remember, geographically, we remember, and you did a lot of geography, so you might correct me. It was just India.
Mm.
And then they had that little island down at the bottom, the southern part, called Ceylon. So far, I think I'm all right.
Yes.
Ceylon became Sri Lanka.
Yes.
When they were seceded from the Indian part of the politics, if you will. In the meantime, the mainland of India, became firstly India and Pakistan, I think around 1947, if my memory serves it correctly. And then part of Pakistan became known as East Pakistan.
Correct.
Which then eventually became Bangladesh.
Yes.
I think, if I remember, Sheikh
You were
Mujibur Rahman.
you were certainly well up on your historical geography.
I
Mr. Croft.
don't know. I read. I read everything I could read, you know. That was a very loud shout from LBW on Hayuyun. Oh, it hit the bat. Everybody screamed, but it hit the bat. So they could not have been an out LBW. At least they should not have been. Correctly so. The umpire said not out.
I want to slap square.
Every country has a history. I mean, look at the Caribbean, you know. Guyana used to be called British Guyana. We've had 37 overs. Suriname used to be called Dutch Guyana. Cayenne used to be called French Guyana. Overall, in the 70s, 16s, and the 1700s, they were all called Guyanas. That's it, the Guyanas.
Mm-hmm.
And then they separated them by three. One British, one Dutch, one French. Look at the Indies. Supposedly, this is what they tell us in the books, Christopher Columbus sailed west to go east. And so when he found the islands, he said, well, since we went to go west to go east, we were trying to find the Indies, we're going to call it the West Indies.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how it came about.
Yes.
You know, San Salvador is supposed to be in the first place he landed, which is part of El Salvador, the capital. That's where the books stay. There are a lot of people who say that didn't happen. But then I can't get into that argument.
Yeah, a lot of that history is, as they say, contested.
Correct. That's brilliantly spanked through extra cover by his first, by Humayun. Immediately in the second delivery, spanks that one through extra cover for 4. So the intent here by the USA over 50s is obvious. Let's get on with things. 173 for 4. We're over number 38. Yeah, so that geography, everybody has their own geography. You look at the continent of Africa. You know, everything in Africa is divided, subdivided, and further divided so that all these countries exist now. But it didn't start out that way. The Caribbean is exactly the same. Jamaica used to be called Ex-Macia, starting with X, A, M-A-C-I-A. Slammed.
That's a beautiful
Slammed
shot.
over extra cover. That
That's a
is
beautiful
really
shot.
well played. 4 more. Absolutely. Well,
That's
little
played with a
man-
lot of power.
correct. The little man who said he's not from Bangladesh is hit that really hard. He got into the line and just hit it over the top. VJ, that was spanked. You're in your 5th over. 1 for 34. He's got that again. That could even be 4 more. I don't know if it has the energy to get there.
Yes,
it does. That's another nice shot. The acceleration is on. 177 for 4. Goes to 181 for 4 now. This is over number 38.
He might be small in stature, but he's hitting the ball.
Very well. He's
Very
had 3
hard.
boundaries out of his 13. So 12 out of his 13 runs came off hitting the boundary boards. Well, he's been caught behind. So Vijay gets his revenge and a reward, a second reward, because Hayman has been caught behind by Roy for 13.
Off 6 deliveries.
That's right. That's the way to go. That's 200% at least. Production, 13 from 6. 184, 181 for 4 after 37.4.
I think the U.S. have to be a little careful here, though, because there's still, how many overs to go?
Just about 7.
7 overs.
37.5 overs completed. So 1 more for this 38 over. And then we should have 7 more. And those 7, though, they should try to get at least 50 runs.
Yeah.
If the batting is so endowed. Yeah, so, I mean, you did a lot of history, a lot of geography. I learned a little bit of geography about rift valleys, as I was telling you, Oxbow Lakes and all those stuff. I think that one of the main rift valleys is somewhere in Africa, and I think there's one in maybe California, not sure. But anyway, I learned all of those things. But I'm going to ask you, as a semi-historian,
Oh, you're putting me on the spot.
and
here.
a geography major and everything else, are these things true? All of these things that they wrote in the textbooks.
You mean the history or,
Some
or
of
the,
it.
the geography?
Well, the geography probably is true. Some of the history I'm not sure is true. And I don't know which side is correct or those are incorrect or superimposed in our brain.
Well, I think true and false are not the best words to use to describe history.
You can be pushing for 2 here. That could even be 4. It's going down to the third man area. It is 4. So immediately, Sanjeewa comes in. He gets his first ball. He gets 4. Yes, the intent here is easily visible. There is no hesitation and lackadaisical attitude at all from this USA over 50s. They're coming to bash things around. Sanjeewa, 1 run. Correction, 1 ball, 4 runs. He takes that total after 38 overs to 185 for 5. Yeah, you were saying.
Yeah, it's probably not all that useful to think of history in terms of what's true and what's not.
Did
But
Columbus
rather
discover? Well, Columbus could not have discovered the Americas because I'm sure that there were Native Americans already living in these areas.
Well, that's
he found
certainly,
people.
that's certainly been one of the revisions that have, happened.
'Cause he acknowledged in his writings that he found people here.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
how
he-
could he have, quote unquote, discovered this
He
area?
definitely was an explorer, but these lands that he quote unquote discovered were not empty.
You can't be the,
places.
the discoverer
There were people
because
there.
there were people there.
But what it speaks to is, the the whole idea that certain kinds of people are less valuable and less sort of human than others. So that's why
4 runs down to fine leg. Those runs are definitely valuable to the USA over 50s. Again, this is Mohammed. He's just clobbered that to backward square leg for 4. He's gone to 59 from 97 deliveries, 189 for 5. So 189 for 5 over number 39. Mohammed has got 59 from 97. Sanjeewa has got 4 from 1. The acceleration is on. After this, it'll be 6 overs. You would hope those 6 overs, somewhere like 40, 50 runs.
Well, certainly, if Mr. Mohammed, who was here earlier, is right, that 230, 235, or thereabouts is the kind of score that the U.S. needs to get in, to threaten the West Indies, you'd have to say that things are still in the balance here.
I don't know. The runs are on the board.
I mean, the runs are on the board.
So once
That's
the runs
true.
are on the board, I always said it is now for the second team batting to make those runs. But the runs are already there. So I am almost on top if I'm batting first. I mean, we might be thinking 250. Remember, we start with a 45 over game, which means that 45 overs, you should get 270 deliveries legal. Then you add a couple more for no balls and wides, etc.
But I think he also made an interesting point when he said, if in the last 5 overs or so, the West Indies team, are pressured to, save runs in the infield, then they're going to be fatigued when they come to bat.
When they come to bat.
But what's been going on is USA have been hitting boundaries.
Also,
So
I'm sure you've heard this term, scoreboard pressure.
scoreboard pressure, yes.
230, 240 on the board, you come out to bat second.
That's a very real thing.
In 45 overs, there is pressure. Psychological, you thinking, I got to get 4, I got to get 5, I got to get 6 runs per over to win this game. Scoreboard pressure works. It puts a lot of pressure in the second team.
Yes.
230 here could be very useful for the USA over 50s. 192 for 5 is this. This is over number 39.
Well, we know the West Indies team will not be going down without a fight, so I think we're in for an interesting second half.
End of the 39th over 192 for 5. So, we talked about Columbus. Let's talk about the guy who's supposed to have come down to South America looking for all the gold, jewels.
Looking for El Dorado.
And El Dorado. So, Walter Raleigh, who in himself, he's a sir, but wasn't he a Buccaneer also? Wasn't he beheaded because something happened with him and the royal situation?
I don't recall if he was executed.
Okay, I'm not sure. I'm asking.
I don't remember that, but
I remember maths. I know about Archimedes.
But the way things
Pythagoras and those boys.
The way things worked back in those days, anybody could get permission from the English crown, to go around the world and plunder in the name of the crown, in the name of the king. Or queen.
There's so many places in Jamaica called Morgan something rum. Sam Morgan was a pirate, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Well, it depends on what you call a pirate, because anybody who plunders is a pirate. And so I suppose the whole shebang of them who came to the Caribbean to take whatever they had, rum, gold, sugar cane, blood, sweat, and tears, they're all pirates that came there. Anyway, we won't get into the politics. Zamin is back. This is his 8th over. None for 27. Relatively frugal. Tight.
I think Zamin is bowling better from this end.
Yeah, he's bowling better from the southern end, the northern end. The theory used to be that the off spinner would bowl with the wind, coming from the northern end predominantly when you're playing in the Caribbean, and the leg spinner would bowl from the southern end. But of course, cricket has changed so much. You could bowl at any end, but there are bowlers who prefer to bowl at one end to the next.
Mm-hmm.
And that's an interesting situation for me personally, because
what was your preference?
I used to prefer to bowl into the wind.
Really?
Yes. I trained myself to bowl into the wind. For that matter, bowling with the wind used to give me a lot of problems. Bowling at border, even for any game, anywhere in the world, bowling with the wind. Used to get into the bowling crease too quickly. That's airborne, but over the man at extra cover, it's going to go down to the boundary, but it's going to be stopped. That makes it 198 now for 5.
Well, I'm sure your bowling colleagues loved you for that, because nobody generally likes to bowl into the wind.
Well, somebody has to. You can't all bowl at one end. Somebody has to. So I thought, well, I'm capable of doing it. That's going to be the 199 to run out to extra cover. We are in over number 40. That's the end of over number 40 now. 199 for 5. Shanji, he's coming. He's got 7 from 6.
Yes, he is motoring as well.
You got to go. You got to go. And Mohammed Majid, he's still there, 66 from 103 deliveries. 199 for 5. 40 overs gone. So now, this is the happy hour on account that that last over actually recognized 7 runs, because now they got to start thinking, we've got 5 overs, 6 deliveries per over, 30 deliveries to go, but we could get 50 runs here and get close to 250, if not exactly 250.
Yeah, this is the point at which for the bowling team, dot balls are like gold. You're just hoping to bowl as many dot balls as possible.
Correct. These days you get all kinds of phone calls everywhere, phone ringing, and most of them are scam calls. That's airborne. The bowler's going back for it, but I don't think he would have taken that. Did not. Didn't touch it. That's a 200 run coming up. 200 for 5 after 40.1 overs at the crease. Sanjeev, he's got 7 from 6. And Mohammed Majib, he's got 67 now from 104 deliveries. The 200 comes up for the USA over 50s, and they're still motoring along.
I think it's definitely game on here for West Indies.
Yes.
This is looking to be a challenging total. Real scoreboard pressure.
They're going to be running again. From here on in, you would expect that every ball is going to be scored upon.
I think the guys on the circle should be tighter. What do you think? I mean,
You see, you got to be careful because if it passes them, you get 2. So it's better to give away 1 than to give away 2 and 4. That's 4. That's definitely 4. Pulled across the line through a square leg, just past to the left of the umpire, standing at the proper square leg position on the leg side. 4 more.
but if you're not saving the boundaries or the singles, you're in a lot of trouble.
That's right. You got to save one or the other. This one, he couldn't save that. That was pulled across the line to square leg for 4. You know what I think? One is the continents. I think is a very interesting continent. Is the one that we come from, South America. People speak Dutch. They speak English. They speak Spanish. They speak Portuguese.
And ours is the only country that doesn't speak any of those languages. We speak English.
Well, we speak English. I did say English,
Oh,
but
sorry, I didn't.
but what I'm saying is, I know, you know, those are, I suppose, reactions and histories of ownership. Because first it might have been the Portuguese, then the Spanish, or maybe vice versa, then the English, then the Dutch. But all of those have left their mark in the South American continent.
Yes. It actually would make your head spin to try to keep track of the different colonizers who came.
Oh yes,
in the 16th and 17th century.
I'd agree with you with that.
They were just these places were changing hands
very quickly.
You know,
the 16th century, especially
yes.
15th and 1600s. Yes.
And of course, they weren't countries as we know them today. They were mostly just
territories.
Territories with settlements along the rivers.
That's right. Mostly along the rivers.
Yes.
The Amazon, the Demerara, the Essequibo, some of the bigger ones. But we are where we are, politically, financially, economically, looking onward and upward, always. 208 for 5, we've had 41 overs. Azad is now going to be bowling his 5th over. Pull down to backward square leg for 1. That's a 209th run. 209 for 5. 41.1 overs completed so far. Sanchio has come in and immediately decided, whatever happens, I'm going to slash at everything. 13 from 9. Mohammed has played a very good hand here. 70 for 107.
Really good knock.
They're going to be pushing for 2 here. Very, very well run. Very well run. The man at deep mid backward square leg had to come around to maybe a normal orthodox square leg to his left. And by the time he could get there, the 2 batsmen have scooted for 2 more. Sanjeeva and Mohammed, very, very athletic for those 2. This one is hitting the air. It's probably going to stop before it gets to the man at extra cover. But again, they're running.
Yes, we're seeing some of that fatigue set in.
Yep. To 13 for 5. Yes. Fatigue plus not only fatigue, but some injuries too. So to 13 for 5, this has been a very long, very, very long tournament. Each of these teams have played every other day.
Yes.
So you had 4 games in 10 days, plus a final. Very difficult. Very difficult. 4 or 5 games in 10 days.
When I was younger, you know, I always wondered why test players would retire so what I thought was early in their careers.
Because they had no
You know,
income.
35. Well, even in the modern era, they still, you know, you're 35, 36, you're looking to retire. But it was only later I realized that it's not the playing that's challenging, it's the recovery.
Yes.
After you play a test match. Or
Up to
even
about
win a
age
game,
40, your recovery is okay.
you just cannot recover as quickly.
That's right. This is going to go out to long on. They're going to be running 2. At least that was the plan. And then they stopped. Good return. Very good return. So we've had 42 overs. 42 overs, 216 for 5. Another 3 overs to be completed for this innings. That last over. 8 runs. So the acceleration has started. Mohammed has got 71. Sanjeeva 19. 216 for 5. So they are looking, I think, with another 3 overs to go, probably adding another 25, 30. Still, I think 20 runs too few. Instead of being perhaps at 230 now to get to 250, they're 216 for 5 from 42, but their runs are on the board. And regardless of what you think, Zamin has bowled 9 overs, none for 41. Yes, regardless of what you think, those runs are on the board. They got to be made if you're going to win the game. 216 for 5 from 42 overs.
So is there a secret to not kind of falling prey to scoreboard pressure when you come into bat chasing a big score, or does it just take experience, you know, to understand that you have more time? You have more time than you think.
Bat normal. That's the first thing you got to do. Forget about the scoreboard. Once you are at the crease, you could then adjust your participation based on your skill. Loud appeal for an LBW, not out. Umpire did not signal, so that must have been hitting the bat.
Yeah, that looked pretty adjacent, but
There was a big appeal from the wicketkeeper and the bowler, and that looked very straight.
looked very straight.
So must have hit the bat.
The umpire didn't like it.
This
so-
time he's giving him out LBW. Strange, because he seemed to advance anyway. That's Mohammed now. Out. That's Mohammed Majid. He's been out LBW
71.
to Adam for 71. So he's out LBW for 71 to 17 for 6
That was an excellent knock.
from 42.3 overs.
That looked like just a tired shot there. Well, I think every run saved here by West Indies is going to be crucial. I think the difference between, you know, in this game could come down to 5 or 10 runs.
We are in the 43rd over. 217 for 6. It's a good comeback by the West Indies over 50s. At one stage, it was 181 for 4. So 217 for 6, it was 163 for 2 at one stage. So they've come back relatively well. 217 for 6. USA over 50s. Run rate is 5.11, so that's good, more than 5 runs per over. If they could get that up to 6 in the next couple of overs, that'll be good. I doubt they're going to get there. Because to do that, the score has to get to 270. The new batsman is Zubair. And it's immediately off the mark to 18 for 6. Sanjeewa, you were saying the pressure is going to be telling on the fielding team. I agree. These are guys who have been playing cricket now for 10 days. This is the 5th game, I think, for some of the players because they did rotate and everything else. 219 for 6.
I think a lot is going to depend on how they do in the first power
15.
Play, first 15, the batting team.
They're going to be running for 2 here. Very well done. 221 for 6. So the last couple of overs here, 43 gone, 2 more to go. 12 deliveries, legal ones to go. So you were thinking 12 legal deliveries, you're looking for at least 25 runs. A couple of boundaries, a couple of twos. In 12 runs, you should be looking for a 200% purchase, 25 runs.
And you certainly don't want any dot balls.
Certainly don't want any dot balls. I agree with you there. I wonder if Sir Walter Raleigh and them would have come now to the Caribbean and seen cricket being played. A lot of people don't know that the first cricket game actually happened in Connecticut. Did you know that?
Well, there are different accounts of that, you know.
Supposedly, it was played between the English regiment in Canada and the English regiment in the northeast of the United States. It was a Canadian English cricket team playing against an American English cricket team.
You might be absolutely right.
And so they said Canada and the United States played the first cricket game. That is what I've read and heard everywhere.
Well, yeah, I heard the first international game.
Correct.
Canada versus the United States. Not sure it was played in Connecticut. I thought it was played in New York.
No. I thought I understand it was played at Hartford, Connecticut.
Okay.
That's what I read. I might be wrong. I must check it. But I thought that's what I understand. Because I'd gone up there for a cricket event, and it might have been the mayor or somebody of great importance was suggesting that that is what they were told. It was predominantly, of course, by people of English ancestry.
Yeah.
But it was from the regiment in Canada and the regiments in the northeast there in the United States. And so the first international game, quote unquote international, would have been between Canada and the United States, made up maybe 100% of Englishmen. That's bold. Not sure. I think no. It came off the wicketkeeper's pads onto the off stump. The bail came off, but the ball didn't hit the off stump on its way past. I think it just hit the wicketkeeper's pad and rebounded onto the stump. There you go. That's a swipe across the line. He's going to be running 2. Should easily be 2. So we're now at 224 for 6. This is the 44th over. After this one, just another 6 deliveries. So right now, 9 deliveries to go. Should try to get at least 20 runs in that 9 deliveries. This is only going to be 1. There could be a run out here too, but not correctly done. Oh, he misses, and that's going to be 2. Because the return was badly executed. So instead of a run out, 2 extra runs. Vijay is bowling his 6th over. He's got 2 for 47. Quite expensive.
Got away with that one.
Well, there you are. That's your dot ball. So far, we've had 5 deliveries in this over, only 5 runs. So right now, 7 deliveries in this innings to go. Whoom, he gets 1. Probably just going to be 1 because the man at mid-wicket comes around, stops that. 44 overs completed, just the last one to come now. That penultimate over only realized 6 runs, that 44th over. Now the final over to come of this first innings, USA over 50s. This is the final of this Masters tournament. USA over 50. They won the toss, elected to bat first, 227 for 6 they are right now. Sanjeeva's got 22, Zubrain 8. The men out. It was Shahid, 35 for 1. He was run out for 10. Then Rafi made 25 when it was 36 for 2. Kashif made 69 at 169 for 3 when he was dismissed. Fazal made 3, 168 for 4 when he was dismissed. Hamayun made 13, 181 for 5 when he was dismissed, and 37th over, 38 over. And the 6th wicket went down in the 43rd over to 17 for 6 when the mainstay of this innings, Mohammed, was out for 71. 227 for 6.
Well, it looks like Mr. Mohammed is not only excellent at building first-class cricket grounds, he's excellent at predicting scores, because he said when he was here that US should be looking for a score around 230, 235, and they're just about there.
At 227 for 6, this is the last over. You can be running for that, of course. Every ball now you can be running. Azad is bowling his 6th over. He's got 2 for 37. But I think that 235 is a gettable score. Remember, you're going to be facing 270 deliveries. Legal ones, and you might get a couple of more that are wides. That's wiped across the line. But he only gets 1 because he doesn't get hold of it well. There's Sanjeeva. So instead of getting it over mid-wicket or through the mid-wicket region there between that wide long on and the straightish mid-wicket, he just managed to get to mid-wicket directly, gets 1.
I think it's going to be a challenge for West Indies, because if I'm remembering correctly...
Whoom! That's hit hard again to backward square leg.
If I'm remembering correctly, the U.S.
The ball comes back in quickly,
bowling,
just 1 run.
The USA bowling is, I think, slightly better than the West Indies bowling.
Well, we'll see. I promise you we'll see.
At least based on the way the tournament has gone so far. What I've seen of their bowlers.
231 for 6.
It's going to be a challenge for West Indies.
Three deliveries to go in this innings. This is the first innings of the final, featuring West Indies over 50s and USA over 50s. 232 now for 6. Whoom! Again, they can be motoring for 2 here. They're going to get it, I think. A good set of work. The ball does not come in from the outfield well. So, the scorecard is a little bit slow in catching up. That's the end of the innings. So Azad ends up with 2 for 40, 2 for 43. And 24. Sanjeewa ends with 24, not out. And Zubair ends with 14, not out. Total 235 for 6. 235 for 6. From 45 overs. 235 for 6 represents about 5.22. Perhaps not as many as USA over 50s would have expected. But having said that, 235 are already on the board. 235 runs are already on the board.
Definitely. I think it was a really good performance from the U.S. team, by the U.S. team. They started out a little shakily with a couple of runouts in the first 15 overs, but from then on they really paced their innings very well, accelerating all the way through the second 15 overs and then through the third. And I think they've put up, a more than competitive score here.
All right. So. Well, that competitive score is 235 for 6 by the USA over 50s. They won the toss, elected to bat first here at the Moosa Cricket Stadium in this final. And that 235 for 6 came mainly because Mohammed Majid made 71, Kashif made 69, and some good, useful late order hitting by Sanjeewa and Zubair. Sanjeewa made 24, Zubair made 14. They had 2 runouts, but they weathered that well. And in their 45 overs, USA over 50s have gotten to 235 for 6, a run rate of 5.22, 2 wickets for Azad, 2 wickets for Vijay. But overall, I think that the USA over 50s should be relatively pleased with that 235 for 6 after 45 overs. So, at the close of the first innings, after winning the toss and electing to bat first, USA over 50s, they are 235 for 6. We are going to take a short break now, and we should come back to see what reply the West Indies over 50s will be making. 235 for 6, they will need 236 to win. As it is, we are going to go for a short break. We should be back within half an hour or so. Enjoy your lunch. Well, good afternoon again from the Moosa Cricket Stadium. This is now the second delivery of the second innings of this game. We are featuring in this final the West Indies over 50s versus USA over 50s. The scorecards reads simply: USA over 50s made 235 for 6 in their 45 overs. So it means that West Indies over 50s need 236 in their 45 overs at 5.24 runs per over. Their opening batsmen are Ishwar and Rajendra. Ramakishan is the fast bowler, left arm. Ramakishan. He's operating from the northern end. So a big ask here this afternoon for the West Indies over 50s. They've got to get 236 to win in 45 overs.
And they've lost the wicket.
And immediately, Rajendra has been given out LBW for no score. So that's 1 for 1. That's dead. That would have hit middle and leg. So Rajendra's gone immediately.
That's a disastrous start for West Indies. They really needed to have started well here, given the size of the score they're chasing and the need to capitalize on the first power play. But they've lost a quick wicket.
Yep.
With just
1 for 1 over number 1.
Just one run on the board.
Yep, he's gone for no score. So now we're going to have Mr. William Lashley. To do some repair. Some repair work for Mr. William Lashley here. That's a very big blow. We've had 1 over. And it's 1 for 1. Not a good start at all for the West Indies over 50s. The man gone. Rajendra, LBW to Ramesh Kashan.
I was over in the West Indies camp during the break, and they were very confident that they could get this score. But this certainly is not the way to start.
My suggestion was there's a lot of runs. I said that. No, that's hit over the top. There were a lot of shouts for catch it because it was airborne for a long time. May not get into the boundary, doesn't. So they just got 2, but that shot was airborne too. Could probably have been 2 wickets down in 2 overs.
I think West Indies really need Ishwar to come good today. He hasn't really delivered, in the ways expected so far. And he's a very good player.
A lot of runs to get. 235 made by the USA over 50s. I told you, it's already on the board. Bunks and carry. Humayun is the bowler, right arm, bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Ishwar. So a lot of repair work to be done here by William Lashley, and Ishwar Very close. That's very close.
I think he got an inside edge.
I
to that
think
one.
he hit that. I actually think he hit that.
Humayun is getting a little bit of in swing here to the left-hander. So Ishwar's got to be careful not to leave the gap between bat and pad as he comes forward.
On that replay, I didn't think I saw any inside edge.
Yeah, I didn't see it either.
The umpire must have thought that that was a missing leg stump. Whoa.
Close.
Extremely close. The wicketkeeper couldn't believe it. 4 for 1. We're in over number 2. So as I say, welcome back to the Moosa Cricket Stadium. The West Indies over 50s team has got a lot of work to do. They got to get 236 to win this game. 235 for 6 made by the USA over 50s in their 45. So right now the West Indies over 50s need 232 from 43.2 overs, 5.35 run rate required.
I'm happy to see Lashley come in at 3. I thought he was batting a little too low in previous games. And he looks a pretty organized player.
True, but I also think that he's one of those ambitious batsmen, and he plays shots that he ought not to be playing injudiciously, a little bit too early. You know, he has on no helmet or anything. So you got to be careful. He plays with a lot of energy. So we've had 2 overs so far, and a very, very good start here for the USA over 50s. The first over from Ramikishan registered 1 wicket, 1 for 1. And this second one, Humayun had a very, very, very close LBW shout turned down. So now a big, big, big job ahead of West Indies over 60s, and especially the 2 men in the crease now, Ishwar and Lashley, William Lashley.
Yeah, I think the umpire made the right call in that leg before decision because
That was close,
at
boy.
first glance we thought that he might have got an inside edge.
That was very, very, very close.
The umpire probably thought the same.
Bandula and Milroy, the 2 umpires.
And the adage is, as an umpire, if you're not sure, you say not out.
Well, you see,
The benefit goes to the batsman.
but that doesn't work anymore. Today they got decision review system, DRS. Oh, Wasim Akram like. You think the ball is sliding down the leg side and then it swings back across you. And it goes down to slip for a single. Not unlike Wasim Akram. Look at this. Look at this ball. You think it's going to be sliding down the leg and then it comes back into the right-hander away from the left-hander and just goes down to the gully area. I've seen the king of swing operate like that many times. There you go. That would have been plumb dead. At least he got an edge to it. The Ishwar. Well, they're going to have to get runs moving around. Get as many runs as you can with the singles, doubles. Six for 1, looking for 236 to win this game, or West Indies over 50s. Long way to go. 45 overs constitutes 270 deliveries. So if you got to make 236 to win, that's well within that envelope. You just got to bat and bat long. Bat and bat long. All of these batsmen play with a lot of energy though. They're not trying to stop the ball, they're trying to drive the ball. And with that kind of energy in your bat, you could get an inside edge, you could miss the ball altogether and be out LBW. But I'm more particularly worried about the inside edges. Too much energy.
So as a bowler, when you saw a batsman batting like that,
You love it.
were encouraged.
I'm pitching the ball up, definitely pitching the ball up. If I get a batsman batting like that, I'm pitching the ball up, trying to get some inward movement, hoping that he drives away from his pads. I've had batsmen out like that. I think I had my Gattin out like that in a test match at the Oval in 1980. I got, I think, 3 or 4 wickets very quickly. Oh, and I came off the field. You asked me about injury. I came off the field in that last test match. But I didn't have a pull muscle
So why did you come off?
because I couldn't feel my left leg. It was as if I was running on air. I was airborne. I couldn't feel both of my legs.
That is weird.
Very weird. Because I told them I don't feel any pain. But I don't know where I'm running. I can't feel my legs. And I think I ended up with 3 for 10 or 4 for 10. But couldn't finish the innings.
So what was the diagnosis when you...
No diagnosis. I think that was the start. That was 1980. And I remember I told you that I had a disc in 1982, 83. That could well have been the start of that eventual prognosis. Because as I said, I didn't feel any pain. I just didn't have control of my legs. So I couldn't know when I was running. I felt as if I was sitting down. What I found out eventually was that because of my action, the L4 or L5 extension from the main backbone spine going on into my legs was being squeezed every time I bowl. And it registered sometimes in my knees, but in that instance in 1980 at the Oval, there was no pain at all. I just couldn't feel my legs. So if I can't control my legs, I can't run into bowl. See, there's the extra energy in the shot. Now, there's no way you're going to hit that shot with that amount of energy unless you want to score. But that was not a ball to be scored from. It's pitched just short of a good length, outside off stump. It's a good shot. He will get 1. Good fielding. Very good fielding by the USA over 60s, correcting over 50s. You had said it, you know. You have actually said it, that these guys are a little bit more sprightly in the field, the USA over 50s. Their bowling is a little bit better. You said that too. I'm not sure their batting is better, but they managed 235, which is not a bad score. Which is not a bad score. Anything over 200 runs is a good score for me.
Definitely a challenging score. Definitely enough to create that infamous scoreboard pressure.
Wow,
We always
that
talk
last
about-
delivery was something else. Just came in from outside off stump. Probably would have been cleaning up leg stump. A lot of swing. We're seeing from Humayun. A lot of swing into the left-hander. So a lot of focused batting required here by the West Indies over 50s. They already lost the wicket, 7 for 1. Rajendra out LBW for no score of the bowling of Ramakishan, the man operating now from that northern end. Left arm over. Swing. Slash down to third man. Might get 1. Lashley is going to be running for second. Decides not against it. Ram is a tall, spindly man. And I'm sure Just being left-handed alone tells him he wants to be like Wasim Akram. Doesn't matter your nationality. Wasim Akram, best swing bowler the world has ever seen. The king of swing. Reverse.
Oh, I loved watching him operate.
Oh, unbelievable. Wakar and Wasim. In their prime, incredible fast bowlers. Wakar. Reverse swing, outside off stump, hitting leg stump, out LBW, toe crushers. Yes, sir. Even as a former fast bowler, you sit down there and you tremble when you see these guys are bowling. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. And they were so easy. You know, easy in the eyes, as if they're not trying.
Especially Wasim.
Wasim, just ambles of zoom.
Yeah.
Outswinger, zoom. Leg cutter, zoom. In swinger. As if nothing is happening, but the guy's arm is unbelievable.
He had a very quick arm.
Yes, very quick arm action. You talk about arm action for the West Indies, the best and quickest arm action I've ever seen, Malcolm Marshall.
Malcolm Marshall.
Because again, he didn't run from that far initially. As he got older, he extended his run. But he was very good arm action. And then Wasim later on. Wow. Quick. Gladstone Small.
He had a quick
Playing
action.
for England. Quick arm action. You know, fast bowlers, you expect them to
Wind up.
extend and
Yeah.
wind up. No, they just came in and bowled. You know, Colin Croft, Wayne Daniel, a big wind up before you. You know, I had a double wind for that matter. My hand went over twice before the ball came over. So we've had 5, 10 for 1. Very good start here by the USA over 50s. Not only have they gotten to 235 in their 45 overs, thanks mainly to Mohammed Majid, who made 71, and Kashif, who made 69. At one stage, they were 36 for 2, and then 163 for 3. So good partnership between those two. Eventually, all out, well, not all out, all overs complete, 235 for 6. This partnership here has got to be very productive for the West Indies over 50s. They've got to see these first 15 overs out. Remember, we have 3 segments of 15 overs in the 45. After 15, there's a water break. Come in for a couple of minutes, toilet break, get something to drink, and then again at 30 overs, and then going on to the last. By 30 overs, you might know how things are going for West Indies over 50s. Right now, it's going swimmingly well for the USA over 50s. This is the 6th over. It's 11 for 1. It's a good drive. That's probably going to be 1. There's going to be 2. Might even eke out for 3 or 4. Could be 3. Because Lashley is coming to the non-striker's end. Actually coming to the striker's end now.
That's a good shot.
Good shot by Ishwar. You're the one who said it's time for him to come good.
Yes, and I'm seeing good signs from him. He's not trying to power the ball; he's stroking it. You know, and that's a good sign.
Some good work in the outfield there. Amazing, you know, these guys have played so much cricket in the last 10 days. And they still have energies and flexibilities to be able to get that before it got to the boundary. This is a good partnership developing here. 1 for 1 when the first wicket went down. Rajendra LBW to Ramakishan, bowling from that northern end. palpably out LBW. Very close shout for Ishwar, this next over. But he's still there. Lashley spunks that into the extra cover region, no run. See what I mean about energy? The ball gets to the fieldsman so quickly that they can't get a run. That's what I mean. He hits the ball too hard. Because every time he hits the ball, he thinks it should go through the space for 4.
He's not stroking it, he's
But
lashing it.
that's right. You got to get through the spaces to think 4. Hitting the ball hard doesn't mean that it's going to get for 4. There you go. It gets down to mid-off so quickly that there's no run. So he's hit that ball hard 4 times out of the last couple of deliveries, 3 times actually. And he didn't get any run. 4 runs from that last over. We've had 6. It's 14 for 1.
Yes, looking at the West Indies senior team, you also see a lot of that.
Yeah, the present West Indies senior team
West
playing
Indies
against
team.
England and everybody else this year and last year, of course.
Because they're notorious for accumulating dot balls.
Correct.
Driving the ball
They
straight
hit
to
the ball
fielders.
too hard. They don't look for the spaces. They look for the boundaries. But you can't hit 236 runs in boundaries. Nobody could. You got to get 2s. You got to get 1s. Finesse the bowling into the spaces.
Dropping and running. And
Corral the bowling. A dab here. A tap there. I remember seeing Stephen Camash and Roy Fredericks batting for Guyana. Roy Fredericks is a quote-unquote ball beater.
Yes.
Ball comes up to him, slash, bang, wallop. And Camash will just caress it to mid-wicket and come to. And I think that's why they were so successful for Guyana, those two. Because they contracted both easily. That's slammed back over the bowler for 4. Pitched up on the off stump. And Ishwar did not make a mistake. I think this one was premeditated. Look at this. He's waiting. He knows it's going to come up. Woodum. That looked to me as if he said, well, look, this one is going. I don't care where it's bowled. And it did go. Back past the bowler. 4 more. 18 for 1. This is over number 7. Then you have the classical brutality, if you want to call it that, of Rohan Kanai coming after that. Because it was seriously classical, but scored at a tremendous rate. Ran everything. Caught, drove. Unbelievable. Then again, after that, if you get down that far, you have Alvin Kalichiran, then Basil Butcher, then Clive Lloyd, then Joe Solomon. That was Guyana's batting lineup. And that was a good batting lineup, boy. What? In the 60s? Really nice. Yep, that was Guyana's. And then a wicketkeeper. The wicketkeeper was either Jeff Murray, who was my senior traffic controller at the airport when I went there in 1973, or after that, Milton Paidana and Stephen Bamfield afterwards. But in the 60s, yes, or sometimes Ovid Glasgow, who was, I think, a assistant commissioner of police or senior superintendent of police. There's a lot of good cricketers.
It's interesting you talk about that. I mean, even though we had all those fine stroke players, I mean, Jamaica had Lawrence Rowe and Morris Foster and all those guys who stroked the ball.
That could be 2. Like, I don't think it's going to run to the boundary, so there can be 2 here through square leg. This is the 4th ball.
The West Indies cricket culture still kind of celebrates batsmen who quote-unquote beat the ball.
But we had a lot of finesse cricketers.
Even though we had those.
Yes. Conrad Hunt used to hit the ball along the ground with such class.
When the guys gather
When I first saw him bat.
When the guys got around the street corner talking about cricket, they talk about the guys who beat the ball. They don't
like who?
Necessarily. Well, in recent times, Chris Gale, Lloyd.
I don't know that Clive Lloyd was a ball beater. He hit the ball hard. But I don't know that I would say that that's the end of that over. That's the end of the 7th over. 20 for 1. Richards was not what I would call a ball beater.
When he wanted to, he could be.
Richards was confident, semi-arrogant, maybe even fully arrogant, depending on who you talk to. He used to force himself on the fielding team, make them notice him. But I don't know that Viv Richards was a ball beater. I think what Viv Richards did is hit himself out of trouble sometimes. And secondly, he knew that the opposition were frightened of him before he came to bat. He knew that. And so immediately, you know that Viv Richards is saying, well, look, you scared of me. I'm going to show you a few things. 2 big 4s, 2 big 6s, and they back off. It's interesting, you know, in the regional cricket, I played against all of them and they never got runs against me. I got them out, all of them, because I never backed off either. The guys who got runs against me were the guys who, as I said, Basil Williams got 100. Lawrence Rowe got 100 in the first Shell Shield game I played against Jamaica, 1972. Got my revenge in 1981, 82-ish, when I played against them again in Shell Shield. Of course, I played against them in Shell Shield in between, but got them out quickly. Or Vince Shillingford, I used to get them out. I got all of them out the same way. It's just like they are aggressive, I am aggressive too. You know? That's nicely caressed the mid-off. Got to hustle though. Got to hustle because the fieldsman fell down, but that could have been close had he hit it directly. But you're right. I mean, if you look at the West Indies cricket team now, Craig Brathwaite, the captain, he's not a ball beater. He's an accumulator. He places the ball in the spaces. He gets 1s, he gets 2s, occasionally an expansive drive.
But I'm not sure he gets the respect. I mean, like
he doesn't, and he's a good batsman. That's right. Yeah. Because we want people like you, the aforementioned Chris Gayle, I suppose, who, if you come up, is buff. Yeah. Even though when Chris Gayle played Test cricket, he didn't bat like that.
He's very judicious.
Correct. He batted very properly and just played and 1, 2, a couple of boundaries, and then, but it's the T20 influence, you know. Held bent for leather, slash, bang, wallop. That's a good shot. That could be 4. It will be 4. Timing and placement, perfectly done. The man at mid-on probably thought he had a chance, dived to his right, couldn't collect. Look at that. Nice placement, just to the left of the bowler. There's where mid-on, just diving to his right, couldn't get there, and the timing was good. The placement was even better. Speed off the bat down to the long on boundary 4. 27 for 1.
Yeah, these two are not doing too badly in this first power play. I think they're probably ahead of where the USA were at the same same stage.
But I don't know if they bat as deeply as the USA over 50s. Slashed for 1. Yeah, I mean, when I first looked at Test cricket, 1965, Conrad Hunt opened the batting, I think, with Charlie Davis. Not Charlie Davis, Brian Davis. The 2 Davis brothers from Trinidad and Tobago played for the West Indies at the time. Opened with Brian Davis. And then I think in 1968, the opening batsmen were Stephen Camash and Simon Nurse. Simon Nurse opened the batting because they had to find an opening batsman. Roy Fredericks, I think, was not 100%. Conrad Hunt had stopped playing by then, 1968. We've had 8 overs, 29 for 1. So they put Simon Nurse to open the batting so that a batting space could open at the bottom. So you had Camash, Nurse, Kanai, Kalicharan, Sobers, Lord Sobers. Sometimes you might have Foster if he's playing, or maybe Charlie Davis. Then you have the wicket keeper, who at that time was Desmond Lewis, 1968, or maybe even Mike Finlay. Desmond Lewis played in 1971 against the Indians, I remember. I can't remember if he played in 68. And then the bowlers came. Lance Gibbs would be one of them. Wes Hall would be one of them. And then two other fast bowlers, either Prof Edwards or Charlie Griffith. Lester King from Jamaica. Grayson Shillingford from Dominica. One of those. Because Lance Gibbs had to play and Sobers had to play. Sobers were about 15 cricketers in one. He could do everything. Bowl fast, bowl slow, left arm orthodox, left arm unorthodox. Chinaman googly until he had problems with his shoulder. Ramakishan, excuse me.
I really like the way that Ishwar is getting into his innings here.
Yeah, you're an Ishwar fan. You're the one who said he needs some runs. 21 from 30 so far. 31 for 1. The West Indies over 50s. Yeah, so the batting with Simon Nurse opening the batting, a space was left down at the bottom. Some of the best batting I've seen in my whole career. That's a big shout for a caught behind. The umpire is unmoved. The wicketkeeper is imploring that he should give that. Maybe they're trying to con the the umpire then, because the wicketkeeper definitely was shouting with the bowler. How about that? And it looks like the ball missed the bat by a long way. White ball called to add a little bit of insult to injury. 1968 at Border. Rohan Kanai and Garfield Sobers. Sobers got 152, Kanai 150 exactly. The grass at Border became green. Well, it started green, it became brown. Unbelievable. Oh, that is down to third man for 1 run. But batsmanship at its best.
They were awesome players of spin.
I'm telling you.
Can I use this feet to spin? I haven't seen any
finesse
modern batsman chip
and get to the pitch,
stroke the ball,
drive the ball through extra cover, mid off, cover point, as if nobody, those guys just used to. I think they used to bat just by instinct. I think they knew by instinct how well they could bat. I don't think you could train anybody to bat like that. I mean, Kanna was playing in England at Warwickshire, and Clive Lloyd was playing at Lancashire. Sobers was playing at Nottinghamshire. I think there's another thing that we mentioned in the last, when we were doing commentary. Somebody asked me why it is that the West Indies don't produce as well as they did in the 70s and 80s. Well, because they don't play enough first-class cricket. It's as simple as that. I'm not talking about the last 2 years with COVID-19. We've had 9 overs, 34 for 1. But in the 60s, 70s, 80s, as recently as the 1990s, most of the West Indian cricketers, first-class cricketers who played in the test team were playing in a county. But the counties will not take you if you're averaging 20 as a batsman, or if you're getting 1 for 40 every time you bowl in a first-class game. So people keep complaining that they don't play county cricket anymore. But before you could go and be selected to play counties, you have to produce. Hence, T20s, you have Pollards, and Sunil Narayan, etc., etc. Those guys got runs and wickets in the first Champions Trophy when they played in South Africa, I think it was. And were runner-up. I think they lost to, might be Australia, 2006. Trinidad and Tobago had won the West Indies T20s, and they had represented the Caribbean in that tournament.
You talk to a lot of West Indians, and they seem to believe that there was some sinister plot.
There's no plot
by the English to not allow West Indians to play county cricket anymore because the West Indies were,
No, that's not
England.
True. So some of the West Indian cricketers right now play county, They play in the 100 overs series, or they play sometimes for counties, but no continuous thing. Not like the 3.5 months that we had Remember too, county cricket in England operates the same time when the IPL operates nowadays. And I'm going to ask you this: if you're a cricketer, and they ask you to go to the IPL, which is highly lucrative to the player, or go and play 4 months of county cricket, which one are you going to?
Well, I think we're seeing an illustration of that right now with South Africa playing Bangladesh.
Correct.
And they have lost their top bowlers, Rabada and
Correct.
Ngidi and a few others.
You think they want to play for South Africa, but it's a lot more money playing in whatever team they're playing in the IPL.
I thought it was interesting because the captain, Bavuma, explicitly asked them
not to play,
not to
go.
play IPL.
That's right. So the cricketer is looking after his welfare. Yeah. But when we went to Kerry Park in 1978, we were banned for doing exactly the same thing. You know, you don't go through all the politics. It's a waste of time. You're beating your head against a wall. But I saw South Africa. Yeah, South Africa are having serious problems with their premier bowlers at that. Yes. Going to the IPL to bowl 4 overs every other day or every 3 days.
Yeah, I think it's Rabada, Ngidi, Nake, maybe 1 or 2 others.
You know, they claim they're playing a lot of cricket. They're not playing a lot of cricket. The IPL has 60 games. If you play all of them, you will have bowled 240 overs, and nobody's going to play all those games because it's a rotation. So I would have thought, I don't know this for a fact, that every team probably plays 20 games, maybe a little bit more, 25. So let's say you're a bowler. You might bowl, this is the 10th over coming to an end. You might end up bowling in 25 games by 4. That's 100 overs you've bowled in 7 weeks. Well, if I played county cricket, I'll bowl 100 overs in 7 days. You see the difference? Because every game you play in county cricket, you are going to bowl, as a bowler, probably somewhere between 15 and 35 overs per innings.
And you make a lot less money doing it.
Oh, the money is not the problem. There was no money. The point I'm making is, yes, county cricket had a little bit of extra money, but it was about learning to play cricket. Right? Yes, these guys went to play the IPL instead of playing for South Africa. I hear nobody scream. Because that's now the norm. You know? It's just absurd. I am glad they're making money. I've maintained international cricketers are not, I repeat again, a third time, not making the kind of money they ought to be making. Not. None of those guys playing in the IPL, they're playing, let's say they're playing 25 games. None of them are getting £100,000 a week. Footballers at Manchester United get that. And they're not playing for England. Some of them get much more than that. But there is nobody playing in the IPL who gets £100,000 a week for 7 weeks. Well, they might be. In truth, they might be.
The top players.
The top players.
Yeah.
But the average player is not going to get £100,000 a week. Or per game, I should say. Not per week, per game. Not per week, per game. So if you play 25 games at £100,000, that's what? £2,500,000.
Yep.
Right. Well, everybody in England who plays in the Premier League gets £40,000 a week, minimum. Minimum. And some of them, all they do is turn up. Nobody knows their names.
They're bench players.
They play for clubs like Leicester or Wolverhampton Wanderers. They're not playing for England, but their average salary is no less than £50,000 a week. And that's a wide call. That's why I always say the cricketers are badly underpaid. Because even the top cricketers don't make $7 and $8 and $10 million a year playing in one competition. The footballers in the EPL do that.
And I guess what you're saying also is that the cricket revenues can support much higher.
There's a loud appeal there. I think that was Arun's first over.
Yes, Arun is keeping the ball outside the off stump.
This is his first over, Arun. Medium doublers. A little out swing.
I'm not happy with Lashley's guard.
Well, that's what. No, I am not.
He's standing outside leg stump.
Lashley's problem is he thinks that every ball should go to the boundary. If it works, he gets away with it. He got away with it in the last game.
He's not getting close enough to the ball.
Now he's playing a little differently. Maybe his partner said, look, let's take our time and get through this thing. They got 15 overs, 39 for 1. At 15 overs, USA over 50 or 53 for 2.
I guess his trigger, he does come across and cover the stumps before the bowler delivers.
You know, I look at the NFL and I see the only word I could use is absurd contracts. A guy's playing for the NFL now, they get beaten up badly. I will give you that. They've changed a few of the rules so they don't get beaten up as badly as, say, 30 years ago. When I started looking at the NFL in 1980s, that's 40 years ago or so, 81, 82, they used to get hurt real bad. You know, when you finish, we got maybe 10, 12 surgeries, and you might have
lots of concussions.
10, 15 million dollars in the bank, but you got concussions, you could barely walk. I think they're trying to change that kind of protocol now. But the guys in the NFL, the average guys in the NFL, the poorest paid is probably $1 million a year. And those are not the quarterbacks or the wide receivers, those are, or the running backs, those are maybe the linemen, the big boys. Nobody talks about them. They might get $1 million, $2 million a year, right? Some of the quarterbacks get $7, $10 million a year, you know, $34 million for 3 years, that kind of stuff. Absurd money. But they will tell you, well, it's the market.
Right.
You know, the United States is the biggest market in sport. And then if they export it like they do to China, to Europe, to Africa, the NFL is becoming very big in Europe. Several games have been played in England. I think they're going to be playing a few games in the next season coming up in Mexico, in the United Kingdom. They might be playing some in Germany, if COVID allows and if the war allows that.
Yeah.
New bowler, High Manchu, left arm orthodox.
Manchu. So Lashley and Ishwar have dug in here and are going along quite well. 41 off 11.
Well, as I said, the USA over 50s had 53 for 2 after 15, so they're 41 for 1. So they probably could get to that, at least to 53 in 15. They still got a couple of overs and a couple of balls of this over. 3 overs to go after this one. So they could, once they bat properly.
Oh no.
It hit the ground first. I think it hit the ground and then it's boot. But you see what I mean about the energy? Look at this. He's trying to hit the ball across the line towards long on. There. That hit the ground, then it hit the boot and then went up. That's better. That's way better. See the dab, you get a single. Cricket is a simple game, you know. All you got to do is have a little bit of common sense.
I don't like the way he's standing outside like stumping his guard. Lashley.
Well, he's comfortable. I don't worry too much about guards.
But he's having trouble reaching the ball, said Austin.
See, it's like people saying Chandler Paul looks ugly. Well, he might have looked ugly to you. To him, it works. So it's neither here nor there to me. If he's comfortable with it, go on with it. All I want is production. Shiv Chandler Paul has made what? Over 10,000 test runs? Mm-hmm. He's got, I think, the fastest test 100 for a West Indian. That's a surprise in itself. Arun continues. Arun T. So how you look has nothing to do with it. It's when you hit the ball, the correctness of ball hitting bat directly under the eyes. And Chandler Paul is perfect with that. But I don't care how you look. I just want you to produce, bowler or batsman. If you're comfortable bowling that way and you don't get hurt, then keep going. That's really come off the edge. It's gone down to third man. They're going to look for two. Probably should have been looking for three. There you go. Ishwar is now going to speed up. That's bad running. That was already 2 runs from the time it went down to third man. They ought to have been looking for 3.
Yes, totally agree.
This is why I get irritated about looking at batsmen. He starts speeding up when he recognizes that the guy has misfielded on the second run. The third one is already gone. It's not available anymore. Well, William Lashley is now batting, in my mind, the way he ought to be batting. Is trying to play properly. When the ball deserves to be stopped in front, he does that. That one's a full toss, give him a spank up to long off. It's a single. But I think that this partnership, now you're the man who nominated Ishwar today for some scores. Because according to you, he's not scored very well. Well, nothing wrong with scoring in the final.
Yeah, and based on what I saw of him in previous games, he's obviously a good player. But he just had been hitting the ball straight to fielders, at least in the game that I saw. And, not, as you were saying, not playing with soft enough hands and rotating the strike.
This is all to play for. This is a final here.
And he was also looking a little impatient in previous games. He looks more patient today.
Yeah, this is a final. After this one, that's a no ball, I think.
It's a free hit.
It's a free hit. No ball. It looks like he's gone over the line.
No, I think he knocked the bails off.
Oh. All right. Yes, he did hit the bail. That's interesting. I don't remember seeing that anywhere. Okay, so that's a free hit. It's gone right up. He's dropped it. Didn't really matter. He would not have been given out. Or was it? Hold on. What's going on here? If that was a free hit, how could that be the end of the over?
No, because the ball is a legitimate ball. The free hit ball is a legitimate ball.
Yes, you're right. No. He said it was called a no ball.
Right.
Right? And then he suggested a free hit for the next delivery.
So once it's a no ball, you have to re-bowl it.
Correct, but it's a free hit.
But the only thing that changes is that you can't get out.
Correct.
Off it, except run out. So it counts.
No, it counts. So it's my mistake. I agree. 49 for 1. 49 for 1. Free hit. See? I don't know everything. I make mistakes like everybody else. 50 for 1.
Well, I was telling you earlier that I did complete my level 1 umpiring training, so at least something
Over number 14.
something stuck.
Wonderful. So continue, man. Come and do the level 2, level 3 even. So somebody listening will probably say, but look, Colin Croft made a mistake. Well, I know that. So what? Everybody makes mistakes. Whoom! That's gone up in the air. That's gone down to mid-wicket. He might get 1. They're pushing for 2. That should have been 2. We're in over number 14, 51 for 1. Remember, at 15 overs, USA over 50 had 53 for 2.
I think we're in for an exciting finish here.
You think
Because,
so, huh?
because it looks pretty neck and neck at this stage, doesn't it?
You think so, huh?
It's looking pretty neck and neck.
I think it's going to be a lot about the wickets that fall. Not so much the runs, but the wickets. This is the last over to come now. 14 completed. We've had 14, 52 for 1. In 15 overs, the USA over 50 had 53 for 2. So if West Indies over 50s could complete this, last over here, and not lose a wicket, they would be a little bit ahead.
Well, let's see how the West Indian batsmen handled the middle 15, because that's when we saw
That's
the
right.
US guys accelerate.
Correct. 71 runs they scored in that.
You know, they ran hard between the wickets. They really began to push. So
Yep. 71 runs. They moved from 53 to 124.
So did you play against Peter Lashley, or was he before your
No,
time?
he was before my
your
time.
Yeah.
Hard man to get out. I'm glad I didn't play against him.
That was an awesome Barbadian lineup back in those days.
Oh, yes. Conrad Hunt,
Bino, Lashley,
Robin Bino, Peter Lashley, Seymour Nurse, Garfield Sobers, Royal Branker,
yeah.
David Allen, the wicket keeper, David Holford, Prof Edwards, Wes Hall, Charlie Griffith. That's the whole team. Unbelievable. Oh, I think all of those that I just called, they played Test cricket.
I don't think
Branker played, but all the rest did. So there you go. Awesome.
There was another guy who played for Barbados in that time who went on to play Masters cricket for years in the Netherlands. He was a batsman.
Emerson Trotman?
Not Trotman. Before Trotman.
Nolan Clark.
Nolan Clark.
Yep, you got that right. That was in the 70s Nolan Clark came out. That's right.
He's another good player.
No ball called again. And again, a free,
If I
free
remember
hit.
correctly, Nolan Clark captained the Netherlands.
Yes, played a lot for them, maybe 10 years. Lived there, used to play professional cricket there on the matting and then on the turf. And then, yes, I think migrated and lived there. I think he still lives there. Yep, Nolan Clark. Remember seeing him at Border 2. Very good in the field. Extremely good. Diving here, there, and everywhere.
piece of fielding there.
So, we've had 15 overs, first break of this innings now. 15 overs completed, 55 for 1. So, according to your estimation, Mr. Keith Lawrence, you were right. 55 for 1 definitely is ahead of 53 for 2. 53 for 2 is where the USA over 50s were at 15 overs. But overall, the USA over 50s made 235 for 6. So the West Indies over 50s, they got to get 236. They now need 181 from 180 legal deliveries, 30 overs, 6.03. So you call that 6. Should be relatively easy if they continue doing this. However, a couple of wickets here, a couple of wickets there, and suddenly USA over 50 will come back into this game. Your assessment of the first 15?
Well, Mr. Croft, I think we're in for a treat here. I think the West Indies guys are certainly up for a fight, and I think they looked on keenly at what the U.S. batting team did, and I think they're set to try to do the same. So it's all going to come down to fall of wickets. If they can keep wickets in hand, you know, in this second 15 overs, I think they're in with a good shot at pulling this off.
Wonderful. So West Indies over 50s did lose 1 wicket. That was Rajendra LBW to Ramakishan. He made no score. 1 for 1 it was then. But they've now survived to 55 for 1. Ishwar has got 29 from 42. William Lashley has got 19 from 49. West Indies over 50s. In this first break, after 15 overs, 55 for 1. We'll be back shortly.
went out. We went to another room. He came and sit down in the group also. So I see Masood out there standing up, not coming to join. Not knowing the guy had it positive.
So we're back. The West Indies over 50s team resuming at 55 for 1. This is over number 16 now. My name is Colin Croft. With me today is Mr. Keith Lawrence, an over 60s guy who plays up in the Connecticut area. This is the 16th over being bowled, 56 for 1.
As I like to say, my age now is way higher than my batting average.
Huh. I don't worry about my age. I'm 69 years old. I want another 69 now. As I keep telling people, I'm waiting for somebody to invent a serum that when I drink it, let's say I drink it at 71 years old, I live double that, 142. Who knows? It might happen. Do you know how much technology has happened in the last 20 years? One of the officials of the USA team, the manager, just came in to see us.
Mr. Buffon is there.
All right. So he just came in and he said he was enjoying or reminiscing of some of the older guys of the 60s and 70s. Of course, he is from...
He's from Montserrat.
Montserrat. Yes. One of my favorite places of playing in the Caribbean. The 16th over is complete. Montserrat. The cricket ground there. Fastest pitch I've ever played in the Caribbean.
Okay. I've never been to Montserrat.
I'm trying to remember the name. It's not... I must be getting old. I've forgotten the name now. But it was in Montserrat. And we played there in 1977 against the Combined Islands. Same thing again. It always happens to me. I get 4 or 5 wickets. I was driven back past the bowler. The man at long on did a very good save. So that only became 2 to Mr. Lashley instead of 4. Good save down at long on. We hit that with a lot of energy. Arun is continuing. Zoom, back past the bowler, down to long on.
I think we're starting to see the greater intent and urgency.
Correct.
In the second 15. Let's see if they can sustain it.
Yes, but the the Leeward Islands had a lot of cricketers in that time too who ought to have played for the West Indies. People like Jim Allen.
Well, as I told you, I did spend a little bit of time in Antigua.
That's right.
And so I was able to rub shoulders with some of those.
Whoom, that's gone.
Some of those guys.
That's a big shot. Down to mid-wicket. That's gone. It's 4. So I think these guys have come out now with the intent of getting on with things. 15 overs for 55 they were. 55 for 1 after 15. 53 for 2. The USA over 15s were. So USA over 50s added 71 runs in the overs between 16 and 30. In that 15 over period, they added 71 runs to end up at 124 for 2. After 30 overs, these guys are probably going to try to get there quickly. It's 65 for 1 now from 17 overs. Grove Park or Shore Park in Montserrat? I'll check it. But it was the quickest pitch I've ever played in the Caribbean. That ball was coming up to the wicket keepers, generally up to his waist. If you put anything to it, it's to the chest. And this is 1977. Colin Croft is firing like a You know, a RB211 engine from Rolls Royce. Power, speed, papa. I wasn't playing with the West Indies yet, so you're trying to impress. That's going to be one. Victor Eddy.
Yes.
Another all-rounder who could have played for the West Indies. Played for the West Indies youth team. I think 1974, 78, around those times. 82, same time around the time with people like Timur Mohammed from Ghana.
Sebastian.
Lockhart Sebastian, that's correct. And Hugo.
Well, Hugo is from Antigua.
Well, he was from Antigua, but Antigua and Barbuda, like to call the full name. But went to school in Barbados, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yes. And so he used to play for Barbados. He actually played for Barbados in the youth tournaments, some of the youth tournaments. Because in those days, the combined islands were not in the youth tournaments. So I remember when we brought second in the youth tournament in 1971 in Jamaica. It was held in Jamaica that year. For us, the gift of bringing second was stopping in Dominica and Grenada, I think, on the way back to Guyana. Interesting things used to happen in West Indies cricket then. Yes, I think it's Grove Park. Munster. Yeah, Jim Allen got 150 against us in that game. He was dropping, he had not. By Guyana's wicketkeeper, Lonsdale Skinner. Yep, he had replaced Milton Paidana for that series. He had been playing for Surrey, and the Guyana selectors dropped him, dropped Paidana and brought him in. But the one thing that Skinner was a good wicketkeeper, but he wasn't accustomed to the bunks of the Caribbean. And normally, especially when you're playing in the combined islands, either the Windwards or the Leeward Islands, in those days, all of the pitches were fast. St. Kitts, Anguilla, bouncy and fast. You know, Dominica, Green Top, Botanic Gardens in Dominica. Not where they play now. The Botanic Garden is brilliant. Remember one time the Leeward Islands beat beat Guyana at the Botanic Gardens. I remember the commentators saying, who ran into both? I think it was Sidney Matthews. And Irving Shillingford drove him through extra cover. Roy Fredericks is after that one. He could run from here to Guyana. He will not stop that. That's for brilliant commentary. Yeah, the Botanic Gardens, man. Now they play at Warner Park in Dominica, but the Botanic Gardens is where you used to play first. Very picturesque. You know, the Botanic Gardens in Guyana were similar, and a big cricket ground in the middle. Very, very beautiful. Dominica. The Emerald Isle is Dominica. But no, the Leeward Islands were fantastic. I think it's Grove Park. Oh, that's slammed. But he might only get one because it's gone all the way down to Long On quickly. 71 for one. Ishwar has moved to 37, 38 now from 54. 25 to William Lashley from 56. This partnership, 71, it was 1 for 1 when USA over 50 got their first and only success so far this innings. Rajendra LBW2. Ramakishan, he'd made no score. It was 1 for 1. Well, now it's 72 for 1 over number 18. See? I know I'll have my parks confused. Sturge Park was Montserrat. Grove Park is Nevis. I played with both of them. So there you go. Warner Park is in Dominica. A lot of parks in the Caribbean. Sturge Park, lightning quick. I mean really quick. You know, Sabina Park was quick. Sturge Park, magnificent. Magnificent. Yes, boy. Those were the days, you know. I'm going to try to see if I could get some information from ESPN Cricket Info on that special game at Sturge Park. You have all of these things, you know. There's one thing about it. They have archives on the ESPN. I don't know how much you refer to ESPN, but they have all of these things.
Check my scores every
And
day.
they go back all the years. I think that was 1976. 77 might have been. Let's see what they got here. I'll put 76, 77 and see. See what I get out of it. West Indies domestic season 1976-77. And then of course you have, I know what I want. A different place, Moy. Different time, West Indies cricket in those days. Very different time. Zubair is into the attack. He's been bowling. This is his first over.
Yes, he looks like an off spinner.
$75 for one. We're in the 19th over.
I think it looks like a very similar situation here. The bowlers, once the opening bowlers came off,
Then the rest
other
become
bowlers don't
relatively
seem-
easy.
Yeah, they don't seem particularly threatening. So it seems like it's all up to the West Indies batsmen to keep going. There's nothing threatening in the bowling.
West Indian domestic season 1976-77. Shell Shield. Combined Islands versus Guyana at Plymouth. Yes, sir. Lockhart Sebastian. Opening the batting with Michael Kamash, Jim Allen, Irvin Shillingford, Victor Eddy, Norbert Phillip, Michael Finlay was the captain and wicketkeeper, Derek Parry, Grayson Shillingford, Elequimido Willett, and Hugh Gore. That was the Combined Islands team. All out 350, Jim Allen made 150. Well, I got 4 for 81 from 21, not so bad. Not so bad, old boy. And then West Indies went, correction, Guyana, when we batted, we were bowled out for, it doesn't say, 194. Yep. Grayson Shillingford got 4. Hugh Gore got 1. Norbert Phillip got 5. Wonderful. I think he got 5th in the first innings too, if I could remember.
He was a very competitive guy.
Yep. Yeah, he got 5th and then he was bowled by Croft. 51. Norbert Phillip, again, he's another one who suffered from Holding, Roberts, Garner, Croft, Marshall syndrome. They'd play in 1978 when they had the 2 sets of West Indies teams playing the first 2 test matches against Australia. And then the Kalichiran led teams played the last 2 test matches. Somebody down to third man here. We are at over number 19, 78 for 1. Yeah, but he did also tour India.
Yeah, you may remember I told you that I saw a tussle between you and him at Border.
Ah, yeah. Guyana won that game. That was the same year, 1977, 78.
You were bowling faster and faster, and he was hitting it harder and harder.
Yep.
And if I'm not mistaken, there were some verbals exchanged.
But of
between
course.
you two.
Of course. You have to have verbals exchange. That's part and parcel of the thing. Pro jobs must pass. Of course. Nothing against the guy. It's a heat of battle. I remember it came down to the last, I must find that game too. It came down to the last over where Combined Islands needed probably 8 runs.
This is a big hit by Lashley. Oh.
He's gone.
Not big enough.
He's gone.
Well caught on the boundary.
It's a big hit. You're correct. Not big enough. That's a big blow. William Lashley is gone for 30. $78 for 2. We are in over number 20. The second wicket went down for USA over 50s. Second wicket went down at 36 for 2 and over number 9, but that's a big blow.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first shot that Lashley has tried to hit over the top.
The job is not yet done.
And he perished. He's hitting everything else along the ground.
Job not yet done. You know, Viv Richards as captain would have told him that when he came into the dressing room with the accompanying progerbs. Viv Richards would have said something about that too. This is a replay of that incident. Whop. See? Now, he thinks it's gone for 6. The man has made a long on. So, Himanshu gets the wicket.
Well, let's see if this results in a break in momentum. When the U.S. team were in a similar situation, the new batsman came in. They maintained the tempo. So it's up to the West Indies batsmen to try to do the same if they want to stay in this game. As we all know, it's very difficult for a new batsman to get in the full flow immediately. And the new batsman is Narayan.
Narayan Badesi. Captain Trinidad and Tobago a couple of times. Very aggressive. Middle order batsman. Could be extremely destructive if he gets going. Not sure if he has an injury, but he's a very quick runner between the wickets. Yep. He came playing for Trinidad and Tobago just after I played. Had some cricketers like Arnil Raja, Larry Gomes, Sheldon Gomes, Trinidad and Tobago in those times. Richard Gabriel. So yes, see, that Combined Islands team was very good though, with Hugh Gore. Andy Roberts didn't play in that game for some reason. Maybe he was gone, maybe he was injured and resting, maybe they were on tour. It's actually they were on tour. That was 76, 77.
When I moved to Antigua, I actually played for a club. I played for a club that Michael Camacho captained.
Okay, yeah.
So I got to know him very well. Lovely guy.
Very nice guy. Yeah. Van Semery used to play for the Combined Islands. He's what, the premier of, not Montserrat, of, let's think.
That's Emery. I don't remember where he's from.
St. Kitts?
Or Nevis?
No, maybe Nevis, huh? We must check that.
He was a good player as well.
Yes. Batted at number 3 and 4, sometimes open, but generally middle order. But in that team that played against us in 1977, there were 3 or 4 people who could have played for the West Indies had they come at another time.
But the Leeward Islands and the Windward Islands, the combined islands, they sort of lived under the shadow of the big.
In those days.
In those days, the
I agree with you.
Territories for quite some time.
Yes, I agree with you.
And there was a lot of feeling that, players from that part of the West Indies,
quote unquote small islands. I don't understand that term at all.
Yeah, they weren't getting.
Because there are no real big islands in the Caribbean.
They weren't getting.
I guess Jamaica is a big island, Trinidad and Tobago, but they're not big. But I understand where you're coming from with that thought. You're right.
And I think at one point there was kind of like an unwritten rule that maybe only one of them could get into the West Indies team.
Roberts and Richards were playing at the same time.
Well, before Roberts and Richards kind of changed that whole.
Because there were quite
situation.
A few before those.
I mean,
those two.
They kicked the door open.
They had Grayson Shillingford before that.
For a lot of Leeward Islands players. I mean, you had Ambrose after that, and Richardson.
Orvin Shillingford played with Roberts and Richards in the same team, Yeah. In 1977 against Pakistan. Orvin Shillingford got 100, I think, in the second test. And I don't think he played more than 5. After that series, he didn't play again. Which is in itself, it doesn't make sense. I think in the second test match, he got 100, 120. And couldn't get into the team after that. So you might be right with what you suggested.
That was the feeling.
It might be a perception. It might even have been a practice.
That was the feeling that there was a quota.
A P or P. Either perception or a practice. I don't know. You're right. So.
But yeah, Andy and Viv certainly kicked the door down, and after that, there was an assembly line of fast bowlers in particular.
Michael Finlay also played before.
From the Leewards. You had the Benjamins and...
Yeah, the 2 Benjamins from the Leeward Islands. Stuart Williams from St. Kitts or Nevis. Nevis, I think.
Eldine Baptiste.
I
played against Eldine Baptiste. And just about the time when I was leaving...
We talked about Luther Kelly. He probably would have played for the West Indies.
Well, there was a guy named Ralston Otto.
Well, he was before Luther Kelly. Ralston Otto made runs like rain.
Yes.
And couldn't get into the West Indies middle order. That's life. Derek Parry, the off spinner. I played with him. Truth be told, Derek Parry is probably the last, how could I put this, proper off spinner to have played, and then Ranji Nana and then Roger Harper. But none of them I don't think could bowl like Derek Parry. That's my opinion. But he couldn't play long because we were so focused on the pace. Our off spinners now are Craig Brathwaite.
Speaking of proper off spinners, I remember the first time I saw Nathan Lyon from Australia bowl.
Yep.
I thought, this is Lance Gibbs, reincarnated.
Yep.
The same kind of action.
Same kind of action. Well, you see, everybody copied from those they saw before. And then, strangely enough, while you're trying to copy, we've had 21.2 overs. You still get to a point where that's going to be just one. They got a hustle here. Oh, he slipped.
Wow.
He slipped. So that might have been a tight squeeze. His compadre is going to come and check to see if he's okay, which is exactly what you need to do. He slipped there very hard. May have hurt his back. 85 for 2. But that's how it worked. When I started playing, I used to tried to be a combination of John Snow, Dennis Lilly, and Charlie Griffith. That's in primary school, high school. Shot. That could be one, that could be two, could be three. They're going to just amble two. So some days I'm running in and I'm convinced I'm running in looking like Dennis Lilly. And then another day I'm running in convinced I'm looking like John Snow. And then I'm bowling another delivery and saying, boy, I must be looking like Charlie Griffith. I promise you that.
Well, it's reassuring to hear that it's not just us mediocre players who were
we're
doing that, playing our bottom-house cricket. You know, one day you were, Gary Sobers. The other day you were...
No, I'm playing for the West Indies and I'm saying I'm looking like these guys. Because I felt, I used to picture the way they ran in, and I thought I was running in the same way. Obviously, I didn't look like them running in, but I didn't see that. I'm thinking in my head I look like that.
But, I wonder how much players today do that.
I don't know.
Try to emulate.
I don't know.
Good players that they see and they admire, to try to bowl like them or bat like them, or.
Well, it would have to be, if you're playing for the West Indies now, it would have to be the 10 and the 12 and the 15-year-olds who see the cricket now, trying to look like maybe, the fast bowlers nowadays. Or Craig Brathwaite, they would probably don't want to be like him as a batsman.
Probably not.
As a batsman, though, why not? Be like him. He doesn't get out too often. And he gets big scores. He's the premier batsman for the West Indies.
Like I said earlier, I think he's still in love with flashy batting in the West Indies.
That's why I don't know about that. 87 for 2. This number would have been important in Australia. 22 overs gone. Zubair continues.
And Ishwar is quietly approaching his 50 here.
Yes, he's got 45. Now, this is a tricky time for the West Indies over 50s. Because a wicket or two to go down here. And they could be looking at it from very dark glasses. 87 for 2. There is no rush.
There's still loads of time.
6.62 run rate required. 149 required from 22.3 overs.
And the bowling is not threatening.
No, but the bowling is straight.
Straight.
It's hard to score from.
But but there's no bounce and turn from the spinners.
No, but it's hard to score from. Ralston Otto, boy, hit the ball real hard.
Nice guy, too.
Real hard. Might have suffered from that syndrome. Not their syndrome, but a syndrome cast on the Leeward and Windward Islands at the time, Combined Islands. Can't have too many from those islands when you have Guyana, the Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, and Jamaica as the quote-unquote big boys. Again, quote-unquote.
Well, the irony is that those are those Leeward Islands are the places that are getting the tours now because, they are attractive to tourists.
Well, it's more than that.
They're getting the test
they
matches
have beautiful
that Guyana is not getting.
That's right. They have very beautiful stadium. We might have too many stadiums in the Caribbean, but they have some very beautiful stadiums. We just had a wonderful test match at Grenada. We had the first test match of the last series in Antigua and Barbuda at the new Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And the middle test was played at the Kensington Oval, of course. But every country now has got a stadium. Arnos Vale, St. Kitts, Nevis.
Ever since the 2007 World Cup.
Correct. I'm saying we may have too many.
Too many.
Because remember, in the Caribbean, you can't drive to these stadiums. You got to fly. So the whole logistic thing is different.
There's one that was built in Jamaica that's a bit of a...
That's the one called Trelawney.
Yes, a white elephant.
Well, they're using it now for first-class cricket eventually, but that was built since 2007 too.
Yes.
And I don't even think it was used for the World Cup.
Yeah.
I knew they had started using it for soccer, and then they did some athletics, and then they started playing cricket recently. or a combination of the three. But yes, it's a little difficult. You can't put cricket at all those stadia. Because first thing, the West Indies cricket team does not get 5 test matches anymore against anybody.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, he's run out. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Narayan Base AC is run out. But he's the one who hit, and he's the one who should be getting into position. He's run out.
This is very much against the run of play.
Yes, sir.
It's not what we thought we would see.
So that's 88 for 3 now. And suddenly, the West Indies over 50s are in trouble. 88 for 3. We are in over number 24. But Narayan Bades is the one who hit the ball. He's coming to the danger end, the non-strikers end. He should be the one saying yeah or nay. And he obviously said yes, but didn't get there. That's a real confusion of a run. And
but isn't it typical of us older guys who
complete it
who
all,
overestimate our speed?
That's right. You must know your limitations.
We think we can get there.
That's right. He was run out by a long way too, by at least a bat length. That was an excellent return. So that's not a good showing on him. He's, as I said, used to be captain of Trinidad and Tobago. The return comes in now.
10 years ago, he would have made it easily.
Yes, but I think he
doesn't
thinks
have
that
those,
he's quicker than he is now.
Doesn't have those wheels anymore.
Yes, in the old days, he would have gotten there. The return comes in here.
Yeah.
The bat is a long, long, long way.
He will not recall, but I can recall it.
So we have another guest, or at least another visitor. His name is Mr. Jalaluddin from Pakistan. He's gotten the first hat trick, I understand, for the Pakistanis. He will tell us all about it. Good afternoon, Mr. Jalaluddin. How are you doing, sir?
Thank you very much, Kraft. I'm very good.
Good,
and
good.
Here.
How are you enjoying the cricket?
It's lovely, and I always enjoy the game. You know that
I see you.
I still have a passion because
you're hanging out with Mr. Mohammed, so you're hanging out with the big boys. You know, they're hobnobbing with the big shots.
But I can tell you that I have played one match against you.
You did?
You came to the Pakistan
1980-81.
And one 3-day match was in Soccer.
Soccer, yes, yes. I remember
I played that match, and I'm honored to get 2 wickets. The Desmond Hens and the other one is the opener.
Gordon Greenwich?
Gordon Greenwich.
What?
So that was my
you should
first
be playing
match.
the Test series because you got those 2.
Yeah, that was my first 3-day match.
That's 4. Bad fielding. That's gone through the man at long on. That ought not to have gone to the boundary.
So I'm now resident here, and I'm attached with the USA Cricket as selector, Southwestern selector.
Okay.
And I'm doing coaching and like that, and I also like to play the game, and you play, and I want to see that matches. And
wonderful. It's nice to have you here. Welcome.
Thank you very much,
nice
Colin.
to see you here, Mr. Jalaluddin.
Yeah. You were the only bowler when you got out the Javed Mirdad in that series. Yeah, he's a
I got him
batsman.
out?
Yeah,
well, that was my job, isn't it?
Yeah, but there is a more bowler, but you always got him out. Javed Mirdad. Yeah, because he's a difficult batsman.
I can't remember that. I always got him out, but I guess I did okay.
So what you're doing in Caribbean?
No, I live everywhere.
Okay.
I live, airplanes fly, so I live everywhere.
That's good.
But I'm based in Florida.
Yeah, that's very good that you live in Florida and enjoying the game. And
oh yes, I go wherever I'm needed as a coach, a broadcaster, whatever. Here I'm just kind of like a mascot, I guess. I came with the West Indies over 60s.
Oh.
I pulled the muscle the first game I played. I bowled, I think, 4 overs. But then I played yesterday.
You played yesterday?
Yes, and I bowled 9 overs when we played against.
Still bowling 9 overs, huh?
I bowled 9 straight overs. Because if I stopped, I would not have been able to restart.
This is my card.
Wonderful. Yes, I would not have been able to restart.
To put my number of US.
So, our guest today, Fareed has got no score. He's faced 1. Ishwar's got 49. So we're looking for him to get his 50, 93 for 3 now? Or
still, I think as a match is in balance. Match is in balance because still the West Indies have only 3 wickets have fall down. So you know the game when you have a wickets in hand, you can chase even a 10 runs per over at the end.
so that's Ishwar's 50. That comes up in 69 deliveries. A very welcome 50 for him because he hasn't been scoring well in previous games, and now he needs to stay there as an opening batsman. 50 from 69 out of 94 for 3. This is the 25th over. Still a long, long way to go for West Indies over 50s. 142 required from 20.3 overs.
That's you're right, Colin, that Ishwar has already made up 50 runs and he is set.
But he's got to stay there.
So he has to be long there, you know.
Yes, sir.
If he wants the team will win.
You know, you're a selector now for USA cricket, so you got to put on your selector's hat.
Yeah, I'm a selector of the Southwest Zone, and but not the selector of the over 50 players.
Oh no, that's all right. Eventually,
but,
all of those young boys,
even there that he is
all the young
well.
people that you're selecting now, they're going to become over 50 eventually.
Okay, so he's played well definitely, and playing a very major role to establish his team position. And let's see what he's here to push the ball. And
I see from your card you've also done the level 4 coaching certificate in the United Kingdom.
No, I did level 3 from the United Kingdom.
Okay.
And tutor level from the, but level 4 did Pakistan Cricket Board organized from.
I have the level 2. I've been trying to get the level 3 done.
Okay.
I've asked the West Indies Cricket Board to put me in the level 3 whenever they have a chance.
Yeah.
I see they're putting a couple right now. I think they're going down to Barbados to get some. They're going around the Caribbean. They might come up to the United States. If they come up, I'll talk to Mr. Jimmy Adams again.
Yeah, it's good if you are getting knowledge, you know that you played a lot of cricket, but you know that the coaching is a totally different game. You know, they're different skill, in fact. Different skill, you have to learn that one. So
you have
if you are
learn how to teach.
Yeah.
Well, I got a teacher certificate, but cricket is a different thing.
That's not only the certificate, you have to be a competent as well as a coach. And when you get the knowledge through that certificate, then you can apply that. You will be a good coach.
Oh, this could be caught here. This could be caught.
Or dropped.
He dropped it.
It's a sitter,
how do you drop that? And it's Ishwar too. That was straight down the throat and then coughed right back up.
Yeah, really, it's an easy catch, and it should have been taken. And
the ball stayed up
Ishwar catch.
in front of the fieldsman. Look at it; it's there forever. He's standing right there, and then he drops it.
Yeah,
oh dear, not good.
He was in a good position even that to take that catch, and how he dropped it is really surprising, you know.
Manchu would not be pleased at that. 98 for 3. Now.
It's a great opportunity for the Ishwar that he had got a chance, and now he has to be there for a long, you know.
Well, that's right. I agree with you, sir. Now that he's given that chance and he's gotten away with it, he's got to bat through the whole innings just to see if they're going to get to that 236 required to win.
Yeah, it's still possible. You know, it's required on is 7.14, and you can do that.
Yes, but it's going out a little bit. 7.14 is a little bit more than 5.14 when they started. Actually, when they started, they needed 5.24. Now it's a little bit more than that. He's gone again across the line. He's gone down to mid-wicket this time all along the ground, so you don't get one.
If the two batsmen take it to the maybe 35 overs, so they can even 7 runs or even 8 runs can chase. It have to
in
be
the last
long,
15.
You know,
yes,
keep
sir.
wickets intact and maintain the run rate around the 7.5.
Correct.
And then he can charge at the last when we have a wicket in hand. Then they have wickets in hand. So you are very keen to be a coach of level 3.
I do whatever whenever it comes along. I don't beat myself up.
You're still attached with the game. That's a good thing, you know.
I don't beat myself up. I do whatever is available whenever. If the coaching certificate comes up, I'll do it. If a job comes up as a coach, I'll do it. I do broadcasting. I do other things in my own professional life. So I beat myself up.
So you are available for the game anyhow.
Yes.
So that's a very
I'm
good
looking
thing.
forward to all the cricket that is
still
going to
you
happen
love the
this
game,
year.
huh? You have a passion.
I like traveling.
Yeah.
And if I'm going to travel, I prefer to travel for sport. Cricket, soccer, athletics, baseball, basketball, whatever it is.
Really
I like sport and I like travel. So the two things
really
I
good,
combine.
really good. Yeah. It's
99 for 3.
Yeah.
This is over 26 completed. 236 to get. West Indies over 50. A little bit in problems here because they've just had a wicket go down. 7.21 run rate required now.
Yeah, it's slightly inclined towards the USA, but
of course,
it still is an open match, you know. And Ishwar is playing good, and he is on 54, and he got a chance as well. So he should be more careful now.
Yeah, the ball though, what I see the bowlers are doing, like Zubair and Himanshu both, what they're doing is keeping the ball of a short length.
Yeah.
So it's skidding onto the bat. Very difficult to hit boundaries from those.
Right.
The ball is not pitched up so you could get on it. See, that one is
that
on the
was
front
bit up,
foot.
yeah.
But again, couldn't get onto the ball. Just gets one out the long off. The 100 comes up.
Yeah.
100 for 3 after 26.3. So
Yeah, it's a milestone. They achieved 100 runs in 26.3 overs. It's good. It's good, not bad.
but they got to do better.
Yeah, they have to
7.35
be,
required.
And what I'm seeing that the ball is coming a bit slow on the bat.
Correct.
So it's difficult to play on the back foot.
And also
And they have
difficult to get
use
onto the ball.
They
That's
have to
correct.
use the feet to go up to the pitch on the ball and hit that ball. And if coming short of land, they have to play cut shot or the pull shot. That is difficult on the over 50 game, you know. Yeah, good bowling. And also well fielded, you know.
We got to remember that these
if you
guys are
stop the ball-
over 50.
Yeah.
They're not over 15. Well, they are over 15, of course. But the agility and the elasticity are not the same.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
getting down to pick up the ball, not the same as just kicking the ball.
And at the end, they stop the run.
So you came out here for this event to have a look or just to see some of the guys at the Houston Open?
Yeah, today I came in. Saki Mohammed invited me for this particular event for the night dinner.
Okay, that's
I'll
the
be
dinner
there
tonight,
as well.
yes.
I will be there as well. But in the long run, I am here to run a cricket academy at Moosa Cricket Stadium.
Oh, at this stadium here.
Yeah.
All right.
When the school goes closed, then I'll have a summer camp. Then start
So
coaching. Here.
when is this camp start?
Start in early June. You know, first week
All
of
right,
the June.
so you're kind of fact finding here and having a look around.
Yeah. I already came here twice earlier.
How many students are going to be in your camp?
Yeah, we should start registering them. Not yet. We start registering
How many
them.
do you
It's
expect?
starting first time here.
How many people do you expect?
I'll be good if we start from the 20 candidates,
Okay.
20 players, then it can be increased. You have to give something, then you can
Expand a little bit.
Yeah,
Yes,
expand
sir.
it. But I hope that it will be more than 20.
All right.
Because-
So
because-
if you start, let's say, with a 25,
Yeah.
would that be acceptable to you?
Yeah, definitely.
All right. And then you expand and
Yeah,
you know,
it's
knowledge
all,
and
yeah.
once availability comes,
Yeah,
then you
yeah.
could get more
And
classes.
we have to be bifurcate age-wise. You know, the age, some are 8 to 13, and some are 14 to 19. Or
Okay,
15.
okay.
We have to
So two
divide in
different
the
kind of
group,
age
yeah.
groups.
We
Okay.
have to divide in the groups
Wonderful.
to give them training according to their age group. you know.
Correct. And experiences.
So, yeah. So let's see. Hope for the best. And I'm sure that this sort of facilities we don't have
Oh, it's
much
beautiful
in the
here.
USA.
It's gorgeous here.
So
Big outfield.
and I have experience to coach from grassroots to top level. So I'll do my best.
But they need you in Pakistan.
Yeah, I have done a lot of work there, but now because my children are here and
The PSL and everything.
Yeah.
That's a white ball.
I was
there's a
not in the
two
PSL,
legs.
but I did work for the PCB in different phases.
Yeah.
Last I was the chief selector of Pakistan women's team.
Oh, good.
And
Good.
2019, and then
They didn't do badly in the last World Cup. That could be caught. That could be caught.
Yeah,
He
that was
caught it. He caught it.
And enjoying
So
his
Ishwar is gone for 55.
yeah,
That's a big wicket.
Yeah, it's a really setback for the West Indies because he was set and he already got a one chance and again hit on the air, and that now this time the man who took the catch were very confident, and after that he enjoyed a lot because he was even not sure that he has taken that catch.
Took a very good catch. Ishwar tried to go over long on. He's hitting against the breeze because the breeze is coming across the ground from left to right. Hit into the breeze. The catch stood up for a long time, and the fielder took that catch very, very confidently, very easily in front of himself. So Ishwar has gone for 55, and the West Indies are in some trouble. The West Indies over 50s are in trouble now.
That was
103
really,
for 4.
Yeah, that was a really bad shot because you know that the wind is coming here and the fielder is in the outfield. So should not take the chance of like that. So anyhow, he lost his wicket, and now somehow, as you said, the West Indies in trouble.
Deep trouble.
deep trouble.
They have to get to 236 to win this. They need 133 more runs from 17.3 overs at 7.60 run rate required. And he's hit that, but he's hit that into the wind. Now you gotta be aware of what goes on in the cricket field. Look at the flags.
Yeah, it's very, very.
You can't hit the ball up there into the wind. It's gonna fly, but it's not gonna fly out to the ground. It's gonna just fly and stop inside the boundary, and you're caught. You gotta be aware. Well made 55.
Maybe he thought the wind was blowing that way.
Disappointing dismissal. Look at the flags. Just look at the flags. He's hitting into the wind. You gotta be aware of those things if you're gonna go over the top.
Yeah, the target is getting a bit difficult now, and because this set batsman was out, and the run rate required run is 7.60. It's always difficult, but nobody can say anything. And
somebody got to come and play a blitz.
It still have the many overs to recover that loss.
Somebody got to come in and play a blitzer now.
Yeah.
I don't think they have those batsmen.
But the blitzers are gone.
I don't know. I don't know.
We have Azad now and Fareed.
Yeah. Fareed, H.
Azad or is it Roy?
Himanshu.
I think there's Azad came in.
Bowling with flight. So
Roy is the wicket keeper, but he's going to come in
Colin,
later.
Nice to meet you here, and I'll be off now. Then we'll see you again in the
Mr.
evening.
Jalaluddin, thank you very much, sir, for stopping by.
Thank you.
I
Thank
have
you
your
very
number
much.
here.
Have a nice time with you.
Let's confirm this number here.
Yeah,
This is 3.
Yeah, 713.
Good. Coming back.
Thank you very much.
You didn't say how many runs you got off his bowling.
I can't remember.
No, I just make a 4 runs on that match, and that was against Marshall, not against him. He was not bowling that. I went to the bat because we got out in the second inning just on 60 runs.
That was a sucker. Yes, I remember. Now let me see if I got this right. Is it sucker or Sialkot that is
No,
close?
not Sialkot.
No. But is it sucker or Sialkot that is near to the Afghan border?
Native to the Afghan border is
what is
like
near
Peshawar.
to Peshawar?
Yeah,
we've played games there too.
Yeah.
Yes.
I remember that.
Yeah,
but
I played
only
everywhere.
the 3-day game that was in Sakar.
Yeah, I played in every place in Pakistan.
Yeah,
That's correct.
And that was the best team.
We did all right
at that time. You know,
that was a good Pakistan team too.
Yeah.
Oh yes, sir. Abdul Qadir,
Imran
Khan, Sarfraz Nawaz.
That's right.
Nazir Jr.
Nazir Jr.
Wazim Bari, Zahir Abbas, Wazim Raja.
All right. Yeah, you remember.
Mustaq Mohammed.
You remember by heart.
Yeah. Javid Miandad. The other Mohammed, Sadiq Mohammed. Yeah. Good team.
Good, very good.
Really good team. Ijaz Fakir.
Yeah, Ijaz Fakir.
That's right. He played.
He played,
Yes.
No,
Saeed
that time
Anwar
he was
came
not
afterwards.
Yeah. That was 80s.
Yeah.
He came in 90s.
Saeed Anwar was brilliant.
Yeah.
I think he was stunningly good.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't take prisoners. He just destroyed bowlers. It didn't matter.
All right.
Yes,
all
sir.
right.
Yeah, but that he wasn't playing yet, sir. And work came afterwards.
Yeah, afterwards.
Yes. Okay,
so
sir.
see you later on.
It is nice to have met you and nice to have seen you again.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
I'll take one from you.
Of
Just
course.
this sweet.
Of course.
Very much.
Okay, sir.
So we just had a very special guest, Mr. Jalal Uddin, former Pakistan Test cricketer, now level 4 coach, just passing through. He's going to be here at the Moosa Stadium giving some cricket clinics. He says he hopes for at least 25 people in his first clinic, and then he goes from there. He's got a level 4, which is very commendable. I'm trying to get a level 3 as we speak. I've been trying for 2 years. We'll see if I get it. In the meantime, right now, there's a lot to be gotten here now by the West Indies over 50s. They have some problems. Good afternoon and welcome back, Mr. Keith Lawrence. West Indies over 50 are in deep trouble.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And that the old M word again, momentum. You know, Ishwar's wicket has certainly been a setback because it's hard to imagine that the incoming batsman can up the tempo to the level that, you know, it needs to be up to. Very quickly.
We've had Rajendra made no score. Narayan made 4. He was run out. Lashley, he made 30. So 88 for 3 it was, and then 103 for 4 when Ishwar went for 55. 110 for 4 now, over number 29, coming up to the first intersection, or the second intersection of this innings. We've had 15 overs, 55 for 1 in those 15. The next over will be the 30th. At 30 overs, USA over 50s had 124 for 2. Well, the West Indies are definitely behind on all counts, runs and wickets. 110, less runs, and 4 wickets, more wickets. So right now that one's gone. It's going to be bow. It stopped, no boundaries, just 1. So Azad and Farid are going to have to do a very big repair job here if they're going to win this. 7.88 runs required from here on in to win this game. 125 runs needed from 15.5 overs. That is a big ask if you've got 4 wickets missing.
I think you're definitely right. We need somebody to come in. We need somebody who can really hit the ball. You know, at this stage, singles and twos are not going to do it.
But
we need some boundaries as
Roy
well.
is a good batsman, I know, but he normally bats a little bit earlier on for the over 60s. He's playing also for the over 50s. I suppose if you're over 60, you're over 50. So he has been incorporated into the team. But right now, the USA over 50s have got all the advantages here. We are in over number 30. At over number 30, the USA over 50s had 124 for 2. And as you see, it's 1 for 4 right now for the West Indies over 50s. So they are in a position of winning at this stage.
And they aren't getting too many loose deliveries.
That's correct. They are bowling very, very well.
No short balls to pull away or anything like that.
Ramakishan, Humayun, Arun, Himanshu, and Zubair. And now we have Ramakishan coming back. But Ramakishan is now bowling left arm orthodox. He's not bowling fast anymore. He's now bowling orthodox. A la Ravi Shastri. Ravi Shastri, I think, is the world's most advanced cricketer, you know. He started bowling batting at number 11 and bowling leg spin for India, and batted as high up as number 1, opened the batting for India. Yeah. I think he was the most, not advanced, but I would say improved cricketer the world has ever seen. And of course, he was coach for India in the last several years. He's just demitted office, actually. But yes, Ravi Shastri is one of those cricketers who started right down to the bottom and climbed all the way up to the top. Test hundreds and all sorts of things. Tremendous cricketer was Ravi. Right, so we've had 30 overs. The score is 113 for 4. At 30 overs, USA over 50s were 124 for 2. So they were definitely ahead, 124 as against 113 by the West Indies over 50s. And only 2 wickets for the USA over 50s, while the West Indies over 50s have got 4 wickets. I've said this many times, cricket is a game you got to think out. If you're in, both Mr. Lashley at 30 and Ishwar at 55, somebody has to stay in. Somebody, the top 4, got to stay in if you are going to make a big score. Look at the USA situation. Number 3, Mohammed made 71. Number 4, Kashif, 69. They made 235 for 6. This is the second break of this innings. The West Indies looking for 236. They are 113 for 4. After 30 overs, we'll be right back. Well, we're back. It's 113 for 4. After 30 overs, it's the West Indies over 50s. This is the final session of the final game of this series. This is the final featuring the West Indies over 50s versus the USA over 50s. We are at the Moosa Cricket Stadium, and the West Indies over 50s need 123 more runs to get from 15 overs, the last 15 overs of this innings, at 8.20. My name is Colin Croft. Good afternoon. And accompanying me this afternoon is Mr. Keith Lawrence, one of my compadres from the over 60s game yesterday. Magnificent spell. 8 overs, 3 for 21. When I grew up, I want to bowl like that. Good afternoon, Mr. Lawrence. How are you doing?
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Croft. When I grow up, I want to be just like you. I don't
You
know.
got more ambition than that, I'm very sure. Full toss, no run.
Well, the West Indies have their work cut out for them here because they need to now play with a level of intensity that I doubt they could muster, not just in terms of hitting, but running between the wickets. But, you know, we'll see. Cricket can surprise you.
Right now, they need 8.39 runs per over to win this game. Actually, it's extended itself, 8.41. We are in over number 31. 122 more runs required. 87 deliveries to come. 84 in overs, that's 14, and then 3 from this over. So 14.3 overs, 87 deliveries. 122 from 87, very, very hard to get. You need some boundaries or you're running quickly. So they're going to run now. Have a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. Farid at the crease, Azad at the crease. The men out. Opener, Ishwar, last man out at 103 for 4. He made 55. Rajendra, he was the first man out at 1 for 1. He made no score. Lashley made 30. That was 78 for 2. And Narayan, he made 4. He was run out 88 for 3. Really surprised at that Badesi Narayan Badesi run out. Because he's the man who hit the ball. He was going to the non-strikers end, the danger end. But you're right, Mr. Lawrence, sir, in your observation. A lot of us think we're faster than we are.
Well,
We're no longer 26.
Well, last night, I think he said he was nursing some kind of thigh injury or something. So I was surprised he was trying to take a quick single like that.
We all think that we're quicker than we are at this age, including me, of course. The mind fools the body, or the other way around. But we're not as quick as we think we are.
Yeah, in my senior cricket years, I think most of my dismissals have been run-outs.
No, instead of taking, 10 seconds to think, you got to think about now. Look at that. That could have been a run out too. Zubair might continue. Here's 8 over coming up, I think. Actually, no. This is Ramakishan, bowling left arm orthodox. He opened the bowling. Bowled at the top end, the northern end. Bowling medium swing, a la Wazim Akram. Did swing the ball too. Didn't get any wickets.
I think it's fair to say that comparing the two bowling attacks, the USA guys have been, in general, bowling better lines and lengths.
This is hit down towards long on. Just going to get one. They're going to have to do a little bit more than that. They need a lot more than just one.
I don't think I've seen too many long hops being pulled away and full top, over pitch balls being driven. They've been bowling a good, mean length and a straight line.
Ramikishan, 1 for 20 from 6.1. So now they're setting the field appropriately. I think there got to be 4 men at least in the circle. So there's a man at third man coming in. The man at mid-wicket, extra cover and mid-off, all in the circle. So that's correct. And the rest could be outside of the circle. A lot of work to be done here. This equation is extending itself. 8.71 now required. So 9 runs required, one to the next per over. They're running 1 here. Good fielding, so there can only be 1. Now there seems to be a little bit more purpose in the running as opposed to this morning when they were just ambling along. So now it looks as if the USA are turning the screws. The bowlers are bowling straight. Ramakrishan not turning the ball that much. He's gone back to bowling medium doublers now. Just now he was bowling left arm orthodox.
Yeah, but I think unless the West Indies batsmen can run out those first runs down to long off and long on quickly, put
and
pressure
try
on the
to put
field
one
and try to
into
get
2.
I don't think they're going to get it done. And, you know, and that's a big ask for them.
Nearly 9 runs per over required now. A lot of runs.
Those long singles have to be turned into 2s.
118 to get in 13.2 overs. Somebody has to clock this ball in the boundary regularly now. That's it, back past the bowler. 1, no misfield, which means it remains 1. 119 for 4. This is the last ball coming up. It's the catch too. Now I see that. That's suggests that he got his hand hit. It was hit hard. Slammed through cover point. That should be at least 2. At least 2. There's a misfield on the boundary. So you're looking for 2 immediately. The first one was run very quickly. Excellently done.
Yes, that was well run.
And then you come back out for the second one. So after 32 overs, 121 for 4. A lot of work to be done though. 115 required to win this game from 13 overs at 8.85 run rate required. RRR. The USA over 50s made 235 for 6. They scored at just about 5.24. It started at 5.24 required.
Mm-hmm. It's ballooned up to
8.85. Correct. 5.22 that was, 235 for 6 on 45 overs. So to get 1 extra run, it became 5.24. 236 required by the West Indies over 50s. One of the things I think happened to the West Indies team
here again, they need to make that into 2 runs.
In the 50s or in the 60s, 70s, even 80s and 90s, is that we didn't have T20s. We didn't have a plethora of one-day internationals, so they were playing more or less the same team for ODIs and tests, like we did in the 70s and 80s. But now, there's so many tours climbing on each other, plus the IPL and the CPL, that sometimes you have a player, like say you ask about Evan Lewis. What cricketer is he? A T20 cricketer? A ODI cricketer? Test cricketer? Nobody knows. There should be 2, pushing for 2. Must be 2. That's punched out to the deep extra cover boundary. The man from the boundary, he was straightish. He had to run around to his left towards the cover point region on the boundary. So once you get around there, you're going to have to throw. So that has to be 2 runs. But you have to be scoring quickly. Only 3 runs from those 2 deliveries so far. This is Zubair. Again, this is lashed all the way down to long on.
For another long single.
Nothing happening. 111 required from 12.3. 75 deliveries to be bowled. 111 runs required. 8.88. I like all those numbers. Regular numbers. That is
a very good
slammed.
shot. Will it get there?
Well, he's kicked it. And he's kicked it into the boundaries. He gets 4. He actually stopped it well from going to the boundary at long off, but it ended up in the boundary at deep extra cover. He kicked it about, maybe 15 meters.
That's an amazing cover drive and a great effort in the field to stop it.
Big effort. They need a couple more like that. West Indies over 50s if they're going to get back into this game. Right now they're scoring at 3.95. When they started, the requirement was 5.24. So now they got to up their game a little bit. He's gone. He is gone.
Looks like he's been caught at the wicket.
That is correct. So Farid is gone for 15.
Trying to dab one down to third man.
So 15 is caught behind. This is a replay of that incident. Yep, the wicketkeeper went up immediately. The bowler went up and so did the umpire's finger. 15 he's gone for. From 22, it's now 124 for 5. And we have had over number 33. Remember you were saying that maybe 235 or maybe 20 runs too few. But my comment to that was, it's a lot of runs, it's already on the board. Now I don't know if it was scoreboard pressure, but it was on the board.
Mm-hmm.
So now they got to bat really well. They get through this. 8.79 run rate required now. 107 required from 73 deliveries.
The new batsman is VJ. Is it VJ Singh?
I am surprised though that Roy has not come in yet. Unless Roy is injured. He was wicket keeping. And he played for over 60s yesterday. Brought home the bacon. White ball called immediately. Ramakashan, he's bowling in his 8th over now. 1 for 24. Started with medium doublers. Swung the ball around. Then went to some orthodox leg spin. And he's gone back to medium doublers again.
This looks like 2.
Nope, that's going to be 1. Cricket USA Masters. Or Masters Cricket USA. With the West Indies over 50 and over 60s teams attending. Canada's over 50s and over 60s attending. If he hits that, that could be out. And the USA over 50s and over 60s. This is the final of the over 50s. USA versus the West Indies over 50s. USA made 235 for 6. West Indies over 50s, 132 for 5. Somebody has to get after the bowling if they're going to get through this. 9 runs per over required now. 9.04, 104 runs from 69 deliveries.
Yeah, I think right about now the West Indies team are probably getting that sinking feeling.
You need a blitz. You need somebody to come out and hit the ball to around the park regularly. You don't need ones. You need several more than ones now.
The bowling just has not been loose.
The bowling has been excellent. Excellent. And, you know, you could say as a batting team you may have failed, but sometimes you got to give credit to the bowling team.
True.
They have been very, very good. Straight, straight, straight. I think that hit the ground. Oh, he's giving him out. He has given Vijay out. And Vijay stands there, but he's saying that he may not be out. The wicketkeeper was adamant they took the catch. I thought the ball had hit the ground before it got to the wicketkeeper.
Well, let's see if we can say anything on the replay here.
Bowling around the wicket now is Shankar. Well, it looked like the ball may have hit the edge of the bat and the bat hit the pad also. Definitely some noises. The wicketkeeper coming forward.
Yeah, I think it was clean. The keeper seemed very confident.
The catch was taken. The query is if the ball actually hit the bat. He's asking the umpire. Well, that's the end of that. He's got to go. He's gone for one. It's 133 for 6.
Oh, this is no good. The umpire sends you on your way. You just have to go.
You got to go. See, the bat actually does hit the pad, but I'm not sure the ball hit the bat. The batsman seems to be perplexed. The wicketkeeper was sure, the bowler was sure. He's got 2 for 28 now. Ramakishan. The wicketkeeper was definitely adamant that this was a catch. My concern is if he had taken the catch. He took it cleanly.
He took the catch.
Correct.
And you're correct. The bat did hit the...
Right. But the umpire also suggested the ball hit the bat. I'm sure the bat hit the pad in the follow through. So there might have been 2 noises. We're too far away to know if the ball actually hit the bat. The umpire suggested that, so you're gone. 123 for 6 over number 34. Umpire Mr. Bandula and Mr. Milroy. Good job, I think they've done overall.
Yes. And the thing that I say in those situations is, you know,
Maybe
it was
DRS.
definitely close enough.
Yeah, maybe DRS.
For the umpire to have thought you were out. You know, it wasn't like a shocker where the ball was nowhere near you. It was definitely close enough.
So Azad is still the crease. Zamin is the new man in. I'm just wondering what happened to Roy.
I wouldn't be surprised if Roy is just out of gas.
Well, yeah, he's been playing game
Playing
after
a lot
game
of
after
cricket.
game. Yesterday he played for the over 60s.
And his game is running between the wickets.
Right.
He's not a big
But when he
power
was
hitter.
wicket keeping out there, I did see him bend over a couple of times as if to say he might have had an injury. He might have had you might be right, might have been winded. But normally he bats up the order. With 6 men out, he ought to have been at the crease already, I would have thought.
Well, I think Lashley batted in his spot.
Well, Lashley batted at number 3 in the
Batted at
last
number
game
3.
they played too.
Oh, he did? Okay. I didn't see that.
And became man the match with his bowling and his batting. He made 30, but got out the wrong time. 78 for 2, that was over number 20. He needed to carry on a little bit more. That's going to be 1 run. That's Azad moving down to 13 now. Zamin will face his first ball. Zubair, the bowler.
So what do you know about Azad's background? Do you know anything?
Not very much. What I need the background to include right now is clobbering the ball to the boundaries. That's the only hope they have. It's 9.42 run rate required. You've got about 10.5 overs to go to just to get 102 runs. You got to go.
I mean, we know Zamin's background, outstanding cricketer, captain the U.S., playing for a long time. But certainly, he's an all-rounder, but certainly much more of a bowling all-rounder than a batting all-rounder,
Correct.
I'd say.
Zamin Amin.
Vastly experienced cricketer.
Of course. 235 for 6. The USA over 50. I was saying that I thought they made maybe 20 runs too few, but it might turn out to be enough. Because the West Indies over 50s batsmen have not flattered very much. 55 from Ishwar before he holed out at long on, hitting against the breeze. Lashley the same thing, holding out but for 30, hitting against the breeze. Game awareness is called. You could see where the wind is coming from.
Yes.
It's coming directly from the southern end, maybe the southwestern end. You can't be hitting in that direction. The ball's going to stay in the air for a long, long time. Hit it along the ground, get 2s and 4s, not try to get 6s. Now the time is for 6s, right now. Because it's a desperate straight. 9.48 required from 34.5 overs gone, 139 for 6. So they need less than 100 now, 97, from 10.1 overs.
And the thing is, because the bowling is, for the most part, slow, you aren't even getting the occasional intelligent edge just racing away to the boundary.
Correct. The bowling is relatively slow. You have to use a lot of energy to get it outside of the circle just to get 2. So the United States over 50s team, they are doing the right thing. Slowing the bowling down, taking the energy off the deliveries, making sure you have to work to get 4s.
So that's one of the peculiarities of Masters cricket. You're not going to get a lot of fast bowling, certainly not at this stage of the game.
Correct.
That would allow you to swing your bat. And
you have to be able to swing.
You've got to provide the energy.
You have to put the energy in it. That's correct.
Yes. Makes it all the more difficult to, hunt
The
down the
game
big
is
score.
not spoken, it's played. That's a good shot. That's a very good shot, but you will only get 1 out to deep extra cover. The ball's returned nicely. 139, correction, 140 now for 6 after that single.
So, Mr. Croft, you mentioned T20 cricket. What is your sort of take on T20? Do you think it has been good for cricket?
It has been very good for cricket. If you look at it from a different perspective, they could run 2 now, but they wouldn't because the man is not backing up. He's looking at where the ball has gone. He's not looking at his partner. Look, T20 cricket in the Caribbean started with R. Allen Stanford, 2006, 2005-ish, around there, 5, 6, 7. At the Stanford Cricket Ground, which has now been converted into being owned by Cricket West Indies and being used for their coaching and playing some games, etc., just at the Coolidge International Airport, the Coolidge Ground, at the VC Board International Airport in Antigua and Barbuda. And even from then, you could know that the tournament would bring a lot of people into the mix. There were a lot of kids coming out, a lot of ladies coming out. It's entertainment, quick entertainment. 20 overs, maybe an hour and a half to bowl that, maybe an hour and 20 minutes. You get a small break, and then the other team comes out, and 20 overs, you slash, bang, and wallop everywhere. That was not a wallop, that was an edge down to back.
Yeah, one of those edges I was
Yes, you need some of that.
talking about.
This one is going to be stopped down to the boundary, well fielded. Really well fielded down there. At
another long single.
almost directly behind the bowler. That's excellently done. Full toss down to long on. Coming right across from long off. Stops that very well. Yes, so the T20 is a good addition to any cricket board's situation. You're bringing in young kids who want to be at the cricket ground in the afternoon. You're bringing in their female parents and some of the even male parents who were not interested in tests or one-day internationals could come and look at a T20. So I think T20 cricket has been a very, very good input in any cricket anywhere in the world.
Well, I have to tell you, as an old geezer, it took me a while to warm up to T20
No, I didn't have a
cricket.
problem with it. My problem with T20 cricket is that they stopped allowing the emphasis on Test cricket, which is the epitome of the best.
Yeah.
To tell me that T20 is the best cricket in the world, that's foolishness.
It's the most
That's absolute garbage.
It's the most lucrative, but it's not
It might be
necessary.
the most lucrative, but it cannot be the best cricket in the world. Not in my head.
And are you happy with the balance between bat and ball in T20 cricket? Because I think it favors
It's an
batsmen
entertainment
a little too
event.
much.
It's an entertainment event. So there's no balance. If you could bowl well in T20 cricket, you'll get away with it. Half of the bowlers in T20 crickets around the world are not good bowlers. They make up numbers. Half of them. I'll say that to them. They make up numbers. And I suppose ditto for the batsmen. Half of them are just about average.
Yeah.
But the leagues make money because it's entertainment. I have no problem with that at all. But when you're going to tell me that T20 cricket is the best cricket in the world, you're talking to yourself. Because the only person you could convince is yourself. You're bowling 4 overs a game? I could do that in my sleep now.
But would you have taken kindly to bowling in T20 and having these batsmen, shut their eyes and swing and tap edge the ball for 6 over
Yes.
third man over and over
You
again?
don't think people try to do that in Test cricket and one day internationals against us too? They did. The point I'm making is if you're good enough, then you negate that.
Yeah.
It allows you to think some more. Remember, you only have to bowl 4 overs? 4 6-ball overs at 24 deliveries. Are you telling me you can't concentrate well enough to bowl 24 deliveries? A game?
You should be able to.
But I used to do that with sleeping. So what is the problem with bowling 24 fast, proper deliveries? New bowler, Fazal.
The required
Well,
rate has gone up now to 10.42.
As I was saying, half of the bowlers in these leagues around the world are just average bowlers. Half of them, maybe more than half. They will not make any team anywhere. But they make a T20 team because they got to make up the numbers. Have you looked at some of them? They're just, they're even less than average. The leagues are good because it's good entertainment. But you look at the IPL, the CPL, some of the players are just making up numbers. They don't do anything spectacular. I love the T20 format, I must tell you that. The CPLs, the IPLs, because it brings tremendous entertainment. But if you're very objective, some of the cricketers playing in those leagues are just average cricketers.
So why do you think that some of these batsmen who dominate T20 are failures in Test cricket?
Because it's a long format. It's easy to concentrate for 1.5 hours. It's not easy to concentrate for 1.5 days.
Yeah, I accept that, but I also think it's because of the field placing. I mean, in Test cricket, you have slips waiting to catch anything that you edge, and you're out.
But you could have slips in T20s too.
Well,
if you're bowling fast enough and bowling purposefully enough.
you may have one slip for the first
And you might
two
have
overs.
3 if you want.
But in
It's
Test
your
cricket,
choice.
you have 3 slips on a gully.
But
and
it is your choice.
Make any mistake and you're gone.
But you see, that's the point I'm making. In Test cricket, the concentration focus is different. That's a big shout for LBW. Not given. I think he may have hit that. They ran a run. There's no sign.
There's no signal, so I guess Empire thought he hit it.
That's correct. But no, in T20 cricket, you could have the slips and gullies, if you want.
Yeah.
But the batsmen, you might be right. That definitely hit the bat. I saw that. That hit the bat. That's outside leg stump. So that's not a good appeal. We've had 37 overs gone, 148 for 6. Now 88 required from 8, 11 runs per over required. But yes, so I think T20 cricket is a tremendous addition to the world's calendar. It brings in good monies, sponsorship, attendances, bring interest back to the game, of course. The biggest, what they call it in the Caribbean?
Biggest
the biggest party ever. Correct, bigger than Carnival even. If you got it in St. Kitts or next 3 years would be Guyana.
I certainly can't argue with any of that, but I would just like to see a little more balance. For
I
instance,
don't think the balance is bad.
For instance, why can't they just allow 6 batsmen in the lineup to bat? Or maybe 7 batsmen?
I'm not sure I understand. Each team got 11.
Well, instead of the whole lineup, right? Everybody is able to bat. And knowing that everybody's going to be batting, the early batsmen know that in just 20 overs, they have license.
But nothing was wrong with that.
To go after the bowling. But
this
if
is
they
about
knew,
entertainment, you know.
But if they knew they only had 7 outs,
nah,
or whatever, you want to...
I have no problem with that. What happens with a team that gets to... What happens with a team that got 50 for 5? Like we've seen in the present IPL, there have been teams with 50 for 5 and 50 for 4.
Yes, it happens occasionally, yeah.
I have no problem with that. What I'm saying is, it serves a purpose. When I played county cricket, they used to play the NatWest Trophy, which was 60 overs, and the John Player League, which was 40 overs every other Sunday afternoon. And county cricket in those days was 3 days. Now it's 4 days for county cricket. They got a competition called the 100, and then they got a T20 Big Bash, I think, in England. So there you go. Nothing much has changed. But the T20 has its place. I just don't understand people saying it's the best cricket in the world. It is extremely good cricket. That's going to be 4.
So that's one of those slashes I was thinking about. But the asking rate now is 11.07.
You got to hit 2 of those every over.
Yeah.
No, the T20, I love T20 cricket. I am not one of those old purists who think that this has come to spoil the cricket. No. All I'm saying is T20 cricket has its place.
I heard of one of your compatriots, whom I will not name.
Oh, yeah.
Has absolutely refused.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
With T20 cricket.
He said it openly. He wants nothing to do with it. I know that, one of my former fast bowling partners.
Has he changed his
I don't think
outlook?
so. That's his business. I like T20 cricket. But I cannot understand anybody telling me it's the best cricket in the world. It might be the most lucrative and the most entertaining. But look, we just had a test match in Grenada that was tremendously entertaining.
It was.
The entertainment factor was a little bit different, prolonged. A slow burn as opposed to high heat immediately. Now, I love T20 cricket bad. And I really like that the kids are coming out. So if a young man right now or a young lady says, I'm 9, I want to play for the West Indies in a T20 World Cup, that's okay. If I were her parents or coaches, I'd say, look, okay, that's a wonderful thing. You want to play everything, though, for the West Indies? What about playing T20s, ODIs, and tests? You can get a better chance of playing. Don't pigeonhole yourself into one format. Play all 3. Then they can't kick you out. You gotta stop playing because you're gonna be useful somewhere.
Well, I think the equation for the West Indies 50-over squad is kind of out of reach here. They need 81 from 7.1 overs.
They got to get 11 runs per over.
11 runs per over.
Right now.
Which is,
very difficult.
to say the least, a very tall order.
81 required now from 7 overs. You got to hit the ball somewhere. You have got to hit the ball somewhere. 11.3. But this is basically because 2 things happened. You can't blame the USA over 50s. They played creditably well.
Yes.
Rafi was run out for 25. That was 36 for 2 before him. Shahid was run out for 10, 35 for 1. Then, after that, 36 for 2, it became 163 for 3 when Kashif was out for 69 in the over number 36. And then the fourth wicket went down in the over number 37, 168 for 4. Then 181 for 5 in over number 38. And then the last wicket going down and the over number 43, 217 for 6. It ended at 235 for 6. They didn't bat explosively, but they batted competently.
Yes.
I think they made maybe 20 runs too few. But I said that, but I also said it's already in the board. You said maybe the West Indies guys should get a little bit better, organized because they might have a little bit of a batting lineup. You also did say that the bowling team for the USA over 50s was good. And they've turned out to be so far. They've restricted the West Indies to 4.07 runs per over right now at 156 for 6 from 38.2 overs. And they have the West Indies over 50 struggling badly.
They are struggling.
They now need 12 runs per over. 80 required from 40 deliveries. So that's 12 runs per over required.
They just have not bowled too many bad balls.
They have not bowled badly. They've bowled taking the pace off the ball. They've stopped the big shots being played, like those medium doublers from Fazal. See, nobody's bowling quickly, and they're bowling over full length. So you have to hit the ball in front of the wicketkeeper. When the West Indies over 50s bowled, a lot of balls were pulled across the line and backward point because they were not on point. They were not on line. Yes, they made 235. I would have thought maybe 15. That is gone. That is gone. The wicketkeeper takes that down the leg side.
Wow.
The batsman did not even hesitate. He's gone. Zamin is caught behind. He's caught behind for 15. Fazala has gotten his first wicket, 1 for 5. West Indies over 15, even further trouble, 156 for 6.
No, it's Assad who's out, I think. Zamin is still there.
Oh, you got that right. Azad gone for 20. Thank you.
That's a batsman's least favorite way of getting out.
Strangled down the leg side. Yep. So Azad is gone. Strangled, good word, down the leg side. He didn't look up though. He hit it, and the wicketkeeper was very confident. There, you see the deviation, massive deviation.
The keeper did well to cover the ground.
That is correct. 157 for 7 from 38.5.
There's still no sign of Roy, so I think it's safe to say Roy
is injured.
Roy is probably injured. Or maybe he just doesn't feel up to it at this stage.
New batsman is Kenny G. What could he do? This is over number 39 completed now. Not sure it's a lost cause yet, but it's getting there. 79 required from 6 overs, 36 legal deliveries to come. Over number 39 completed, 157 for 7. 79 required, or if you want to do it over by over, 13.17 runs per over. So you need at least a 4 in each over coming up in these next couple of overs here. I would say 2 4s even, if you're going to get yourself probably to 180, 190, and then you slug the last 3 and see how you go. So right now, they need to be in a slug, except 7 wickets are already gone. If 7 wickets are gone, it means the lesser batsmen are yet to come. The better batsmen are already gone. Kenny G's got 1. Zamin has got 16. Slower delivery again. Hamayun, this is his 7th, none for 27. See, you don't have to bowl quickly. You just got to bowl economically and straight.
That's true. Well, yeah, it's certainly mathematically possible, but
Math is dark.
Very unlikely that West Indies O50s are going to be able to pull this one out.
Whoom. That's gone down to third man. There might be 1. There could be 2. Just 1. $158 for 7 now. We're in over number 40. Coming into the closing stages. It's going to get maybe 1, maybe none. 3 overs gone. Correction, 3 balls of this over gone. 158 for 7. Over number 40. Looking for 236 to win this game. West Indies over 50s. Exactly 4 runs per over right now at 158 for 7.
Another single.
12 minutes past 5 here in Houston. So we should be complete by maybe 5:45. Off cutter, punched into the widest mid-off position for a single. But one of these batsmen have got to do something extraordinary. Hit a 6 and a 4. Don't try it from the end they're facing now, because you're going to be hitting into the wind. And one that didn't even get onto the bat, that's gone to the wicket keeper. So it has to be something spectacular from here on in. We've had 40 overs, 160 for 7. Exactly 4 runs per over scored so far. What the more important equation is that West Indies over 50, they need 76 runs from 5 overs at 15.20 runs per over. Well, you need Clive Lloyd, Collis King, Viv Richards, Gordon Greenidge, if you're going to achieve that 15.20 in this time. As it is, I don't think they padded up. So there could be a miracle here, but I think that the West Indies over 50 are not going to get there. But
well, put it this way, the US team would have to be extremely negligent to lose the game from this position.
They're going to go down fighting. They're going to run for 1, maybe 1. That should have been 2. So the USA over 50s definitely have a stranglehold on this game, so to speak. 76 required by the West Indies over 50 from 4 overs and 5 balls. That is going to be 1, maybe just 1. I'm not sure I understand why they're just ambling 1 when they could be running 2. Maybe they've given up 2, I don't know.
Seems that way to me.
Because that looked to me as if you could have pushed for 2. The man is running in from the long off position to the deep extra cover position. You could run 1 quickly and see about the second one. spanked away. That's going to be one. There should be two again. At least they get two this time. Down to mid wicket. $164 for 7. Oh, ball him! Castled, as they would say in South Africa. Zamin trying to hit across the line. Castled by Fazal. 164 for 8. So I think the death knells are starting to sound. 40.04 overs. 164 for 8. I think things are looking really, really bad for the West Indies over 50s. And I think you are right. Roy is not coming in, is he? Because if Roy was coming in to bat, is that he coming in there to the crease now?
No, that's not him.
That's not Roy. This was pitched up. Might have hit the pad,
Yes, it did.
sliding down the leg side, and then castled into the middle and leg stump. That's Krish coming in. So no Roy today. He played yesterday in our game. He's the over 60s captain. Chose to play yesterday because he said that he wanted to keep his rhythm and momentum up. We played the previous day too, when the over 50s played against Canada, I think it was, over at the other ground. So Fazal, he's got 2 for 10. This is his third over. He's been quite successful, 164 for 8.
So just 2 wickets stand between the US and the championship.
Perhaps one, because if Roy is not batting, I think this might well be the last. Because you're right, if Roy was going to be batting, the wicketkeeper, then he would have been batting way earlier than number 11. So there might be that he's not going to be partaking this afternoon at all. Swing across the line, Kenny. He gets 1. Good shot. Results in only 1. Need a lot more than that. 17 runs required per over from here on in. We've had 41 overs. 165 for 8. So just 4 overs left and 71 required. 4 from 71, which means 17.75 required. So USA, in my mind, having made 235 for 6, I thought maybe 20, 25 runs too few. Still managed to defend that well. They didn't do anything untoward, they just played straight, got the runs. Nobody made an extremely big score. Mohammed Majid made 71. Kasif made 69. They were the substantial guys in that. Then Sanjeewa made 24 later on, and Subir 14. That's it.
So, Mr. Croft, I know it's a little early for postmortems, but just reflecting on this game, what do you think? What lessons do you think the West Indies over 50s team, or
I don't think
should take away from this?
They did anything onwards.
I mean,
badly.
Going forward.
It's fitness. It's all about being 100% to be able to fit, because you mentioned it. The USA guys look to be in a little bit better shape.
Yes.
You actually mentioned it from the start before we even started this game, because you had been seeing them around. The USA guys look to be in relatively better shape than the over 50s from the US, from the Caribbean.
They definitely seem to be a little more mobile.
Correct. Maybe they play more cricket.
A little slimmer.
Maybe they play more cricket. Maybe they're more focused. I don't know. But look, in the game itself, I don't think the USA did anything spectacular to get 235 for 6. And similarly, I don't think that the West Indies over 50s did badly by restricting them to 235 for 6. All I said is that those are already on the board. You have got to now come and get them, this team batting second. So you have to plan a way of doing exactly that. And I think the big setback when Rajendra was out LBW for no score, 1 for 1. And then the second wicket went down, Lashley. That, I think, was the big wicket. I think that was a big wicket. And I said that then, 78 for 2.
Yeah, you don't want to blame one guy.
No,
it,
but the wicket
certainly
itself.
His wicket and also Ishwar's wicket.
Yeah, but 70, you see, from 1 for 1, he had taken the score to 78 for 2. So they put on a good 77-run partnership.
And the way
that
they got out.
needed to go on a little bit more. And the way he got out.
The way both of them got out. I mean,
both of them got out hitting against the wind, caught at long on.
If they'd gotten a couple of beauties, and they were, bowled or something, that's one thing. But they clearly lost their composure and tried to go over the top, when it wasn't necessary to do that.
So if you want to pinpoint that, I would say those two dismissals were crucial to the circumstance of West Indies over 50s. You're batting well, you got a 77-run partnership. Not necessary to go over the top, just keep batting.
Yeah.
Get 2s, get 1s, run 5 in and over, 6 in and over. But don't hit the ball in the air, especially against the wind.
But do you think guys sometimes are tempted to go over the top because they don't trust their fitness to keep running?
Yes.
They try to take a shortcut?
Yes, but then hit the ball down the ground. I know it's impulsive, and it's easy to say that than do it.
They try to get a cheap 4 or cheap 6 because they don't want to be running so much.
Batsmen are just like bowlers. They want to hit runs. So you ask me what I think to be learned out of this. I don't think either team played badly.
No.
It's just moments of a game that change a game.
And the U.S. won the big moments.
Correct. Especially when they were fielding second. They played well for that 235 for 6. But nobody dominated, if you will. One guy got 71, Mohammed Majid. Another one got 69, Kashif.
Yes, those two guys who made the half centuries, they really batted brilliantly.
Exactly.
And they weren't going over the top.
They weren't trying anything spectacular. That's right. Those two guys put on 127 runs for that third wicket. 127 for the third wicket. And they didn't do anything untoward. They never hit a 6. They hit a few through the spaces and boundaries. But they kept going. And you mentioned it, there's the fitness. You got to be able to run 2s and 1s quickly, get 8 runs and over and don't hit a boundary. And I think it's the fitness that may have let them down. West Indies over 50s. So I won't blame any one thing on this circumstance. We're now in over number 43. 170 for 8. Now 171 for 8. Yeah, so I won't blame anybody per se. It's just a game played better by the USA over 50s. And 235 for 6, in my mind, represented 20, 30 runs too few.
Well, I think what typically happens in U.S. tournament cricket, no matter what age group, as the longer these tournaments go on, the more they turn into like an arms race where teams, make extraordinary efforts to recruit more and more capable players. You know,
That happened in this tournament too?
Not yet.
I thought the names were supposed to have been declared beforehand.
But I'm just trying to look forward to what I think is likely to happen in years to come. You're probably going to see the West Indies team, over 50s team,
doing some recruitment,
trying to recruit guys who are closer to 50 than they are to 60, and who are, you know, fitter.
Well, maybe.
In order to perform better, and that's a good thing.
That's I was about to say. That's one good thing that could come out of this inaugural tournament. You got to look at the fitness and availability of the guys that you might be earmarking for the next time.
Particularly if they're able to get sponsorship and they're able to like support guys who may not be able to afford to.
Well, that's right.
Come out and come all the way out here.
I mean, most of the people will have come on their own here, but you can't keep doing that. Right. You need proper sponsorship and so on. So
it's always difficult to strike.
Very difficult. That's
strike
what
the balance
saying.
Between
very difficult
friendly kind of competition and competitive. You know,
as we were saying at the meeting the other night, it is extremely difficult to get sponsorship to tournaments these days because everybody wants bang for their bucks. Yes. Nobody giving away money. At least not in my direction.
So the asking rate has gone up to
an
extraordinary 37.8.
So just one. Well, this is the penultimate over number 44. Hamayun. This is his 9th over, none for 33, but he's bowled well. Again, he hasn't gotten any wickets, but he's kept the ball straight. Didn't get slogged anywhere.
I think we just have to say, well done, U.S.
That's just one. They're going to run for two now? No, one. I suppose these two guys are just enjoying their batting because I think these are the last pair.
So it turns out that they did not need 230 to win. 200 would have been enough. The U.S. team.
I don't know. The idea of batting first is making as many as you can.
Yeah.
That's the idea of batting first. Just make as many as you can. So if I were to be honest, as I said it many times, 235 for 6 in my head represented an undercooked innings. They should have been at least 250. Remember, they start with 270 deliveries available, 45 overs, and they had a couple of wides and a few no balls. Remember the free hits and so on. So they may have had 10 runs in extra balls, so call it 280. So potentially they could have gotten 280. But I was thinking 250. They managed 235. So I would say 15, 20, 25 runs too few. But it turned out to be a lot more than they required, that you said. 178 for 8, which means they bowled better. They bowled a straighter line, got the wickets quicker.
So 58 runs are needed in the last over. Does it ever happen that in situations like this, teams shake hands?
Oh, yeah.
Or is that only for Test cricket?
It happens.
I've never seen it in limited overs cricket.
But maybe they just decide they go through it. I mean, you can't hit a 68 runs in one over unless the bowler bowls 14 no balls and all of them are dispatched somewhere. He's going to get one for that. So that brings up the 180th run for the West Indies over 50s. Yeah, I think they were just outplayed today. West Indies over 50s. You got to give Jack his jacket.
Yeah, I don't think they have anything to be ashamed of.
They don't have anything to be embarrassed or ashamed about at all. This guy bowls like Hassan Ali, who plays for Pakistan. Runs in just like Hassan Ali. Hassan Ali bowls a little bit from a longer run from like this.
I'm a little bit quicker.
He's definitely quicker. Hassan Ali runs a long way.
Hassan Ali's a handful.
Oh yeah, he's a good bowler, I think. Underrated. I know they have Shahid Afridi, who's the big bowler, but Hassan Ali, is one of those cricketers who is very underrated. That might go away for 4. It does.
Oh.
180 for 8, so that becomes 184 for 8. This is the last over.
Well, there's just 2 legal balls left in the...
To get 52 runs, so the
20,
run
22.
rate required is 156. Isn't life amazing? So you're going to hit a score for 100 and the next one for 56. That's funny. Yeah, so 184 for 8. This is 44 overs and 4 balls bowled. 2 balls to come in this innings. And that's the penultimate delivery completed. So 1 more ball for this innings. So they will have won by 51 runs if no runs are scored from this ball. Last ball of this innings. No run, there's just 1 run. So USA
Masters have won.
Of 1.
The inaugural 20,
the 185
50 over tournament.
For 8.
Over 50 tournament.
So USA over 50s have won this inaugural Masters tournament by 50 runs.
Well played, USA.
Celebrations all around for the USA players, the over 50s. They batted well, made 235 for 6 in their 45 allotted overs. As I said, not in my mind an overwhelming total. 35 for 1 when Shahid was run out for 10. 36 for 2 when Rafael was run out for 25. That was over number 9. Then Mohammed, Majid and Kashif took them to 163 for 3 and over number 36 when Kashif was out for 69. Fazal didn't stick around too long. He made 3, 168 for 4 over number 37. That became 181 for 5 and over number 38 when Humayun was dismissed for 13. Then the last man to go in the USA over 50s innings was Mohammed Majid. He made 71. He was dismissed with a score of 217 for 6. Sanjeeva was left 24 not out. Zubair 14 not out. Overall, they made 235 for 6. 2 wickets for Azad and 2 wickets for Vijay from the West Indies over 50s. So they were set 236 to win the West Indies over 50s, and they managed just 185 for 8. Substantial contributions came from Ishwar, the opener, who made 55, and Lashley, who made 30. Those were the substantial contributions. But they put on 77 runs for that second wicket. Once that was done, then the rest just faded away, 20s, 15s, 1s, etc. So at the end, the USA over 50s, 235 for 6, beat the West Indies over 50s, who made 185 for 8. They won by 50 runs, thus conquering this inaugural Masters over 50 tournament featuring Canada, the United States, and the West Indies. Congratulations to the USA over 50. Mr. Keith Lawrence, your quick comment before we close.
Well, I think you've said it all, Mr. Croft. I just want to take this opportunity to thank you for inviting me to join you here in the commentary box. It was my privilege.
No. It's introduction to the cricket and to get some of the knowledge that you may have that I don't have.
I thoroughly enjoyed spending time here, just chatting with you. You are a wealth of knowledge. And
I've been involved with the cricket a long time.
And a true professional. So.
Thank you. So now we've had some guests, and we'd like to thank you for following us these last 10 days or thereabouts for this tournament. Over 60s and over 50s. This last game here was the over 50s, featuring the USA over 50s and the West Indies over 50s. The USA have won this final by 50 runs. Thank you very much for tuning in on this Cricket Club's website. In the meantime, have a good evening. See you again soon. Bye.